The story begins by showing that this world is a place where the blood of the weak is spilled without mercy. Meanwhile, the strong take advantage of every drop to maintain their dominion over everything. In the middle of the forest, the hunter tells Johann that he has found perfect prey just ahead. He reminds the young nobleman to stay calm and carefully apply everything he learned during training. Johann then pulls the bowstring with such force that his fingers tremble from the tension. However, upon receiving the signal to fire, he ends up breaking the weapon in half before the shot. The animal flees, startled by the noise, while the instructor falls into total despair. The hunter complains furiously, wanting to know why Johann destroyed the bow instead of hunting the prey. Johann tries to justify himself by saying the bow was old, but the man warns him that he bought it a week ago. In tears, the hunter vents, unable to understand why a nobleman insists on becoming a hunter. He even suggests it would have been much better if the young man had chosen to learn swordsmanship. But Johann thinks to himself that swordsmanship doesn't pay off until someone hires you. Thinking only of money, he brushes off the situation and calls for the instructor to keep moving. Deep down, he is certain that he needs to get rich fast to survive in that cruel world. Formerly known as Kim Yohan, he reincarnated as Johann Aitz after suffering a fatal accident on Earth. Despite being reborn into nobility, he is the last of his family and is at risk in power struggles. While Johann reflects on his problems, the hunter notices something strange and tells him to stop. The two soon spot a ferocious pack of wolves, prowling very close to the path. An arrow is fired quickly toward the beasts to try to drive away the danger. The instructor keeps his weapon pointed while watching the monsters retreat temporarily. Looking at that scene, Johann returns to reflecting on the reality of the world where he reincarnated. He realizes that this medieval era works in an extremely ruthless and realistic way. There, the cruelty is so great that not even the departed can rest in peace. Johann asks if the victims were from the village, but the man replies that it is impossible to know. The only certainty for them is that the weak always end up becoming prey to the strong. Aware of this harsh rule, Johann knows exactly what he needs to do to avoid becoming monster food. His entire mind is focused on getting as much money as possible at any cost. At first, he dreamed of awakening magical powers, but changed his goal upon seeing they didn't exist there. With that, his only great objective became to accumulate gold coins. He plans to gather resources to flee the territory and live freely as a merchant or farmer. While Johann is lost in greed, the instructor draws his attention to something stuck in a tree. It is a rare medicinal herb called Little Devil's Grass, very useful for healing wounds. Without wasting time, Johann pulls the plant out, thinking exclusively about the value he will get from the sale. He thanks him with a greedy smile, leaving the poor hunter speechless. Immediately after, the hunter sees a bag fallen on the ground and asks if the young man dropped it. Johann denies being the owner, leaving the man confused, since no one else enters so deep into the woods. Suddenly, the hunter's eyes widen as he suspects who might be lost there. A desperate scream emerges from the trees, drawing the immediate attention of both. Someone runs, terrified, through the dark forest, calling for help with all their might. Terrifying sounds of predators echo right behind, increasing the danger even more. Cornered high up on a branch, a little girl cries in fear, surrounded by bloodthirsty wolves. The hunter soon recognizes little Dell and finds it strange to see Robert's daughter alone in the forest. The beasts continue growling furiously, ready to attack the child at any moment. Desperate at the number of monsters, the instructor asks to retreat and call for reinforcements. But Johann ignores the retreat and takes a confident step toward the wolves. He reassures Joseph and says he will attract the animals so the man can rescue Dell. The instructor is in total shock, unable to believe the young man's courageous attitude. He is moved, thinking the young nobleman is sacrificing himself just to save a commoner. In reality, Johann just breaks into a wicked smile, seeing that place as a gold mine. He counts over 10 hungry wolves and is already celebrating the fortune he will make selling all the pelts. Johann shouts excitedly, telling the beasts to wait for the money they will bring him. Joseph is completely perplexed, unable to understand what the boy is doing. The nobleman advances, swinging his sword in a completely clumsy and bizarre way. Furious wolves leap toward him with full ferocity. Upon first contact, the blade simply shatters from the force of the impact. The predator advances with its maw open, ready to tear Johann's head off. The creature tries to sink its deadly fangs into the boy at any cost. But Johann resists the pounce without retreating even a single centimeter. He takes advantage of the closeness and grabs the beast with extreme brutality. Johann looks the monster in the eyes, showing that he has no fear at all. He delivers a devastating blow that throws the creature far away. Joseph watches the scene with his mouth open, unable to believe what he is seeing. While the instructor screams in desperation, the story cuts to another place. In the village of Baltroden, the carriage of the noble Aitz family makes an inspection. The miserable commoners bow in fear amidst the mud and poverty. They tremble with dread, hoping only not to be punished by the nobles. Concubine covers her nose with disgust, complaining about the stench of the villagers. The firstborn, Philip Aitz, observes everything with indifference and arrogance. Lord Johann Aitz mocks the region's misery while drinking non-stop. Philip tells his father that Johann has disappeared and asks if he should send soldiers after him. The Lord lets out a grotesque burp before exploding with rage over his son's disappearance. He tells them to forget Johann, saying he doesn't care if the boy dies like his mother. But right in the middle of the insult, the nobleman freezes as he looks at the entrance of the village. He encounters a huge pile of straw stacked near the path. Johann demands explanations about the pile, and the villagers beg for forgiveness. The villagers explained that they covered the ugly marks of Johann's training there. The Lord mocks them, thinking the idea of a worm like Johann training is ridiculous. However, upon peeking behind the straw, he is in absolute shock at the sight. The trunk of a thick tree has been completely sunken by brutal punches. Johann sees dozens of massive trees destroyed at the base by brute force. Back in the forest, the wolves surround Johann, trying to take him down for good. One of the predators tries to bite, but is surprised by the boy's reaction. Johann grabs the animal with ease and throws it violently into the air. He realizes that fighting with swords definitely does not match his style. Johann clenches his fists, ready to profit by fighting the way he likes best. In that cruel world, he knows he needs money to secure his life, and to get this gold, he needs only one basic thing. He concentrates all his energy in his fist, preparing a crushing blow, an overwhelming force capable of completely surpassing human limits. Joseph watches in terror, unable to believe the monstrous power he is witnessing. Johann lands a direct punch that destroys the skull of the first wolf. The impact of the blow generates a wave that throws the other monsters backward. He grabs another beast by the throat, breaking its bones in an instant. The massacre continues in the darkness of the woods, without giving the predators a chance. The lifeless body of the monster collapses to the ground, while Joseph remains paralyzed. The hunter trembles with fear, wondering where such abnormal strength comes from. Johann observes the pile of defeated wolves, already calculating the profit from the hunt. He remembers when he arrived in that world and suffered through a difficult life. His half-siblings would beat him and humiliate him, calling him a motherless bastard. Because he had an inferior position, he was beaten without having any way to defend himself. Johann soon understood that no one would care if he were beaten to death in that place. He realized that the only person he could truly count on was himself. The young man then began to plan what he needed to survive in the medieval era. Fortunately, he possessed a great advantage kept from the studies of his past life. His mind held advanced scientific notions that no one from that era knew. He decided to apply modern exercise and bodybuilding techniques in his daily life. Johann started eating foods full of nutrients that the others despised. With a rigid routine of punches, he developed a direct and efficient combat style. The years passed while he accumulated countless hours of heavy training. The young man developed an incredibly muscular body, delivering devastating blows. His physical strength went beyond any limit considered normal for a human. The forest trees fell easily under the absurd pressure of his fists. Upon finishing his daily training, Johann would get dressed, feeling completely refreshed. Without knowing if that was a blessing or a trial, he kept training non-stop. Back in the present, the last of the common wolves collapses, defeated on the dark ground. Johann wipes the blood from his hands, relieved to have finished off the entire pack. He looks at the trail of scattered bodies and concludes that was the last wolf. Joseph hugs little Dell, moved to see that the little girl came out of the attack unscathed. The hunter scolds Johann, saying that his attitude was very dangerous, but then he thanks him, moved by the nobleman's courage in protecting the commoner. But Johann doesn't even pay attention, too busy choosing which carcass will sell best. Johann asks what he said, but the hunter just lets it go, disappointed. Carrying a wolf on his back, the young man asks if the girl is really okay. But suddenly, the girl freezes in pure terror upon looking into the darkness of the woods. A red, threatening aura emerges from behind the trees with a frightening roar. The three immediately turn, on alert to see the new creature approaching. A colossal monster with glowing eyes emerges from the shadows, emanating a bloodlust. A gigantic and scary beast appears before them, blocking the path. Joseph falls into total despair upon recognizing that this is a true monster. The hunter begs them to run, warning that only an army could defeat such an abomination. Johann breaks into a surprised smile upon discovering the existence of monsters and challenges the leader. He mocks the death of the servants, saying that wolf hide brings in good money. The creature is furious at the human's audacity and prepares for combat. Johann notices the monster's predatory gaze, but is not even shaken by the threat. The beast roars with ferocity, advancing with the clear intention of devouring him alive. Without retreating, Johann leaps towards the creature's maw while it's in full motion. He grabs the monster's snout, thinking about the extraordinary value of that rare hide. He delivers a powerful blow to the leader's head, making the monster roar in pain. The attack ends up tearing a piece of the beast's leather during the collision in mid-air. Johann goes into comical despair, lamenting that the scratch will devalue the hide. The beast becomes even more violent upon feeling the pain of the wound and glares at its opponent. The monster lets out a deafening howl that makes the whole forest around them tremble. The sonic impact is so brutal that Johann is forced to cover his own ears. He begins to feel a strange and painful pressure invading his entire body. Johann is completely confused upon realizing that he is losing his stability. He is startled to notice that his physical strength is rapidly draining away. Suddenly, unknown visions of warriors dueling appear in his mind. Bloody images of a past battle invade his consciousness with force. Johann wakes from the trance screaming, terrified by the pain of those sudden memories. Fallen on the ground and panting heavily, he tries to understand what madness just happened. Johann looks at his own hands, wondering where the monster went. He notices that the colossal creature simply disappeared into the darkness. Looking to the side, he sees Joseph and Dell fainted from the sonic impact. He is relieved to notice that the little girl and the hunter are still alive and safe. Without understanding what happened, he carries the two back to the village quickly. Johann walks through the dark woods, carrying the weight of the two on his shoulders. He laments having to leave the wolf carcasses and all that profit behind. The night remains cold under the moonlight, illuminating the forest trees. Arriving nearby, he sees the village torches lit and thinks they are searching for Dell. The young man thinks that saving the girl could earn him good points with his father. He even fantasizes about the Lord recognizing his deed and making him an heir. Laughing at the absurdity, he hopes at least to get a position in the local guard. But as he approaches, Johann notices a very tense atmosphere in the village. Several torches illuminate the place, revealing armed soldiers waiting. Lord Gezen's entire entourage is gathered, staring at his arrival. Johann is completely surprised to see such an unexpected reception. Philip screams furiously, demanding to know where Johann was during the inspection. Johann panics upon remembering that his father's visit was on that day. Gezen observes his son with contempt, calling him an insolent brat. The Lord descends from his horse, stepping heavily on the dirt in his armor. Johann kneels with the wounded, trying to justify his delay. Gezen orders the boy to shut his mouth while unsheathing his brutal weapon. He threatens to crack the young man's head for thinking he was disrespected. Johann is irritated for having almost died in the woods and still having to hear insults. But he soon changes his posture and decides to use the situation to his advantage. He realizes that this moment is the golden chance to promote himself. Johann raises his voice, proudly telling how he saved Dell from the monster attack. Robert runs toward his daughter, desperate upon hearing her name. The father cries in relief upon hugging his daughter, and seeing that she is unharmed, he sheds tears of gratitude for having his little one back home. Johann takes advantage of the commotion to tell how he faced an entire pack alone. The villagers start whispering, impressed by the bravery of the young nobleman. Johann makes an impeccable bow, swearing to protect the safety of the fiefdom. He takes the opportunity to ask for the position of guard captain, infuriating Philip. Johann celebrates inwardly, thinking he gave the best performance of his life. The Lord mocks the report and demands concrete proof that the wolves existed. Johann is stunned to realize he made the mistake of not bringing the carcasses. He swears he is not lying and even mentions the great shadow wolf. Jezin bellows furiously at the excuse, finding the story a total absurdity. He accuses Johann of being a liar and threatens to tear the boy's mouth in half. Johann then loses his patience and agrees to resolve that in a duel. He laments having to fight his own father, but sees he has no choice. The Lord breaks into a cruel smile, dying to test his son's skills. The Lord orders Johann to raise his sword, warning that the duel will be only with weapons. Johann is in shock upon hearing that he will have to fight wielding a blade. He despairs, remembering that he never received any sword training in his life. Jezin takes his position in the center of the square and orders his son to unsheath his sword quickly. Upon pulling the weapon, Johann remembers that the blade broke in the previous battle. Irritated by the scene, the Lord orders Philip to lend his own sword to his brother. While handing over the weapon, Philip advises Johann to kneel and beg for forgiveness, but Johann refuses to flee, firmly stating that he made no mistake at all. He assumes a combat stance and orders his brother to get out of the way. Jezin closes the visor of his helmet, mocking the boy's confident attitude. Johann believes this is the perfect chance to prove his true value, but right at the start of the combat, the nobleman is caught by surprise by something scary. A red and overwhelming presence emerges in the confrontation, scaring everyone. The blades collide violently, spreading incandescent sparks through the air. Johann is struck in the forehead by the brutal force of his opponent's blow. The Lord advances mercilessly, delivering fast and heavy attacks without ceasing. The impact makes the boy bleed from the mouth while he tries to maintain his balance. Taken by rage, the man raises his weapon, calling his own son a parasite. He delivers a violent cut that grazes Johann's face. The other brothers watch terrified, thinking their father will actually kill Johann. Jezin continues attacking and screams that he never trained him because he considered him useless. He states cruelly that the boy will never be able to surpass him. The nobleman screams furiously, saying that no one will take the lands that belong to him. Bleeding heavily, Johann wonders if the old man has gone completely crazy from drinking. The blood runs down his face, hindering his vision in the middle of the intense fight. Philip screams suddenly, drawing the young man's attention at a critical moment. Jezin takes advantage of the opening and brings his weapon down with all his might to end the duel. All the villagers widen their eyes in shock, fearing the immediate death of the boy. Johann manages to raise his sword at the last instant to hold back the lethal blow, but the borrowed blade cannot withstand the pressure and breaks into pieces. Looking at the shards on the ground, Johann recognizes that he was defeated in that duel. The boy falls to his knees, exhausted and bruised at the feet of the fearsome warrior. Jezin glares at him from above, ordering the boy to recognize his proper place. He threatens to crush Johann's head if he ever crosses his path again. The nobleman turns his back and walks away, leaving his defeated son in the square. The peasants observe the young man with pity and concern in the middle of the darkness. Later, inside the local church, someone complains about the Lord's great injustice. Father Valberd shouts furiously, saying he is not afraid because he belongs to the Vatican. The clergyman states that a knight should have honor and never beat his son. Johann tries to reassure the priest, saying that the important thing is that he came out alive. Valbert mocks, saying that the Lord lost his mind fighting in full armor. Johann sits pensively in silence, reflecting on the result of that clash. He admits that without sword technique, he is still weak in front of real warriors. The cleric remembers that Jezin is a veteran of many wars, with vast experience. He even says that in the neighboring fiefdom, a knight defeated 300 men alone. Johann comments that he thought he would defeat his father, since he had faced the Black Wolf. Upon hearing about the Black Wolf, the priest widens his eyes, seized by a sudden apprehension. He grabs the boy by the shoulders, asking desperately if that is true. Johann confirms the story, saying that the hunter and the girl also saw the beast. The priest starts praying, terrified, leaving the young man confused about the exaggerated reaction. The priest grabs an old book from the shelf and calls Johann to talk about the subject. He starts flipping through the pages, explaining that since ancient times, black wolves are seen as a great taboo. The book shows old illustrations of the fearsome beast devouring people without any mercy. The cleric says that priests consider this monster to be a true omen of death. Valbert is apprehensive upon remembering that legends say the creature always brings blood and destruction wherever it goes. Johann listens to everything in silence, trying to understand the reason for so much dread because of an old story. The young man says he doesn't believe in that and jokes that perhaps the wolf was just a warning about the beating he would get from his father. Valbert gives a calm smile and asks the boy not to worry, since it is nothing more than an old legend. The clergyman adds that God will certainly protect him for being a good person who sacrifices himself for others. Johann makes a confused and suspicious face upon hearing that someone considers him a person with a good heart. While Johann wonders at the compliment, the story cuts to the night near the lands of the Aitz family. Desperate screams echo through the darkness, while a violent massacre happens in that territory. A terrified mother tries to protect her son in tears, begging for mercy amidst the chaos. But the attack continues relentlessly, spreading blood to all corners without leaving survivors. Lifeless bodies of residents lie on the ground amidst the destruction of the property. Armed soldiers walk around, mocking the victims who tried to flee in vain before dying. One of the mercenaries comments coldly on how that massacre was cruel and ruthless. The other shrugs, saying he doesn't care about burning everyone's bodies in the fiefdom. They continue through the fire, stating that they only want to fulfill the job to receive the gold coins. At the flaming gate, a knight kneels before a colossal and threatening figure. The man calls for Lord Karamav, warning that the job is done, and delivers the ring of the Aitz fiefdom. Karamav squeezes the jewel in his armored gauntlet with extreme force and contempt. The scary warrior glares at the ring, remembering the nobleman he just annihilated. He is disappointed, saying that the man who defeated 300 soldiers couldn't take even 2 blows. Before a kneeling elf, Karamav declares himself to be the sword of the Holy Empire and the Emperor's executioner. Rising his sword with magical runes, he swears to punish all corrupt nobles at the ruler's command. Karamav bellows that all who are loyal to the Empire will be richly rewarded with honor and infinite gold. He raises his hand, ordering his men to kill, loot, and burn everything they find ahead. The army of mercenaries celebrates, bloodthirsty, announcing that the next target is the Aitz territory. Suddenly, a violent combat with clashing swords starts to happen in another place. A warrior in heavy armor advances, delivering a fast and fulminating attack. The blades collide, generating incandescent sparks in the middle of that deadly duel. The devastating blow cuts right through the opponent's armor with extreme violence. With the force of the impact, the warrior's helmet is ripped off and flies through the air. The iron protection falls, rolling along the stone floor while the fight ends. The defeated warrior falls to the bloody ground, losing his strength little by little. Revealing his wounded face, Johann widens his eyes, seized by overwhelming despair. Johann wakes up suddenly in his room, giving a terrified scream in the middle of the night. He sits up in bed, panting, trying to calm his racing heart after the scare. Running his hand over his face, the young man realizes with relief that it was all just a dream. He reflects worriedly, remembering that he has been having the same nightmare since he saw the Black Wolf. Johann remembers Valbert's words about the beast being an old sign of doom. The memory of that monster howling under the red moon returns to disturb his thoughts. The priest had warned the appearance of the beast always brings death and bloodshed. The young man closes his eyes, trying to forget the warning that the wolf is the very mark of death. Johann tries to laugh at the situation, saying to himself that it is pure superstition and that he did not provoke the beast. But at that instant, he remembers when he threw a giant rock right at the creature's head. He starts to break into a cold sweat upon admitting that he really did attack the monster with a huge rock. Shaking his head, Johann decides to ignore these useless thoughts and go train immediately. At dawn, he runs to the top of the hill, delivering heavy punches to the trees to get stronger. Johann is training hard when he is interrupted by insults coming from behind the trees. His half-siblings arrive, mocking him and asking if he forgot his father's order not to attract attention. They mock, saying that Johann continues playing the tough guy, even after getting a beating from their father. The guys burst into laughter, claiming that breaking wood is nothing more than a cheap commoner's trick. They continue laughing and guarantee that the Lord would never appoint trash like Johann to the fiefdom's guard. Johann just rests his fist lightly on the tree trunk while listening to his brother's taunts. Then, he delivers a punch so brutal that the entire tree splits with a devastating impact. Both nobles fall into total panic, widening their eyes before that scary demonstration. The massive trunk explodes into countless wood splinters, showing the young man's absurd strength. Johann turns slowly with his back muscles tensed, facing the intruders. With an intimidating smile, he cracks his knuckles and tells his brothers to come closer and repeat the jokes. Terrified, the cowards run away yelling, threatening to tell everything to Lord Gezen. Johann sighs, calling the two idiots for not worrying about their own future in the fiefdom. He decides not to worry about the others and prepares to resume his exercises. But soon after, he sits pensively, admitting that his father will really never give him an official position. Philip appears on the hill accompanied by a servant and confirms that their father does not intend to appoint him to anything. Johann gives an ironic smile, saying he already expected that, and that at least he wasn't killed in the duel. Philip asks if he isn't upset, and Johann replies that he will just have to find another way to make a living. The older brother then reveals bluntly that the real reason for the refusal is the fear their father feels of him. Johann interrupts his training and turns surprised to face Philip after hearing that statement. Philip explains that Johann's physical power is undeniable and represents a direct threat to the Lord's government. He says the patriarch prefers obedient children and fears Johann's uncontrollable principles. The nobleman reveals that his father fears being overthrown by his own son, just as he did in the past with their grandfather. Johann thinks the story is a complete absurdity and mocks the old ruler's unfounded fear. Philip ignores the mockery and signals for the servant to hand over the bundle he brought from the castle. Johann widens his eyes, surprised to see the set of equipment placed before him. It is an iron breastplate accompanied by a well-maintained longsword and a combat cloak. Philip comments with irony, knowing very well that Johann had been eyeing those weapons for quite some time. The firstborn guarantees that he is not a fool like his father and would never discard such a talented warrior. He makes a direct promise, saying that as soon as he assumes leadership of the family, everything will change. Philip promises to appoint him guard captain if he keeps training hard and stops causing trouble. Johann yells indignantly, warning that he was never responsible for starting the fights in that territory. The young man watches in silence as his brother walks away down the hill while the sun sets on the horizon. Johann then turns his attention to the armor left on the grass, becoming extremely thoughtful. He recognizes with a chill that that protection is identical to what he wore in his fatal nightmare. The young man asks himself worriedly if wearing that equipment means he will have the same fate as the vision. However, upon touching the metal, he feels a strange determination that he is capable of overcoming any danger. Even without proof of the future, he fastens the straps of the breastplate, deciding to face the challenge head-on. Equipped and ready for the fight, Johann knows he will need real protection to win any battle. Dusk falls over the mountains and forests, covering the entire fiefdom with an orange light. In the village tavern, the peasants drink and talk animatedly amidst laughter and beer toasts. Robert extols Johann's deeds, telling how the young man faced wolves to save little Dell. The residents agree and say that Johann acted much more like an honorable knight than their drunken father. Amidst laughter, they mock the Lord, while a hooded man listens to everything quietly in the corner. Robert announces that the drinks are on him, and the hooded stranger asks the reason for the party. The father raises his mug and shouts a toast in honor of the young nobleman who saved his beloved daughter. A peasant notices the traveler and asks who he is, since he has never seen him in the region before. The hooded man lets out a somber laugh, mocking the commoner's courage and speaking ill of the Lord to a stranger. The villagers in the tavern start to break into a cold sweat, feeling a terrifying pressure in the air. The mysterious man breaks into a sinister smile under the hood, saying he found that conversation very interesting. The hooded man glares at the terrified villager and demands he tell everything he knows about that subject. He wants to know every possible detail about the life and actions of Johann Aitz in that territory. Meanwhile, Johann walks animatedly through the village at night, humming with his new equipment. The young man daydreaming about the life of a guard captain, imagining that the path to wealth has finally arrived. Suddenly, John stops in the middle of the street upon noticing a strange silhouette sitting on the dark ground. Thinking it is just a drunk, he thinks that a future guard leader should never ignore a resident. Johann approaches with a friendly smile, offering to help take the person safely to his house. But at the instant he bends down, he feels a metal blade touch coldly against his neck. A sharp dagger emerges from the shadows, being pressed directly against the young man's throat. Johann widens his eyes in absolute shock upon realizing he is in the sights of a lethal assassin. Silence takes over the deserted streets, while the cold night breeze blows through the village houses. Johann swallows hard and tries to keep calm to avoid having his neck slashed by that surprise blow. He tries to find out who sent the criminal, but discards his father, knowing Gezin would kill him personally. The young man suspects the concubine or Philip, but finds it hard to believe his brother would do that. Irritated by not being able to guess the mastermind, Johann clenches his teeth, trying to come up with a plan. Without making sudden movements, he asks with a firm voice what the invader really wants from him. Johann raises his hands, asking if it is for money, and pretends he will hand over everything he has to be released. The somber voice under the hood replies coldly, saying he already has more gold than he needs. The young man goes into despair upon realizing that if money doesn't matter, the reason for the ambush is different. The stranger pronounces Johann's name and warns with a sinister look that he will ask only one question. He threatens to cut the young man's throat, right there if the answer is not to his liking. Johann is indignant, thinking to himself about the absurdity of almost dying because of a random test. He takes a deep breath and concentrates to answer perfectly, remembering his job interviews on Earth. The hooded man announces the start of the test, while Johann prepares tensely to hear the doubt. The assassin touches the boy's body, praising his physical build, and asks if he is really Gezin's son. Johann breaks into a cold sweat, not understanding how someone asks such a strange question with a knife at his throat. The young man racks his brain in the middle of the pressure, trying to find the exact answer to avoid being beheaded. Johann then shoots back, saying firmly that even a line of pigs can sire a fierce lion. The mysterious man remains motionless under the darkness of the hood, without showing any reaction. The young man panics, fearing he gave the worst possible answer to that psychopath. Suddenly, the assassin explodes into hysterical laughter that echoes through the entire dark alley. He admits he liked the answer a lot, but immediately refuses Johann's request to release him. Revealing a scar on his face, the man breaks into a scary smile and declares that Johann is now his. Johann is completely shocked and perplexed, trying to understand what that madness means. That man is Kaegal, the greatest assassin in the Empire and feared master of poisons of the Nesos Guild. Known as the poisonous serpent, he mastered a deadly sword technique based on quick strikes. Despite his terrifying fame, he faced the great dilemma of not having a successor for his techniques. He searched for candidates everywhere, but only found weak and incapable insects in the guild. Some nobles even showed talent, but refused the teachings out of pure knightly arrogance. The warriors preferred death to tarnishing their own honor by learning assassination techniques. Without an ounce of patience, Kaegal simply beheaded all the cowards who rejected his offer. More than 30 heirs of noble families were executed for choosing honor over life. Already tired of searching without success, the master of poisons went to the imperial witch in search of guidance. The woman revealed that the perfect successor was one of the sons of the drunken lord in the lands of Aitz. Kaegal thought it ridiculous to think that a great disciple would be lost in such a poor and forgotten fiefdom. The witch laughed and guaranteed to return his gold if the fate's prediction turned out to be wrong. Fearing the curse of robbing a sorceress, the assassin decided to accept the prophecy and go on the journey. Kaegal wanted to believe in the prediction, since he had wasted years in the search and his time was running out. However, even upon stepping on the lands of Aitz, he still held strong doubts about that story. He watched the castle, decided to kill the boy on the spot if the young man did not meet the expectations. The man introduces himself as Kaegal, master of the Nesos Guild, and warns that he has chosen Johann as his successor. He gives the young man only two options: choose between learning his techniques or dying right there. Johann sits pensively for a second and starts muttering softly, making the assassin curious. The boy then yells, asking how much he will have to pay to learn that master's swordsmanship. Kaegal is completely without reaction and replies, surprised that he does not intend to charge a single coin. Johann is euphoric, his eyes shining upon discovering that he will receive lessons for free from a master. He hugs the man with joy, saying he spent his whole life waiting for a teacher like that. Uncomfortable with the affection, Kaegal reminds him seriously that his swordsmanship is focused on assassinations. The master warns that learning this will bring eternal shame to any noble family of knights. Johann replies, yelling that he doesn't care about any honor and begs to start the training soon. Surprised by the boy's detached reaction, the assassin accepts to teach, saying he has never seen anyone like that. Johann calls the master again before they start to clear up one more important doubt. With a greedy face, the young man asks if he will earn a salary in money if he is a good student. Kaegal glares at his disciple, stunned, unable to believe the limitless shamelessness of that young man. Meanwhile, at the gates of the Aitz castle, Lord Gezin mounts his horse, preparing to leave. The ruler warns that the inspection is over and that he will be gone for a while, leaving the castle behind. Philip and the concubine bow, guaranteeing they will take care of all the fortress administration. But as soon as the lord turns, the two start exchanging looks full of hatred and rivalry. The woman thinks to herself that it doesn't matter how much Philip tries, that castle will be hers. Philip scorns his rival, having absolute certainty that he will be the next lord to rule those lands. Gezin grumbles, irritated, saying he is fed up with their daily fights and tells them to do whatever they want. Before the departure, Philip remembers that Johann has not returned yet and asks what they should do about it. A heavy and somber tension takes over the air before the mention of the youngest son's name. Gezin bellows furiously, ordering them not to waste time on the boy, since he doesn't care if he dies. Philip apologizes to his father while the concubine smiles, satisfied with the patriarch's contempt. The firstborn sits pensively, wondering where Johann is and what he is doing at that moment. In the middle of the dark forest, Kaegal decides to test the young man's real skills in a quick combat. Clumsily, Johann asks for a borrowed sword, explaining that he tends to break his weapons frequently. The master of poisons hands over a sheathed sword without showing much patience for conversation. Kaegal thinks the boy is too reckless and admits he doesn't like anything about his personality. He unsheathes the weapon, considering the idea of killing the young man right there, and asks if he is ready. Johann replies animatedly, wielding the blade with radiant enthusiasm for the battle. But upon positioning himself, the young man assumes a bizarre boxer stance, holding the sword upright. Kaegal is horrified by that ridiculous guard and concludes that that brat deserves to die. Johann asks if he is obligated to use swordsmanship or if he can fight however he prefers. The assassin authorizes the use of fists or stones, and the boy breaks into a mischievous smile, ready for the strike. Johann advances with everything, delivering a devastating punch in the direction of his new teacher. A gigantic thunder echoes through the forest, with the shock wave generated by the young man's fist. Kaegal widens his eyes, terrified to see his blade shatter completely in midair. At that exact second, the Master of Poisons realizes the mistake he made by underestimating the boy. He notices that all his doubts about the witch's prophecy were completely wrong. The assassin is in absolute shock, facing the unbelievable brute force of the young warrior. Johann breaks into a fierce smile in the middle of the attack, showing he possesses monstrous power. The shards of the broken blade fly through the darkness of the night, under the light of the full moon. The air pressure created by the blow pushes Kaegal backward with unbelievable force. The master realizes, terrified, that if that fist hits him, his bones will be crushed on the spot. He feels he is not fighting a common human, but rather the fury of a wild lion. Johann advances relentlessly, his eyes shining, willing to land one more heavy punch. Kaegal then adjusts his posture at the last millisecond, pulling out another weapon to defend himself. The assassin releases his attacks in sequence, invoking the deadly speed of the poisonous serpent. Johann is totally lost, unable to keep up with the assassin's unpredictable movement. Kaegal appears at high speed, delivering an accurate blow to the young man with the side of his weapon. The impact throws the boy backward, causing him to roll through the dark grass of the forest. Johann recovers quickly from the fall and stands in a combat position once more. The Master of Poisons is impressed to see that the boy endured the impact without fainting on the spot. Kaegal states that Johann would be seen as a legend in the past, but warns that he has a mortal weak point. The assassin glares at the young man seriously, warning that his current style of fighting will cause his own ruin. He decrees that if he continues fighting in that uncontrolled way, Johann will certainly encounter death. The boy is scared and asks confused what the master means by dying without salvation. Kaegal explains that John doesn't know how to control his own strength, and that excess power will end him. The young man tries to disguise his nervousness by laughing, saying he is not an idiot to punch himself. The assassin unsheathes his new hidden blades, ready to teach a practical and painful lesson to his disciple. Kaegal challenges the young man to attack with everything again if he is so sure of his skills. He promises that if this time Johann breaks his opponent's blade without damaging his own, he will receive a prize. The master offers gold coins if he wins, and Johann's eyes shine with greed at the same instant. Thirsty for the money, Johann runs at full speed, demanding the man keep the promise made. He delivers a cut with full force, hoping to break the assassin's defense once and for all. However, Kaegal deflects the attack at the perfect angle, making the force of the blow ricochet against the young man himself. Johann groans in pain upon feeling the crushing rebound of his own attack hit his chest squarely. The young man is pushed backward, dragging his boots on the ground with shards scattered across the dirt. Bleeding from his nose, Johann realizes, shocked, that he was seriously wounded by his own strength. He remembers the fight against his father and understands that the same mistake almost cost him his life in that duel. Kaegal explains calmly that Johann was defeated exclusively by the weight of his unbridled strength. Showing slivers stuck in the armor, he warns that the young man will die if he doesn't learn to contain his power. Johann asks if the master hit near his heart on purpose, and the assassin replies that it was a breeze. The young nobleman finally understands that he needs to master his strength if he wants to survive and get rich in the future. Kaegal explains that by controlling strength, it is possible to perform impressive feats with any object. In a lightning move, the master delivers a blow using only the dull scabbard of his longsword. Johann is open, mouthed upon seeing the metal of his breastplate being cut with ease, face by a blunt scabbard. The assassin teaches that concentrating strength in a sharp way allows one to cut, even with dull objects. He breaks into a sinister smile, saying he can hardly wait to see the monster Johann will become. Putting away the weapons, Kaegal warns that the test is over, and the real hellish training will begin. The master warns that the training will be brutal and could lead him to death, asking if he is prepared. Johann replies animatedly with a big smile, yelling that he is more than ready to start the lessons. The following day, the sun rises, illuminating the stone walls of the castle and the huts of the village of Aitz. Johann walks through the village streets, returning from his training with the master of poisons in the woods. With his face all swollen from punches, he holds his painful cheek, grumbling about the heavy training. The young man complains about having become a punching bag while trying to learn not to break his weapons. Suddenly, Johann stops near the castle gate. Upon noticing strange movement of soldiers, he notices heavily armed elf warriors guarding the main entrance of the fortress. Johann asks who they are, but the elf guard orders the young man to shut his mouth and disappear from there immediately. The young nobleman is furious, pointing his finger and demanding respect from the invaders blocking the passage. The leader of the mercenaries gives a mocking laugh, finding the audacity of the bruised young man funny. He reveals with pride that they belong to the wolves of Aquitaine, the emperor's personal body of mercenaries. Johann breaks into a radiant smile and asks with shining eyes how much the mercenaries earn per mission. The men burst into laughter and say that they received 2 whole gold coins for each job performed. They mock, saying that technique is worth more than big muscles, and Johann agrees animatedly, wanting tips. The young man travels in his greed, thinking if it wouldn't be much more profitable to drop everything to become a mercenary. While they talk, an overwhelming and sinister presence emerges, walking behind the group. The fearsome Lord Karamov approaches in his golden armor, emanating a terrifying bloodlust. A red and murderous aura makes Johann's instinct trigger in maximum alert in the face of imminent danger. The boy reacts out of pure reflex, bringing his hand to the sword hilt to defend himself from the invader. The boy is confused and scared, not understanding why he tried to pull the weapon against that presence. A guard points the blade at the young man's throat, furious at the audacity of challenging the noble visitor. But Karamov's armored hand rises in the air, ordering calmly that the soldier stop the attack. Mounted on his imposing horse, the Golden Knight appears, emanating terrifying energy. He glares at the boy from above, asking coldly what the identity of that young man is. Johann swallows hard, feeling his throat lock under the absurd pressure that man emanates. Surrounded by sharp blades, the young man stutters in fear as he introduces himself as a member of House Aitz. Karamov then brings his gauntlets to his head to remove the armored helmet covering his face. He removes the protection, revealing his true identity under the light of that day. That man is Karamov, the legendary knight of the Imperial Guard who serves directly to the Emperor. Johann tries to understand the reason for having put his hand on the weapon without even thinking before acting. The boy realizes that his body reacted alone out of pure survival instinct against death. He remembers that not even in front of monsters, or his own father did, he feels such overwhelming dread. Johann feels as if his body were about to be torn to pieces in front of that bloodthirsty gaze. The feeling of danger is so surreal that he sees himself as small prey in front of a monster. Fear takes over his mind upon realizing the monstrous abyss of power between them two. Karamov then breaks the tension, ordering the boy to get out of the way with total coldness and disdain. Johann remains paralyzed and panting, feeling his heart beating fast from the mortal panic. He gets a sudden scare upon returning to reality with the approach of the armed mercenaries. The guards burst into laughter, mocking the nobleman for trembling like a leaf from so much fear. The soldiers mock, saying it is better he be careful if he wants to keep breathing. The knight apprentice asks Karamov if they should really leave that insolent boy alive. The commander gives a calm smile, stating he doesn't want to cause a commotion on a pleasant day. Johann observes the insurge passing through the gates, still trying to assimilate what he just witnessed. He is intrigued, not understanding what an imperial knight, so important, came to do there. Meanwhile, inside the Aitz mansion, Philip goes into shock upon being warned of Karamab's arrival. The firstborn runs desperately through the corridors, wanting to know the reason for such an illustrious visit. Philip arrives breathless, introducing himself as the true heir, and asks what the nobleman wants. The concubine approaches, praising the visitor and already trying to push the youngest son as the future lord. The woman pretends sympathy with her fan and invites the powerful knight to enter the castle. But Karamov simply ignores the woman and passes straight through without giving the slightest bit of attention to her reception. Philip observes that embarrassing scene with a suspicious look full of apprehension. The imposing warrior holds his heavy sword and walks imposingly to the main room of the castle. He sits on the throne of the Aitz family and asks coldly where the ruler Jezin is. All present are in shock and paralyzed in the face of the imperial knight's audacity. Philip tries to intervene, saying that calling the patriarch by his first name is a great disrespect. The concubine cuts the steps in with her fan, saying that Karamav has the total right to say whatever he wants. Philip clenches his fists, revolted upon realizing the woman's dirty game to win over the visitor. Karamov hits his armored hand on the sword, ordering everyone to shut their mouths immediately. He orders everyone to leave the room and orders them to bring only alcoholic drinks to the room. The knight declares with authority that he will stay there resting until Lord Jezin appears. Night falls over the mountains, while an intense clash of blades echoes through the dark forest. Johann continues training swordsmanship against his master Kaegal in the middle of the dense woods under the moon. However, the memory of that golden warrior removing his helmet doesn't leave the boy's mind. The murderous and penetrating gaze of Karamov continues disturbing the young nobleman's thoughts. Kaegal shouts furiously at the disciple, demanding total focus in the middle of that dangerous combat. The boy tries to block the assassin's heavy blow, but groans in pain with the violent impact. Upon touching his own neck, Johann notices, shocked, a trail of blood caused by his distraction. Kaegal warns that Johann would be dead if the dagger had poison and demands to know why he is so distracted. The young man scratches his neck and explains that he found the arrival of the imperial knights at the fiefdom very suspicious. He remembers that closing the gates and controlling the entrance to the castle makes no sense for simple visitors. Johann is intrigued, thinking that exaggerated movement of soldiers hides something dangerous. The Master of Poisons asks coldly what a brat like him intended to do about it. Kaegal explains that Karamov is the strongest warrior on the entire continent and wears legendary armor. Johann asks with curiosity if that fearsome knight is even more powerful than the master himself. The veteran assassin remains silent for a moment with a serious and somber expression on his face. He admits with sincerity that he would run away without looking back if he had to fight Karamov. Upon hearing the boy doubt, Kaegal hits him in the head with the scabbard, ordering him to shut his mouth. The man shouts furiously, telling the young man to recognize his limits. Since he doesn't even control his own strength, he humiliates Johann, asking what a bastard without basic notions of swordsmanship think he can do. Johann holds the sword with firmness and assumes a determined posture, promising that he will succeed. Satisfied with the boldness, Kaegal accepts the challenge and tells the disciple to advance with everything he has. The two initiate a fierce duel in the forest, exchanging fast attacks with sparks flying through the air. Johann clenches his teeth under the pressure, while the master demands more and more attack repetitions. The weapons collide with violence, while the experienced assassin demands maximum speed in the blows. The young man's blade clashes against the teacher's defense, spreading an intense brightness through the darkness. Kaegal continues shouting non-stop, demanding that Johann attack again and surpass his limits. Johann advances at high speed, wondering why he is still unable to cut the master's weapon. He tries to understand how a simple wooden scabbard manages to resist his sword blows. Suddenly, the young man understands the flow of energy and focuses all his power directly on the tip of the blade. Upon swinging the weapon with precision, Johann finally uncovers the secret of manipulating his physical strength. Kaegal notices, astonished, that the dull sound of Johann's blow changed to a deadly and sharp whistle. Johann executes a perfect attack trajectory, releasing a cutting trail of blue and purple light. He feels that everything he trained until that moment is perfectly aligned in that single blow. The young man holds the sword hilt with total force, concentrating every drop of energy in the movement. His eyes shine with intensity upon delivering the cut right to break the professor's defense. Kaegal widens his eyes, seized by panic upon realizing the deadly danger of that lightning attack. A fierce serpent illusion wraps around Johann's cut, tearing through the darkness of the clearing with everything. Kaegal's scabbard is cut in half with extreme ease by the disciple's unbelievable blow. Johann breaks into a euphoric and radiant smile upon seeing that his cut worked exactly as he wanted. He starts jumping and celebrating, yelling that mastering the sword, after all, was too much of a breeze. While Johann hums happily, Kaegal tries to convince himself that it was just a coincidence. The man calls the boy's name, who replies with a mischievous smile, ready for whatever happens. Kaegal unsheathes his real weapon, warning that he won't go easy, and tells the student to attack again. Johann leaps, releasing the poisonous serpent's secret technique, leaving the professor in total shock. The crushing blow hits squarely, throwing the feared master of assassins far away on the ground. The young man celebrates one more victory, hopping joyfully, while the veteran remains prostrate on the dirt. Kaegal glares at the void, completely perplexed, unable to process what just happened. The master realizes, shocked, that Johann learned the guild's secret technique just by looking once. He remembers the first day and notes that the young man absorbed his entire martial art in an instant. Looking at the broken weapon, he admits that the boy's swordsmanship managed to become more perfect than his own. The legendary assassin is left speechless before the scary and abnormal talent of that young man. All his experience says that Johann is now someone he will never be able to defeat in combat. The master of the largest assassin guild in the empire whispers to himself, still perplexed by everything. Johann bursts into euphoric laughter for having learned a lethal technique to secure his life. Under the moonlight, Kaegal warns that the training is over and that he will leave at dawn. Johann complains about wanting to learn more, but the master warns that he already masters everything about the sword. Kaegal admits with reluctance that in less than a week, the young nobleman became stronger than him. Kaegal says he is happy to see his technique alive and tells Johann to follow his own path through the world. The master recognizes the boy's effort, saying goodbye formally by the name of Johann Aitz. Before the campfire, Johann asks if the assassin is leaving because he doesn't like staying stuck in one place for too long. Johann takes advantage of the moment to ask if the teacher knows anything about the legendary Black Wolf. The young man reveals that after encountering the beast, he had terrible nightmares where his head was severed. He confesses that he thought Kaegal himself could be the incarnation of that terrible omen of death. The master replies that killing him would have been the true bad omen and remembers that bad luck comes in various forms. Sitting by the campfire, Kaegal decides to give some valuable advice for the disciple to survive. He advises Johann to look for a weapon made of Dana's steel to withstand his monstrous strength. This special steel is a legendary magical metal that can only be found in ancient relics. The way of manufacturing was lost in time, making the few weapons of this metal extremely rare in the world. Johann complains about the impossible suggestion, while the master loses patience with the boy's ironies. Kaegal remembers that these weapons have a striking appearance, just like the blade used by the fearsome Karamov. The assassin warns firmly for the young man to flee immediately if he ever spots someone carrying that metal. He warns that knowing one's own limits is the key to continuing to breathe, and Johann promises to remember. Upon seeing Kaegal stand up, Johann asks, surprised, if the farewell will happen at that exact instant. The master orders that he never face who he cannot defeat and use any dirty trick if he needs to kill. He guarantees that following these simple rules is the only guarantee of continuing to live in that cruel world. Kaegal wishes that Johann does not die, and the young man observes the professor with respect in silence. The legendary leader of the assassins walks through the darkness of the forest, disappearing into the cold night. Johann engraves the master's words in his mind, swearing to survive at any cost in that territory, With his fist on his chest, he thanks in silence for all the teachings he received from his professor. Meanwhile, night falls over the towers and walls of the imposing castle of the Aitz family. In the main room, illuminated by candelabras, the concubine asks if the noble knight approved of the wine. Karamov spits the drink, comparing the taste to rotten urine, and orders them to take that away from his front. The woman is embarrassed with the glass broken on the floor and tries to disguise the discomfort with her fan. She thinks to herself that the best drink in the house is kept in the quarters of Lord Gezin. The concubine suggests that the knight go rest in a comfortable room after a long trip. She insinuates that the ruler's room is quite cozy and guarantees that he won't regret it. With a provocative look, the woman suggests that the two could spend very pleasant moments together. Karamov closes his eyes with contempt and orders coldly that the concubine leave his presence. Desperate, she insists on welcoming him, warning that Lord Gezin will only arrive late at night at the castle. Upon hearing about the ruler's arrival, Karamov's red eyes shine with bloodlust. The warrior stands up animated with the end of the weight and decides to start his bloodthirsty fun. Karamov breaks into a sadistic smile, ready to turn that castle into a terrible massacre. From the dark corridor, Philip watches the horror in shock, letting out a muffled groan of pure dread. From the outside, Johann walks through the woods and notices the sky illuminated by incandescent sparks. The young man widens his eyes, scared upon noticing smoke and fire rising in the direction of the village. Huge red flames consume the structures of the castle, spreading destruction through the night. Johann is perplexed, not understanding the reason for his own house burning in flames like that. Returning from a trip, Lord Gezin spots the smoke on the horizon and despairs at what he sees. The terrified servant asks to retreat, but the ruler roars furiously at the sight of the fire in the castle. Gezin digs his spurs into his horse, advancing in a dash in the direction of his burning fortress. He arrives at the gates with his mount rearing, finding the elf mercenaries guarding the entrance. The imperial guards mock, calling the nobleman a slow pig, and tell him to enter quickly. They mock, saying that Karamov's patience is short while the iron gates open. Upon entering the corridor, Gezin encounters a trail of carnage and bodies thrown over pools of blood. The floor is filled with the mutilated corpses of his concubine and his children with terrified faces. Gezin widens his eyes in absolute shock, letting out a desperate scream, unable to believe the tragedy before him. Karamov takes a heavy step with his golden boot, standing face to face with the desperate ruler. The imperial knight warns coldly that Gezin took too long to return to his fortress. Gezin holds the handle of his weapon, with trembling hands of pure fury upon seeing his massacred family. The Lord yells, crazed with hatred, demanding to know what madness that knight did in the castle. Karamov declares that Gezin was accused of treason, and by imperial order the entire Aitz lineage will be extinguished. The ruler shouts, saying that it is nothing more than a dirty excuse for a cowardly purge. Gezin leaps, raising his war axe with all his might to crush the imperial knight. Karamov blocks the attack with extreme ease and orders them to blow the war trumpet. Wielding his magical Danis steel sword, he commands the total massacre of everyone in the territory. The soldier blows the war instrument, echoing the attack signal through the entire flaming valley. The mercenaries advance bloodthirsty, celebrating the order to wipe that fiefdom off the map. The entire village is consumed by fire, while houses and families are destroyed without mercy. Cornered on the ground amidst the flames, Father Valbert is rendered by an armed imperial soldier. The mercenary mocks, demanding the location of the family's bastard, and prepares to behead the clergyman. The soldier raises the blade for the execution without noticing Johann emerging from the shadows right behind him. In a lightning move, Johann delivers a mortal cut, tearing through the invader's armor. The priest is in shock upon seeing the enemy fall, defeated in front of his terrified eyes. Johann wields his bloody sword, calling for the religious man in the middle of the burning chaos. The young man asks what happened, and Valbert explains that the army started massacring the villagers. The priest fears in panic, saying that Lord Gezin probably already had the same terrible fate. Johann widens his eyes, surprised upon considering the possibility of his own father having been killed. Valberg warns that they intend to burn everything, and Johann hears a soft crying coming from nearby. The young man follows the sound of the sobs, recognizing that familiar voice in the middle of the hot smoke. He walks quickly through the burning rubble in the direction of the dark village alley. Johann finds little Dell huddled on the ground, crying desperately next to a body. The young man approaches, relieved to find her alive, and asks her to move away from the danger. The girl cries in tears, pointing to the corpse of her father, Robert, pierced by lethal arrows. Johann is paralyzed in shock before the lifeless body of the man who always welcomed him. He remembers Robert's happy moments with his daughter, and sadness takes over his chest. The young man looks around, seeing the village he knew completely transformed into a hell. He recalls the simple peasants and the families who used to smile through the village streets. Now all those innocents lie dead on the cold earth, victims of limitless cruelty. The memory of the laughter and toasts in the tavern echoes in his mind, contrasting with the destruction. The fire consumes the bodies of the residents, while ashes rise to the dark night sky. Johann clenches his teeth with overwhelming fury boiling inside his entire heart. The little girl grabs his arm, seeking shelter and comfort in the middle of that nightmare. Johann welcomes Dell with affection and asks her to stay with the priest for her own protection. He unsheathes the sword and marches, decided in the direction of the castle, while the clergyman tries to stop him. Valbert screams desperately, begging the young man to flee and save his own life from that massacre. Upon reaching the gates, Johann encounters the head of his father stuck on a bloody stake. The severed head of Lord Gezin remains, exposed next to the standard of the destroyed family. A wooden plaque warns that the Lord was executed for direct treason against the imperial crown. The statement signed by Karamav promises the death penalty for anyone who tries to touch the body. The guards at the top of the wall spot Johann and mock upon recognizing Gessen's bastard son. The mercenary mocks, finding it unbelievable that the boy returned only to die there. With a single violent sword cut, Johann splits the post and the warning sign into several pieces. The young man steps with contempt on the standard and the fallen wood remnants on the dirt. The soldiers are furious at the young man's audacity and prepare their weapons for the attack. The commander orders the immediate death of the nobleman, while Johann stares at him with a freezing look. Johann advances relentlessly, delivering a mortal blow that shatters the soldier into a sea of blood. Johann continues his furious advance, delivering fatal cuts to the soldiers who cross his path. One more mercenary is hit squarely by the devastating blow of the enraged young nobleman. The soldier screams in pain while falling to the ground, spitting blood under the sharp blade. Johann observes the flames consuming the entire fortress, while smoke rises through the dark night. He stands pensively, questioning why he is risking his own life by going to the castle. The young man knows that the priest is right, and that the most sensible thing would be to flee that terrible massacre. He remembers Karmav's absurd power and fears that invading the castle will result only in his death. Suddenly, a weak and trembling voice calls for Johann's name in the middle of the burning rubble. The young man finds Philip lying on the ground with his chest pierced by several lethal arrows. With his strength at the end, the firstborn asks with a weak voice why Johann decided to return there. Philip begs his younger brother to flee, warning that staying there will only bring about his own death. Coughing blood, he hands over his own helmet, saying he wanted to give a gift to the future lord. Philip closes his eyes, taking his last breath while Johann holds the helmet with a heavy look. The pain of loss hits the young nobleman's heart in the middle of that suffocating and somber silence. He remembers Kaegal's words, warning him to flee whenever the danger was too great. Johann knows that the enemy is an imperial knight, and that fleeing would be the most logical choice. However, he recalls the master's teaching about killing the adversary without hesitation if he is forced to fight. Making his final decision, Johann puts on the fallen brother's helmet, preparing his revenge. With complete armor and eyes shining through the helmet visor, he assumes an intimidating posture. Johann crosses the castle gates, walking with firm steps in the direction of the main room. The Imperial mercenaries spot the armored silhouette and become suspicious of that invader. The guards wonder who that strange warrior is and where the entrance sentinels are. Johann clenches his fist, concentrating all his fury, and calls for the legendary knight's name. With a devastating blow, he throws the guards into the air, ordering the commander to appear right then. The young man steps firmly on the blood-stained floor, ready for the decisive confrontation of his life. A murderous and overwhelming presence takes over Johann while he waits for the enemy leader. Karamov appears, walking in his golden armor, commenting that he heard of a surviving son. The Imperial Knight remembers the boy at the village entrance, asking if that really is Johann. Johann replies with coldness, saying that he is not in the mood for formal introductions. He tells the invader to consider him just a man deeply irritated by his atrocities. Karamov states that he would have survived if he had fled and mocks the little value the young man gives to life. The commander unsheathes his fearsome Danis steel sword with the magical runes shining in the metal. He wields the giant blade and invites the boy to die if he cares so much about combat. Johann roars in rage and charges, stating that ending him is exactly what he intends to do. The two warriors collide violently, generating an intense explosion of sparks in the air. They exchange deadly looks through the slits of their helmets, measuring strength in the middle of the clash. Johann moves with agility and delivers a quick blow, trying to open the adversary's guard. The blades clash again, spreading an intense glow through the room destroyed by flames. However, Johann's common sword does not withstand the pressure of the Danis steel and starts to break in half. Karamov takes advantage of the opening, delivering a wide cut that breaks the young nobleman's weapon for good. Johann leaps backward, dodging the blow in the last millisecond while the shards fly. He lands with firmness on the floor, ready to continue the duel, even unarmed of his sword. Karamov breaks into a sadistic smile under the helmet, thinking that combat is extremely fun. The knight delivers a sequence of quick attacks, tearing the air with his magical and swift blade. Johann dodges with extreme precision, passing millimeters from the Imperial warrior's deadly blade. The young man pulls combat daggers, adjusting his posture to respond to the attacks at the same speed. The two lock in a frantic duel of blows and dodges that lights up the whole room with light trails. Karamov raises the sword with both hands, applying total force to deliver a crushing blow. The Golden Warrior brings the heavy blade down, opening a deadly energy trail in the middle of the room. The impact of the blow cuts a stone pillar in half, causing Rebel to fall from the ceiling. Karamov breaks into a sadistic smile under the helmet, saying that combat is becoming very fun. He finds the battle even more exciting, facing the best warriors he has ever known. Johann doesn't waste time and leaps through the air surrounded by the hot smoke of the castle flames. The young warrior falls with everything in the direction of the adversary, ready to deliver one more mortal attack. Johann drops at high speed while Karamov gets even more excited about the bold investment. The Imperial Knight laughs, asking the boy to continue entertaining his bloodlust. Taken by the fury of seeing his family dead, Johann curses the enemy with all the hatred of his chest. The boy holds the blade with both hands and brings down a frontal blow, loaded with pure energy. Karamov raises his Danis steel sword with tranquility to intercept the nobleman's attack. The violent shock between the two weapons generates a colossal rumble, spreading brilliant sparks through the air. The pressure of the blow pushes both combatants, while the blades continue colliding with full force. Karamov is dragged backward by the impact, becoming surprised by the absurd weight of that blow. The two warriors stare at each other in silence, maintaining a high guard in the middle of the destroyed room. Upon looking at his own hand, Karamov goes into shock upon noticing that his impenetrable armor was cracked. The commander trembles with rage and disbelief, unable to accept the damage he just suffered. Johann maintains a firm posture, holding the handle with bandaged hands and a focused look. Karamov widens his eyes, thinking that it would be impossible for a mere human to break Danis steel. Johann advances furiously, while the knight tries to understand the true identity of that boy. Two return to exchanging fierce attacks in a frantic rhythm, lighting up the whole room with sparks. Karamov never saw such monstrous power, but tries to find a weakness in the young man's style. The swords collide with maximum violence, making the air around vibrate with the intensity of the shock. Johann delivers heavy cuts, trying at any cost to pierce the adversary's armored defense. Karamov blocks the blows, deducing that the boy fights only with brute force and without refined technique. Confident in the boy's lack of technique, the knight prepares an accurate counterattack to finish. Karamov's blade grazes Johann, breaking part of the iron helmet covering his face. Karamov celebrates, thinking the boy was too naive not to know how to defend a basic thrust. The commander thinks Johann uses only savage instinct and never learned swordsmanship from Father Gessen. Realizing the young man is still dangerous, Karamov decides to end that fight as quickly as possible. He waits patiently for the next clumsy swing of the sword to counterattack and kill. The weapons cross one more time in a deadly stalemate in front of the burning flames of the fortress. Karamov deflects Johann's blade, opening a perfect opening to deliver the final cut. The knight rips off Johann's helmet with a blow, saying he will sever the brat's head. Karamov roars, telling the young man to come with everything, but Johann changes his posture, displaying a sinister look. The imperial warrior gets scared upon noticing a sudden and scary change in the boy's demeanor. Johann slides under the knight's guard, fitting in a quick and unpredictable movement. The deadly aura of the serpent emerges in Johann's attack, revealing the legendary technique of Kaegal. In a lightning blow, the young man hits Karamov's defense with lethal precision and speed. The devastating impact hits the armored knight, letting out an absurd explosion of energy and light. Karamov has no time to react before the perfect combination of deadly assassin techniques. The powerful imperial knight bellows in agony upon feeling the critical damage tearing his impenetrable defenses. Through the helmet slit, Karamov sees, terrified, Johann's fist coming with everything in the direction of his face. Johann delivers a devastating punch, concentrating all his monstrous strength in the rival's head. The crushing blow connects squarely, throwing a colossal shockwave through the ruined room. Karamov's golden helmet shatters violently, spreading blood and metal pieces across the floor. The imperial warrior roars in pure pain, while blood gushes from his seriously wounded face. The blade falls to the brick floor, marking the end of that devastating and accurate attack. Karamov staggers dazed, holding his bruised face, unable to believe what occurred. With his look seized by shock, the knight spits blood, realizing the gravity of his state. Karamov recognizes, terrified, Kaegal's swordsmanship and notes that Johann hid his true abilities. The fearsome warrior laments bitterly for having lowered his guard, while Johann glares at him relentlessly. Karamov coughs blood stop after having his armor completely destroyed by the blow. The blood runs down the stone floor, showing the critical state of the imperial warrior. The knight falls to his knees coughing, while Johann remains standing in front of him. Johann glares at the fallen enemy with an extremely serious and intimidating look. Karamov tries to lean on his own sword, to not collapse completely to the floor. Johann asks furiously for what reason that man committed so many atrocities. The warrior replies that he did everything, just for the will and glory of his emperor. Karamov states that the empire is in danger and needed to be put in line. He says with pride that he is the imperial sword itself sent for that mission. The commander coughs blood while Johann continues listening to his explanations. Suddenly, Karamov starts laughing, saying he is impressed by the boy's power. He reveals that he fought for decades, but never met anyone as strong as Johann. The knight then makes a direct proposal, calling the boy to go with him to the empire. He guarantees that the emperor urgently needs a great talent like his. Karamov promises that the empire will grant him endless wealth and fertile lands. He describes a glorious future ruling a vast territory as a great lord. The warrior adds that the emperor himself will name him knight personally. He extends his hand, inviting Johann to become the ruler's new sword. Johann remains in absolute silence, hearing all that tempting offer. The young man reflects to himself, finding that promise of endless fortune strange. He realizes that that rich life was always his dream, but now he feels nothing for it. Johann then raises his head and refuses the proposal with total firmness and coldness. Karamov widens his eyes in shock, unable to understand the boy's reply. Johann gets furious, saying he does not accept whoever killed his brother and innocent peasants. The knight is indignant upon hearing that the refusal is because of simple peasants. He asks, incredulous, if Johann rejected wealth because of valueless commoners. Taken by fury, Karamov clenches his teeth, completely revolted at the audacity. The warrior yells crazy, saying that commoners are just weak worms made to be killed. He shouts crazed, saying that the weak spill blood for the strong to drink. Johann makes a face, demonstrating he has no patience for that speech. In thought, Johann apologizes to his master for disobeying his rules. He decides to use all his power without holding back absolutely anything in the next blow. Johann charges, delivering a punch at high speed against the adversary. The destructive fist of the boy advances, straight in the direction of the knight's face. A colossal wave of purple energy explodes, hitting the enemy with brutal violence. The impact crushes Karamov against the floor, generating incandescent sparks through the room. Johann observes his bandaged hand, stained with blood after finishing the combat. The young warrior remains standing over the fallen and defeated body of the commander. Johann maintains his somber look illuminated by the burning flames of destruction. Fallen and agonizing, Karamov calls the boy a fool for making that decision. The man raises a trembling hand, saying he should have accepted the great chance. Karamov warns that destroying the emperor's sword will bring consequences without return. He decrees that Johann's life will be full of pain and suffering from then on. Johann just listens to the warning with coldness without showing any regret. Karamov's hand falls inert on the floor, marking the death of the legendary imperial knight. Johann reflects that he always sought only money to survive a cruel world. However, upon seeing the blood on his hands, he understands that certain things have more value. He remembers his family and innocent neighbors who are cruelly massacred there. Johann accepts to set the whole world against himself to do what he considers right. Even if everyone calls him a fool, he swears he will never regret his choice. Johann states with conviction that that is his true way of living. The knight advances silently over the high stone gates of the fortress. The elf commander Jane stops in front of the soldiers, demanding immediate answers. She asks, infuriated, if the unbelievable report of that guard is the pure truth. The soldier, all bandaged, swears in panic that he is telling the purest truth. He reports, terrified, that the young man invaded the castle and beat all the guards. The guard states in shock that the young man ripped Karamov's head off with his hands. He says, trembling with fear, that that was the last time they saw the commander alive. Jane points to the empty floor, questioning where the knight's body ended up. She shouts, indignant, saying she cannot believe in such madness without any proof. The soldier insists, yelling, saying he has absolute certainty of what he witnessed. Informed that the troops are ready, the elf leader prepares to hunt the invader. Johann runs swiftly through the dark forest, trying to escape his pursuers. Jane passes the attack orders to the entire platoon of heavily armed soldiers. She orders, yelling that they hunt and kill Johann Aitz without any hesitation. The young man continues his hasty escape, stepping firmly on the forest vegetation. The commander declares to the men that the young man is the main suspect of killing Karamov. Johann carries the heavy body of the steel knight on his back during his escape. The elf demands furiously that her soldiers bring the fugitive back at any cost. Johann is surprised by armed mercenaries trying to surround his passage. One of the soldiers screams in pain upon being hit with extreme violence in the middle of the woods. Jane warns the troop not to fight alone because that human has the strength of a dragon. She orders to close all escape routes to tire the boy until total exhaustion. The mercenaries are terrified, whispering among themselves about the death of the imperial leader. Jane glares at the darkness with a somber look, totally focused on her mission. She swears she will bring the head of that bastard directly to the emperor's feet. Johann remembers Philip's last words, indicating the secret stable. His brother had begged him to take a horse and survive at any cost. Johann finally spots the stable in the clearing, feeling great relief in his chest. The young man looks back, panting with several arrows stuck in his armor. He thinks he hid the corpse to create confusion, but the pursuit was very fast. Johann decides to keep the armored body on his back to continue using it as a shield. Gathering his last strength, he advances limping in the direction of the wooden cabin door. The stable door creaks in the silence of the night while the young man enters the cabin. Johann encounters the imposing and powerful warhorse of the old patriarch. The young man caresses the animal, thanking him moved by the help left by his brother. He realizes with relief that he will be able to rest a little, mounted on that beautiful horse. Johann breaks into a gentle smile, thinking about what name he will give to his new companion. The beautiful warhorse neighs softly, staring at the young nobleman in the eyes. Johann decides to baptize the mount with the name of Philip in honor of his brother. In the surroundings, a mercenary screams, warning that he saw the shine of the Danis steel in the woods. The troop closes the siege in the forest, having certainty that the fugitive is very close. The crossbowman is startled upon hearing a fast sound of hooves echoing on the dirt. Suddenly, Johann emerges, breaking the vegetation at high speed, mounted on a horse. The young man shoots off in flight with a focused look and totally determined to escape. The guard yells desperate, alerting that Johann is fleeing mounted on a horse. The mount runs in a dash along the dark trail, opening a path among the trees. The leader of the mercenaries orders furiously that his men shoot to kill right then. Several shooters fire their crossbow bolts at the same time against the fugitive. The projectiles hit Karamob's golden armor, which serves as a shield for Johann. Johann rides swiftly under the light of the full moon, crossing the dense woods. He spends the entire night galloping to shake off his pursuers for good. The young man finally reaches the mysterious depths of the Black Forest. Very exhausted, he decides to stop to bury the body of the Imperial Knight. Johann observes the fallen warrior, thinking about the value of all that equipment. He admits that the golden armor seems to be worth a true fortune in gold. The young man holds the hilt of the adversary's legendary Danis steel sword. Johann notices with surprise that the weapon is incredibly light, resistant, and solid. Upon unshaving the sword, he notices ancient inscriptions engraved in the metal. The young man is curious upon noticing that the marks belong to the ancient imperial script. The inscription reveals that that sword has the mission of hunting down coats of arms of nobility. Johann feels a chill, thinking that that blade is like a natural enemy. He decides to take the sword with him and bury the armor along with the corpse. Even lamenting the loss of money, he promises himself to return later to search. With a shovel in his hands, the young man starts to dig the grave in the cold forest dirt. He finishes burying the mortal remains and the heavy armored equipment. Johann leans on the shovel, feeling all the fatigue accumulate in his bruised body. With trembling hands, he wonders if that grave will be enough to hide everything. The young man glares at the knight, remembering Karamob's title of Imperial Knight. He knows that the entire empire and many nobles will come to hunt him down to avenge the death. Johann remembers the enemy's warning about living a life full of suffering. He closes his eyes, thinking that his life was always full of pain since the beginning. Without a single coin in his pocket, he worries without knowing what he will do to survive. A terrifying Groll emerges in the shadows with red eyes glowing in the dark. Johann turns immediately on guard, wielding the blade with a lot of tension. The fearsome black wolf reappears in front of the young man, emanating threatening energy. Johann curses furiously for running into the monster right when he is exhausted. The gigantic beast growls, showing sharp fangs in the middle of the darkness. Almost without strength in his hands, the young man knows he doesn't have the slightest chance in combat now. He starts to retreat slowly, trying to reach his horse to manage to escape. But suddenly, screams of soldiers echo in the woods, warning that they found the mount. The mercenaries surround the animal and celebrate, believing the target is very close. Johann gets scared upon realizing that the Imperial troops already managed to reach him. The elf soldier points in the direction of the woods, warning he heard a suspicious noise. The shooters prepare the crossbows, pointing the weapons directly at the clearing. Johann clenches his teeth, desperate upon realizing he has become completely cornered. He sees himself trapped between the mortal beast in front of him and the armed army right behind. Without any escape route, the young man widens his eyes, fearing that that is his end. However, suddenly the giant wolf leaps, passing straight over Johann's head. The monstrous beast attacks the mercenaries with extreme violence, tearing the troops apart. The soldiers go into total panic, yelling for help before the brutal attack of the monster. Johann is stunned, not understanding for what reason the creature ignored his presence in the clearing. He soon understands that the creature opened a perfect route for his desperate escape. The young man clenches his teeth, knowing he needs to run at that instant to not die. Johann lets out a scream, gathering all his strength to fire at maximum speed. He runs through the middle of the chaos, taking advantage of the distraction generated by the monster's attack. The young man mounts with agility on the horse, pulling the reins to escape that hell. The steed shoots swiftly through the woods, leaving behind the massacre of the soldiers. Johann remembers the moments of peace in which he studied calmly with the priest. Determined to find a new direction, he follows, riding in the direction of the unknown. Johann remembers the simple moments of his childhood in the village. He follows, riding at high speed with a focused look. The memories of the hard training with his late brother return to his mind. He recalls the hunts for wolves and the smiles of the villagers of the village. A discreet tear runs down his face upon remembering his homeland. The image of Philip handing over the armor marks his goodbye to the past. Johann says a final goodbye to the village of Aitz, totally destroyed by fire. The imperial mercenaries lie defeated and lifeless through the dark woods. The fearsome black wolf remains imposing in the middle of the silent clearing. The beast raises its head, howling at the starry sky under the night breeze. With its red eyes shining in the shadows, the monster ends this cycle. 3 days later, John spots a new guard post watching the road. The young man notices with irritation that all exits have been totally blocked. Exhausted and without eating properly, he falls sitting beside his warhorse. He remembers the relentless pursuit of the mercenaries for the last 3 days. Johann lost count of how many times he almost died fighting against the troops. Totally exhausted, he notes that he hardly has strength to raise his own sword. He fears being captured and executed without having any way to break that mortal siege. Suddenly, noises of steps and wheels call the young man's attention in the woods. Johann spots a merchant caravan escorted by several armed men. A great idea emerges in his mind to try to cross that guard post. He plans to mix with the merchants to pass unnoticed by the guards. The wooden carriage follows, rattling calmly along the dirt path. It is Eldon's, the experienced feline leader of the famous Counter Company. The eye-patch guard warns the merchant about a knight right ahead. Eldon's is startled upon seeing a heavily armed warrior blocking the passage. The mercenary Can suggests with firmness that everyone prepare for combat. The young soldier Gamson mocks, finding it easy to defeat a knight alone. The leader Garan orders the novice to look carefully at the armored warrior. He notices that the mysterious man wears complete battle armor. Can points to the knight's waist, drawing attention to the rare blade. He warns that the sword is of Danis steel and will cut any armor in half. The veterans fear being decimated in case they face that warrior head-on. Irritated by the novice's nonsense, Can orders them to take the boy from his front. The other soldiers pull the boy, ordering him to shut his mouth to not get in the way. Eldon's orders the troops to remain alert while he goes to talk personally. The feline merchant warns he will give the signal in case they need to attack all together. The mercenaries confirm the order, ready to act at the slightest sign of danger. Eldon's gets down from the carriage and walks slowly to the imposing knight. Can instructs the men to throw the target from the horse if the combat starts. Eldon's introduces himself cordially and asks the young man's name to avoid confusion. Johann is surprised upon noticing that he is talking to a real catman. He notices the armed mercenaries in the background, ready to attack at any moment. Trying to calm the spirits, Johann makes an educated greeting in the name of the gods. He says his name and invents that he was attacked by bandits to decrease the tension. Johann asks gently to warn the nervous guards not to attack him. Eldon's bursts into laughter and apologizes, explaining that merchants are cautious. Johann understands the caution and decides to make a direct request to the feline merchant. He asks if he can travel along with the group, alleging to have lost all his money. The young man offers his services as a guard in exchange only for food and shelter on the trip. The young man offers his services as a guard in exchange only for food and shelter during the journey. Eldens accepts the proposal and allows the knight to travel with his caravan. The merchant informs him that they are heading to Marseille and tells the young man to speak with the escort team. The protagonist thanks him politely while trying to figure out where that city is located. The mercenaries question the situation and receive orders to keep a close watch on the newcomer. Eldens whispers to kill the traveler without hesitation if anything suspicious happens. The mercenaries immediately agree to the caravan leader's dark command. The young man hopes to pass through the checkpoint without drawing any attention. The caravan continues moving along the dirt road as the sun sets. The guards at the outpost spot the procession approaching from down the road. The guard orders the group to stop so they can perform a quick inspection of the convoy. The protagonist feels tense seeing that they have finally reached the military blockade. Eldens introduces himself as a member of the Katana Company and demands to speak with the leader. The guard is startled upon hearing the name of the renowned trading firm from Marseille. The guard explains that they are merely searching for a trader who is a fugitive from the Empire. The protagonist panics upon realizing that the blockade was set up for him. The guard orders the young man to remove his helmet to show his face to everyone. The young man fakes a cough and makes up an excuse about having a contagious skin condition. The guards mock his excuse and continue insisting that he reveal himself. The guard grows suspicious of the young man's hesitation and asks what he is hiding. The protagonist feels sweat dripping down as the pressure on him only increases. The guard stares fixedly at the young man, waiting for any suspicious movement. The warrior grips his sword, ready to fight for his life if he is discovered. Eldens shouts furiously, interrupting the confrontation before it can begin. The merchant reprimands the guards for daring to suspect his prestigious firm. He threatens to file a direct complaint with the captain if they continue to interfere. The merchant guarantees that he will take the complaint personally to the Marseille branch. Pressed by the threat, the guard backs down and orders the way to be cleared for them. The soldiers clear the path, frustrated, as the group begins to move forward. The guard says he got lucky, while the young man breathes a sigh of relief for getting through. The protagonist celebrates in silence for finally escaping that territory. The procession continues their journey along the quiet road as night approaches. The sentinels continue to watch the path as darkness takes over the area. Night falls completely, and the members of the group organize their equipment. The mercenaries decide who will take the night watch around the campfire. Eldens takes advantage of the calm at the campsite to check some documents. A companion informs Johann that he has no tasks and can go get some rest. The young man thanks him with a relieved smile, happy to finally have a moment of peace. He sets up his sleeping bag on the ground, eager to relax his tired body. Johann lies down on the ground, thinking about how difficult it'd been and to get some decent rest. The young man falls asleep near the fire without letting go of his sword as a precaution. A mysterious presence emerges from the shadows of the forest, watching the camp. The intruder lurks among the trees with a wicked smile, ready for the attack. The enemy leader orders everyone to stand by to ambush the travelers. Their plan is to surround the camp from the top of the hill and attack with full force. In a flashback, an army sergeant is called before the troops. The report highlights his flawless tactical defense against a larger military force. The young man had led just a few soldiers and outperformed an entire company during training. Sergeant Kim Yohan became a true example of tactical excellence. The commander praises his brilliant performance and grants him days off as a reward. Kim Yohan salutes with pride as he receives the honor from his superiors. Back then, he even thought he was well suited for military life because he understood strategy. However, the authoritarian routine and the heavy guard shifts were unbearable. The worst part was the tiny salary, which made him desperately want to run away. Suddenly, he wakes up startled in the middle of the night, feeling in imminent danger. The young man realizes with relief that those memories of the army were just a nightmare. He tries to stand up, feeling his entire body aching from the terrible night of sleep. At that moment, a strange noise cuts through the silence of the darkness all around him. A rain of arrows suddenly falls from the sky toward the campsite. The warrior reacts with extreme speed and catches one of the arrows in mid-air. His eyes widen as he sees the tip of the arrow right before his face. Johann holds the projectile, shocked by the speed of that surprise attack. He wonders if the Imperial soldiers managed to track his route. The young man draws his sword and runs to warn the others about the ambush. Johann shouts desperately, alerting the entire camp about the invasion. A few minutes before the alert, the lookouts were chatting in the dead of night. Ganson complains about having to stand guard while the rookie knight sleeps. Khan tells the youngster to shut his mouth and pay attention to the surroundings of the forest. The veteran explains that it would be madness to entrust their safety to a stranger. He warns that acting without thinking twice is the quickest way to die. The veteran focuses his gaze on the dark woods, feeling that something is not right. Gamzin retorts, saying he became a mercenary to be a real man. The youngster mocks him, saying he wouldn't have joined a band of cowards. Khan becomes furious at the rookie's insolence and finally loses his patience. The warrior draws his weapon, ready to teach the boy a severe lesson. Johann's warning shout echoes through the forest, startling the two sentinels. Several arrows begin to fall mercilessly upon the pair of lookouts. Khan pushes his companion to the ground and uses his own shield to protect him. The veteran lifts his head, noticing that the barrage of arrows has finally stopped. He tells Gamson to get up quickly to help defend the rest of the group. The youngster falls into total despair and runs away, weeping through the woods. Khan curses the coward while trying to reorganize the defense of the procession. Another mercenary appears, relieved to see that his companion survived the attack. Khan interrupts the conversation, worried, and asks if the caravan leader is okay. Eldens is trembling with terror, hiding under the supply wagon. Johann arrives running and orders them to set up a circular defensive formation. He argues that they need to protect the wagon from attacks coming from all sides. The mercenaries look at the youngster with mockery and ask since when he is in charge. Khan warns him sharply that they know how to fight and tells the outsider to take care of himself. Johann is devastated to see that they rejected his basic military strategy. The warriors pick up their shields and prepare to face the invaders. Johann tries to ask to borrow a shield to help contain the enemy advance. Eldens shouts from the wagon, denying help and telling him to manage on his own. The protagonist laments, frustrated that no one there trusts his capabilities. A violent group of armed bandits emerges from the shadows, shouting furiously. Johann notices the look of the enemies and realizes they are just local looters. Khan gives the combat order and sends all his men forward. The mercenaries break formation and charge at the criminals. Johann despairs, seeing that they left the wagon and the merchant unprotected. The two front lines collide abruptly, with blades sparking in the darkness. The bandits use their numerical advantage to pressure the mercenary escort. Gorn shouts desperately for his men not to retreat under any circumstances. One of the bandits lands a violent blow and knocks the captain to the ground. Khan screams in panic, seeing the mercenary leader being subdued. The enemy lifts his dagger, ready to deliver the final blow to Goron. Johann charges furiously to prevent the mercenary's immediate death. The youngster delivers a devastating blow, wrapped in pure reddish energy. The bandit is paralyzed with shock upon feeling the force of the lethal strike. The other invaders fall into total shock in the face of the devastating attack. Goran observes, perplexed, from behind his shield while his opponent is cut in half. Johann is impressed by how easily his blade cut through the target. The runes etched into the sword begin to glow intensely with blood. The bandit trembles with terror, seeing that the mysterious weapon is absorbing blood. The criminals shout in despair, recognizing a demonic blade. Johann stares at the band with a scary look that freezes the enemies. The youngster takes advantage of the tension and lies, saying he is a nobleman from a great family. The mercenaries are open-mouthed, thinking they have been traveling with a nobleman. Johann enjoys it on the inside, seeing that his improvised bluff worked perfectly. The bandits panic, fearing they will be punished for attacking the nobility. The youngster wields the shining blade and returns to pressure the invaders. He points his sharp sword, demanding the immediate surrender of everyone there. Johann asks in a threatening tone if they would rather die, sliced by the weapon. The invaders look at each other, terrified, without any courage to continue. The man sighs in defeat, realizing there is no way out against that power. The sound of a sword falling to the ground echoes through the darkness of the woods. The rest of the criminals throw their weapons aside, accepting their defeat. The entire band surrenders, raising their hands to beg for mercy. Johann orders Goran and his men to tie up all the prisoners. He warns coldly that anyone who resists will be executed on the spot. The youngster crosses his arms and asks the merchant what they will do now. Eldons and Grarn whisper, worried about the terrible treatment they gave the nobleman. The merchant tells the mercenary to be quiet while he tries to calm things down. Eldons approaches, fawning over the youngster and thanking him with all the respect in the world. The merchant tries to offer rewards, regretful for having denied a simple shield. Johann is kind and says he is just relieved to see everyone safe. Eldons widens his eyes, unable to believe in the boy's humility and nobility. An awkward silence hangs in the air under the starry sky of the early morning. The youngster smiles and asks, in a friendly way, for him to lend a shield next time. Eldons agrees immediately, relieved for not having been reprimanded by the nobleman. Johann warns that he intends to interrogate the prisoners and asks for the escort's help. Goran asks respectfully for the supposed nobleman to speak with them without formalities. The mercenaries kick and push the captured leader into Johann's presence. The prisoner falls to his knees on the ground with his hands tightly bound. Johann questions the group's identity and the reason for the attack directly. The man reveals that they are private soldiers, survivors of the Blitz family. He tells them they were accused of treason and unjustly massacred by the Empire. The prisoner reports that their territory was destroyed by the wolves of Aquitania. They were defeated after the arrival of the terrible executor of nobles. The mercenaries recognize the dark legend of the man feared throughout the kingdom. Johann remains alert upon hearing about the emperor's personal hunting dog. The man presses his head to the ground, begging for forgiveness for attacking a noble figure. The prisoner cries, telling how they were chased by the army and called traitors. The man admits that becoming a bandit is wrong, but says they needed to survive. Johann asks coldly if there was another reason behind that attack. The captive reveals that they were looking for the valuable secret letter of the Merchants Guild. Eldons becomes furious, saying that the delivery of those letters is a matter of commercial honor. The mercenaries hold the merchant back while trying to calm his anger. Johann reflects on how Karamaf's words fit into that massacre. The youngster grinds his teeth upon finally understanding the entire imperial farce. He concludes that the emperor forged the betrayals only to purge the region's nobles. The young man rebels when remembering the man who acted as an executioner in the name of the empire. Johann realizes that those surrendered soldiers are victims of power, just like him. Even so, the youngster is in doubt about what fate to give those criminals. Khan asks Johann what to do and suggests using force to get more answers. Johann states firmly that he has already gotten all the necessary answers. Gamson appears with a clod, willing to beat the surrendered prisoners. Khan intervenes quickly and blocks the boy's weapon with his own blade. The veteran stands in front of the prisoner, preventing the young mercenary's cowardice. Gamson becomes annoyed and asks, surprised, why he was prevented from attacking. Khan reprimands the boy for trying to assault men who had already surrendered to a knight. The youngster swallows his pride and walks away, muttering in silence. The prisoners cry at the warrior's feet, swearing never to commit crimes again. Surrendered men tremble with cold and terror, awaiting the knight's final judgment. Khan makes himself available to Johann to execute them all without hesitation. Johann surprises everyone by ordering them to just disarm and release the captives. The prisoners widen their eyes, moved by the unexpected mercy. Gamson complains indignantly, unable to understand the reason for letting the bandits live. Johann assumes an imposing posture and begins to give a serious lecture to the group. The youngster says he understands their difficulties, but condemns robbing merchants. He rails, saying that even he had to struggle to learn how to survive. Eldens is stunned to hear the absurd idea of a nobleman learning a common trade. Goran lets out a mocking laugh, remembering that he works honestly for a good salary. Johann orders the surrendered men to find a decent job to support their lives. The soldiers thank him deeply, with their heads pressed to the earth before leaving. The youngster hurries the procession to continue their journey before new problems arise. A dark creature with red eyes stalks the road from the top of the forest. The monstrous beast watches the region fixedly, emanating a sinister energy. The group decides to take a break in the small village of Rutspik before following to Marcel. The village chief is notified about the arrival of the merchant Eldens. The elderly gentleman walks calmly outside to receive the travelers. Eldens opens a warm smile upon meeting the village leader again after months. The chief extends his arms, excited, and asks how the trip there went. The merchant vents about the bandits and curses the emperor's madness. The old man tells him to shut his mouth, but Eldens just laughs, relieved that they are safe. The feline brags, saying that they were escorted by an extremely strong nobleman. The village chief puts his hand on his chin, suspicious of that story of nobility. He remembers that he expelled an impostor from the village with clubs weeks ago. Eldens bursts out laughing, seeing that his elderly friend's stubbornness remains the same. The merchant guarantees that the young warrior is someone very honorable and trustworthy. The chief is incredulous to learn that a nobleman helped the caravan without charging anything. The elder thinks that the presence of such a strong knight will be useful for the village. Back then, official knights were strong enough to defeat entire groups. The chief gets excited and invites the group to stay for weeks in the village to keep the bandits away. The two old friends laugh together while negotiating their stay in the village. Eldens realizes the chief's intention and fears that he wants to steal his noble protector. The elder laughs and asks, curious, where the young warrior is right now. Meanwhile, the young knight is sitting alone in the street, looking like a loser. Johann is sprawled on the ground, dying of hunger, and without a single cent in his pocket. One of the mercenaries approaches politely to speak with the supposed nobleman. The warrior extends a bulky sack and asks Johann to accept the package. The youngster opens the bag and almost cries for joy upon seeing a large amount of coins. The mercenary explains that he sold the belongings and weapons left by the bandits. Johann asks, surprised, if the other members of the escort have already received their share. The youngster looks thoughtfully at the money, analyzing the group's financial situation. Johann surprises the man by returning most of the amount to the troop. The mercenary hesitates, shocked, saying that the merit of the victory was totally the nobleman's. Johann shows that he only took 3 coins, leaving the warrior perplexed. The protagonist laughs on the outside while crying from the pain of giving up the cash. He knows that winning the escort's loyalty is crucial for his survival. Johann puts his hand on his ally's shoulder, saying that everyone fought together as a team. The youngster smiles confident, believing that this gesture will guarantee everyone's respect. The young man says goodbye with a casual wave and keeps walking through the village. The mercenary is deeply moved by the boy's nobility and humility. The man gathers the squadron in the hall and warns that he has an important announcement to make. He reveals, excited, that Johann decided to share the profits from the loot with the troop. The warriors are left open-mouthed, unable to believe the knight's generosity. The procession explodes in shouts of joy, celebrating the unexpected payment. The mercenaries begin to cheer Johann's name in a sign of deep gratitude. Night deepens, and a cozy inn appears in the center of the village. Johann sleeps peacefully in a soft bed, hugging his magic sword. Suddenly, the bedroom door begins to open slowly in the darkness. A hooded intruder enters the quiet room on tiptoe. The youngster remains in a deep sleep without noticing the deadly presence next to his bed. The assassin's eyes glow red as he stares at his vulnerable target. The man lifts a sharp dagger, ready to pierce Johann's neck. Moments earlier, the money from the looting was being distributed among the allies. The mercenaries jumped for joy upon receiving the prize coins. Johann walked away satisfied, hearing the troop's celebration shouts in the distance. The youngster smiled, content for having kept the most valuable coin and still gaining fame. The inn owner approaches, asking if he is the famous Sir Johann. The little old man opens a toothless smile upon confirming the identity of the noble guest. He informs him that Eldon's has already paid for the best room in the house and invites the young man to enter. Johann is happy to realize that the merchant reciprocated his help with comfort. The youngster accepts the invitation and asks to be guided to his luxurious room. Meanwhile, in the hall, Gamson complains loudly about having been left without a single penny. His colleague warns that whoever flees from battle like a coward does not deserve a reward. Gamson bites his teeth in pure anger for having been excluded from the share. The boy looks out the window and, suddenly, his eyes widen at a sight. He observes Johann being escorted to the best room of the inn. The youngster focuses his attention on the valuable purple sword strapped to the knight's waist. Gamson opens a wicked smile, architecting a perverse plan to steal the blade. The inn sign swings gently under the dark sky of the early morning. Johann relaxes his tired body in a bathtub full of nice warm water. The youngster sinks his face into the water, enjoying every second of that rest. A good meal in a soft bed seemed like the greatest luxury in the world to him. He reflects on how painful it was to wander aimlessly and homeless through the fields. Before the tragedy, he thought his noble life was difficult, without imagining what would come. The mad emperor had destroyed his home with merciless fury. Countless noble and innocent families were massacred in that purge. Johann sighs with relief for at least having come out alive from that hell. The young man wonders if he should have accepted Karamaf's dangerous offer. He knows that if he is captured by the Imperial Army, he will be executed without forgiveness. The youngster places his hand on his chin, looking for a new way to protect himself. He remembers how the soldiers feared Eldon's influence at the checkpoint. Those mercenaries were not afraid of the merchant, but rather the company behind him. Respect came from the immense power of the Katana Trading Company. Johann remembers childhood lessons about how corporations work. Large trading networks share resources and information beyond borders. The most powerful companies manage to manipulate entire armies and rulers. The warrior concludes that he needs to ally himself with a guild to escape the empire. He decides to leave the plans for later and gets out of the water to rest. The silent night wraps around the village as the wind blows over the signs. Johann sleeps deeply in the bed, with his hand resting on his blade. The bedroom door opens slowly, revealing a sneaky shadow. The young warrior seems not to notice the silent invasion in the room. The hooded thief extends his hand to grab the valuable weapon. The man lifts the sharp dagger, ready to deliver a fatal blow. The moment he touches the handle, the intruder is surprised. Johann firmly grips the man's wrist, asking if they never get tired of bothering him. The intruder widens his eyes with terror to see that the target was awake. Johann rises from the shadows, demanding that the man answer his questions. The knight stares at the intruder, asking if he is another of Karamaf's henchmen. The bandit tries to break free and attacks desperately with the dagger. Johann throws the subject with violence, breaking the door of the hallway. The man spits blood on the floor with his face completely disfigured. The thief tries to crawl away, terrified, seeing Johann approaching. The intruder screams for help, realizing too late that he messed with a monster. A few minutes earlier, the old innkeeper was snoring heavily at the counter. Gamson and a village resident were going up the stairs on their tiptoes. The accomplice asks, unsure, if it was a good idea to send that man. Gamson guarantees that Vulin is the strongest fighter in the village and will not fail. Meanwhile, in the stable, another crony tries to tame the war horse. The man mounts the stallion, trying to calm him down to flee in the dead of night. In the hallway, the accomplice questions if the knight's sword is worth that much. Gamson asks if he has ever seen a weapon cut a person in two easily. He states that a sword with such power is worth a true fortune. The boy says the warrior is nothing without the weapon. When a thud echoes, the duo peeks through the hallway, surprised to hear the groans of pain from their crony. They see Vulin fallen bloodied, while glowing eyes appear in the dark. The thief screams in despair, being pulled violently into the room. Gamson is paralyzed with pure terror upon witnessing that terrifying scene. Pra holds the scared accomplice on the stairs, wanting to know what is happening there. Gamson bellows in despair, telling his colleague to run if he wants to stay alive. The youngster flees in tears, feeling that the situation has gone completely wrong. The innkeeper wakes up confused and questions what madness that duo is doing. Outside the inn, Pell waits patiently with the getaway horses. The accomplice looks back upon hearing the hurried steps coming from the hallway. Gamson appears running and shouts, telling his colleague to shut up and get in the saddle. Pell is confused by all that uproar and asks where Vulin got to. Gamson bellows enraged, saying that his crony must already be dead by that time. The youngster gets on the horse and orders everyone to flee immediately from there. Gamson attacks his colleague in a panic, fearing that monstrous noblemen will reach them. A violent explosion of pure reddish energy bursts through the upper wall. The thieves look back and are paralyzed with terror at the boom. Johann jumps through the destroyed hole, falling from the sky with blades in hand. The knight stares at the fugitives with a bloodthirsty look in the middle of the night. On the outskirts of the empire, a dark tree displays several hanged bodies. Imperial soldiers nail a wooden board to serve as a public warning. The guards finish the job, checking if the post is firm in the soil. The sign warns that anyone who robs nobles will be executed by hanging. The notice bears the official signature of the feared Emperor Kerdirian Bizalfurk. One of the sentinels asks what that family stole to deserve the gallows. The companion reveals, shocked, that they took just a chicken and 3 eggs. The guard widens his eyes, unable to believe they all died for such a banal reason. The lifeless bodies swing from the tree under the Emperor's merciless law. In another inn, the sign of a mud swings under the moonlight. Eldons takes advantage of a moment of peace to savor a fish with his tea. The feline drinks the cup calmly, enjoying the taste of the hot drink. A servant enters, hurried, and warns that a big problem just broke out. Upon learning that Gamson tried to steal from Sir Johann, the merchant spits everything out of shock. Eldons jumps from his chair, bellowing, unable to believe in such stupidity from the mercenary. The merchant laments, for he intended to fawn over the warrior until they reached Marcel. The cat man places his hand on his chin, pondering a quick way out of the crisis. He orders the rebel to be captured on the spot and to pretend they never had anything to do with it. The lackey is impressed by the coldness with which his lord deals with problems. Eldons tries to calm his heart, remembering everything he overcame in life. The merchant decides he needs to hatch a plan before the nobleman decides to kill them. The night advances as the moonlight illuminates the mansion of the village leader. The village chief prepares to end a meeting with the residents. Suddenly, a resident breaks into the room, shouting that a tragedy has happened. He tells, bellowing, that the young men were caught trying to rob the knight. The leader places his hands on his head, infuriated with the boy's stupidity. The elders panic, not knowing how to act in the face of that blunder. The chief orders several tributes to be gathered and to offer a slave to calm the nobleman. He warns, somberly, that the guilty ones will have to be executed in front of him. The boy's parents fall into despair, begging for their children's lives, and the elder lifts a chair, furious, telling everyone to shut up. He breaks the furniture on the floor in an uncontrollable attack of fury. The leader bellows, asking if they have already forgotten the emperor's cruel laws. He reminds them that the village needs to act first if it wants to survive the massacre. A memory shows imperial torturers punishing those who covet the nobility's goods. The imperial law condemns to the gallows or orders the tongues of all the relatives of those who rob a nobleman to be cut off. The peasants tremble with fear at the memory of entire families that were massacred by this rule. The leader shouts that people were hanged just for charging for a chicken in exchange for unpaid work. He stares at the residents, asking what they think that night will do to the entire village. The old man fears that the warrior will order everyone's hands to be cut off in the name of the knight's honor. A resident suggests asking the region's count for help, believing he can intervene. The chief mocks, saying that the nobility doesn't care if common people live or die. The elder hits the table with force, telling those fools to face reality once and for all. The mother cries in silence upon realizing that there is no other way to save the village. The other residents lower their heads, completely shaken by the hard reality. The village chief laments deeply but says there is no other alternative. He asks the parents for forgiveness and warns that sacrificing the young men is the only way to save everyone. The entire village gathers in the center of the town with torches lit under the dark night. Johann emerges, imposing, staring at the crowd that formed around the great tree. The youngster starts to break into a cold sweat, realizing that the confusion took on an exaggerated proportion. He thought they were assassins from the Empire, but they were just stupid boys trying to rob him. Johann notices that the flashy sword attracted gazes and decides to hide it from then on. The youngster decides to just give the tide up boys a scare before sending them away. Johann sits with the blade resting while the village leader approaches shyly. The old elder bows with his hands together, asking if the noble knight is okay. Johann makes a scary face and answers dryly, saying he is not okay at all. The youngster asks if the village's custom is to put knives to guests' necks. The chief throws himself face first to the ground, begging for forgiveness in a desperate way. The elder takes the blame, admitting he failed to control those idiot young men. Johann thinks the scare was enough and tells everyone to go away in peace. Suddenly, the old man draws a sharp dagger, leaving the knight in total shock. The chief lifts the weapon, shouting that he will slit the guilty ones' throats to restore the nobleman's honor. Johann panics, seeing that madman is going to do something giant and foolish. The old man pulls villain's hair while the family members scream in despair. The chief asks the boy for forgiveness and brings the blade down with all his might to kill him. The woman covers her face in tears at the executioner's feet, waiting for the worst to happen. A mysterious energy emerges at the same instant, blocking the fatal blow in mid-air. Johann stares at the chief with a murderous look, asking if he didn't hear the order to stop. The blade stays stuck millimeters from Vulin's throat, who cries, terrified. The village leader is paralyzed with pure terror in the face of the youngster's overwhelming presence. The residents begin to tremble in the face of the warrior's terrifying aura. A deadly silence dominates the square under the shocked gazes of the crowd. Johann rails, furious, asking if they have gone crazy wanting to kill for so little. The youngster shouts, saying that if they want to punish someone, they should charge a fine in money. Everyone remains in absolute silence, staring at the knight without understanding the reaction. Johann regrets it instantly, thinking he made his love for money too obvious. He coughs, embarrassed, to disguise the gaffe and resumes his imposing posture as a nobleman. The warrior lectures that life is worth more than honor and orders them to release the boys. The old man falls to his knees with tears in his eyes, moved by the knight's mercy. The woman runs in tears to hug her son, relieved that he is alive. The chief cries, moved to see that Eldens was telling the truth about the boy's kindness. The peasants bow deeply, thanking Johann's mercy from the bottom of their hearts. Gamson cries on the ground, asking for forgiveness and blaming everything on his crony. The residents spit on the floor with contempt when passing by the tied up troublemakers. Goran approaches with the dagger while Gamson begs to be released once and for all. Gamson laments, tied on the ground, saying he should never have joined that group. The boy gets a scare when someone pulls his hair from behind with violence. Khan tells the rookie to relax his body so that everything ends more quickly. Gamson panics, asking desperately what he is talking about. The mercenary cuts the traitor's throat, spreading blood through the darkness. Johann turns around, surprised, upon noticing the sudden movement behind him. The warrior is left without reaction upon seeing the brutal attack against the prisoner. The youngster widens his eyes, completely shocked by that cold execution. The young mercenary's body falls lifeless in the face of the group's attentive gaze. The blood gushes onto the floor, while everyone witnesses the traitor's end. Gamson dies on the ground, paying the highest price for his excessive ambition. The blood flows down the sharp blade of the dagger wielded by the veteran. Johann is revolted and demands to know the reason they committed that madness. Khan responds calmly, saying he only followed the feared imperial decree. The veteran states that he executed the man who dared to covet a nobleman's goods. Johann asks, furious, if he hadn't made it clear that no one would die there. The other members of the procession tremble, with fear upon feeling the youngster's fury. Khan maintains his posture, saying that mercenaries have rules in honor to defend. He explains that the boy's cowardice put the entire group's life in danger. The warrior spins the weapon and offers the handle toward Johann. Khan extends the dagger, accepting to be judged for the decision he just made. The veteran asks to be punished if the youngster thinks he disrespected his orders. Johann is disconcerted in the face of that man's loyalty and courage. The youngster understands that he risked his own life in the name of the code of honor. Johann extends his bandaged hand to push away the weapon held out in front of him. Eldons and the other mercenaries observe, tense, waiting for the nobleman's reaction. The youngster pushes the blade down with a gentle and understanding touch. Johann surprises everyone by asking for sincere apologies for ignoring their side. The blonde mercenary almost has a heart attack seeing a noble figure apologizing. Eldons and Khan are left open-mouthed, unable to believe in that knight's humility. Johann orders him to put away the knife, and the veteran obeys, completely awkward. Khan thanks him deeply for the young man's great understanding and wisdom. His colleague warns that it was madness to challenge a nobleman, and both end up laughing at the danger. Eldons turns all red with emotion in the face of such a noble and worthy scene. The merchant concludes that that warrior is very different from other noblemen. The cat man is moved to see so much bravery and humility together in the youngster. He thinks that his reputation in the guild will explode if he takes Johann with him. The feline decides to do everything to keep that powerful knight as an ally. Hours later, Johann analyzes a gold watch he received as a reward. He laments in silence upon noticing that the piece seemed expensive but came broken. The youngster looks back, feeling the weight of one more new responsibility. The young man realizes, bothered, that he now has another whole mouth to feed. A memory shows the village chief calling Johann before his departure. The elder offered a tray of coins and a slave in a sign of gratitude. Johann ended up choosing the watch, thinking it would be worth a fortune on the market. The old man insisted on him, also taking the young man who knew the region well. Johann saw the captive's deplorable state and knew he would die if he stayed there. The warrior accepted the slave and ordered them to give him food and a warm bath. Back on the road, Johann feels strange for having to command another person. At night, the troop celebrates with meat and soup by the campfire, thanking the nobleman. Goiden approaches Johann shyly while he rests, holding the sword. The youngster brings a tray with food, and the knight thanks him for the kindness. Johann asks him to leave the titles aside and call him only by his name. The boy gets all embarrassed, leaving the youngster confused by so much shyness. Johann asks how someone who knows the routes so well ended up becoming a slave. The youngster asks, surprised, if bad things also happen to noblemen. The knight smiles and says calmly that he prefers to hear his story first. Goiden says he worked as a peddler, selling weapons and armor in the east. He reveals that he accepted a nobleman's dangerous order to smuggle gold. Johann warns that this crime carries the death penalty and asks for the reason for such a risk. The boy explains that he needed a lot of money to save his starving family. He delivered the load of hidden gold, as the contractor had ordered. However, the nobleman himself denounced the peddler to the guards to cover his tracks. Johann concludes with revolt that the nobleman just discarded him like a tool. Goiden reveals he had no trial and was silenced by the imperial decree. Johann curses the emperor and asks if the money at least reached his siblings. The boy cries, telling how he used all the profit to bribe guards and not die. Goiden wipes away his tears while Johann asks him not to apologize for crying. The warrior stares at the campfire, feeling the weight of that terrible injustice. Johann grinds his teeth, thinking about how that world manages to be sick and cruel. He reflects that the weak are exploited without anyone facing the nobility. He remembers the soldiers who became bandits just so they wouldn't starve, and the peasants who were forced to almost sacrifice their own children. Even Goiden ended up enslaved after being discarded by the powerful. Johann laments that misery, feeling a deep revolt in his chest. He tries to focus, remembering that he is also being hunted by the imperial army. The knight gets Goiden's attention with a very serious expression. Johann declares that now they are companions and that they will fight to survive together. The youngster widens his eyes, completely touched by the words of hope. Suddenly, a guard arrives running, warning about the presence of a monster. Johann sighs, tired, realizing he will have no rest that night. The warrior stands up immediately and follows the sentry into the dark woods. Goiden stays sitting alone, processing the promise that they will survive together. Johann joins the mercenaries, who watch the darkness among the bushes. A red and sinister fog begins to emerge in the middle of the dense forest. Johann stands up, and the soldiers order him to crouch down so as not to be seen. The youngster opens a calm smile, saying that everything is under control. He surprises the escort by ordering everyone to put away their weapons on the spot. The knight walks alone toward the reddish fog to investigate. Khan sweats from nervousness, knowing the danger of facing a monstrous beast. The other mercenary reminds him that their duty is to protect Eldon's life. Johann closes his eyes, recognizing the familiar energy approaching. The youngster feels the same terrifying pressure that froze his soul. Two glowing red eyes emerge from the shadows, staring at the youngster. The knight takes another firm step toward the legendary creature. Creature before him is none other than the feared black wolf of bad omen. Johann remembers when the beast attacked the Imperial Knights instead of him. He knows the monster could tear his neck out in the blink of an eye, but it hesitates. Johann gives a faint smile, realizing the monster has no intention of attacking him. The warrior peers into the darkness and commands the creature to stop hiding. The fearsome black wolf emerges from the bushes, growling with its glowing red eyes. The young man extends his hand, thanking the animal for having saved his life in the past. The mercenaries watch in a panic, wondering if the nobleman knows how to tame beasts. The gigantic creature moves its snout closer and begins to sniff Johann's face. The wolf opens its massive jaws over the young man's head, startling the mercenary guards. The warrior calmly scolds the beast, leaving his escort completely confused. The monster licks the knight's face as he tells the group not to be afraid. Eldon's rushes over, shouting that this is the legendary Dawn Messenger. The merchant insists passionately, saying that the beast brings no bad omens. Johann is surprised to hear such a mysterious and grand title. The feline explains that there is an ancient song in the Eastern Empire about the beast. The verses say that in times of war, a great hero named that wolf. The named animal bowed its head to the warrior and fought with shining eyes. The song relates that after bringing the long, dreamed of peace, the warrior passed away as a hero. The beast wept for the loss for days and began to wander the world in search of justice. The poem exalts the divine creature that has always protected the light on the continent. Johann questions if there is some mistake, since in the south the animal is seen as a curse. Eldon's explains that the tale became distorted over the years throughout the southern lands. The merchant recites that the Dawn Messenger only obeys a true hero. The cat man proudly guarantees that this story is part of the sacred texts. The knight looks at the affectionate creature, unable to believe there is a legend standing before him. Eldon's asks for permission to pet the beast, and the young man authorizes the touch. Seeing the feline approach, the wolf lets out a terrifying and furious roar. The merchant recoils, trembling in fear, and concludes it is best not to touch the creature. The animal goes back to wagging its tail, becoming tame only in Johann's presence. Eldon's widens his eyes as he remembers a crucial detail of that legend. Folklore says divine and beast becomes a faithful servant when it receives a name. The merchant is left speechless, wondering if this young man is a reincarnated legend. He asks if the warrior has already named the animal, and Johann says he has not. The cat man insists, all excited, that the knight should name the wolf right at that moment. Johann is surprised to learn that something incredible might happen if he names the beast. The young man thinks of options while the merchant suggests calling it by a silly nickname. Johann remembers that wolf appearing right at the moment he was burying Karamaf. The warrior smiles excitedly and declares out loud that the creature's name will be Karamaf. Eldon's despairs upon hearing the young man choose the name of a feared enemy. The beast's eyes glow intensely, emanating a sinister aura through the woods. The knight and the merchant stare, frightened by the powerful explosion of energy. A radiant blue light begins to consume and purify the wolf's dark flames. A grand beam of celestial light rises to the skies, brightening all the darkness. A wave of mystical energy dissipates the shadows, revealing the creature's power. Johann and Eldons watch in wonder at the animal's incredible transformation. The young man widens his eyes, impressed by the majesty of the purified form. The dawn messenger emerges renewed, shining with ancient blue flames. The immense wolf takes firm steps on the ground, illuminating the forest with its mystical paws. The colossal creature approaches and bows its head in reverence before its master. Johann pets the wolf's head, saying with joy that he is counting on its help. The knight laughs as he is licked and admits to Eldons that the legend was actually real. Johann is left completely confused to see the merchant thrown on the ground, worshipping his feet. Eldons cries with emotion, saying he is standing before a living myth that became reality. The merchant declares all his respect, while Johann doesn't understand any of that commotion. He recalls the young man's mercy and exalts his choice of the great divine beast. The merchant shouts at the top of his lungs, acclaiming Johann as the great hero of that era. The mercenaries are left speechless upon hearing that they traveled alongside a legendary warrior. Goiden widens his eyes, impressed by his master's supposed greatness. The whole group stares at Johann, amazed, thinking he is the savior of those difficult times. The knight lets out a heavy sigh, feeling embarrassed by that exaggerated adoration. Johann apologizes to the merchant, leaving the feline in absolute shock at the response. The young man tries to clarify that he is no hero, but just a wanderer trying to survive. He thinks to himself that, in truth, he is just a fugitive who killed the real Karamaf. The young man regrets disappointing him, but Eldons guarantees he is not disappointed with him at all. The merchant offers a formal introduction to the influential mercantile guild of Marseille. Johann is curious about the proposal and asks what kind of city this unknown place is. Eldons explains that Marseille is a free trade hub where the emperor's tyranny does not reach. The young man accepts the offer with gratitude, leaving the merchant very happy with the response. Johann gets excited, thinking that the free city might be his chance to restart as a merchant. Eldon sings verses about the beast, while the young man hopes this hero rumor does not spread. Johann reflects thoughtfully on the burden of being seen as the world's great savior. The young man concludes that, both in his past life and his current one, he remains just a survivor. He recognizes that the path ahead will be filled with pains and great trials. Even so, the warrior knows his previous journey was never an easy walk either. The protagonist raises his head, determined to move forward step by his own will. The entourage finally arrives in the vicinity of the immense and prosperous city of Marseille. Johann contemplates the beautiful architecture of the place. Impressed by the size of the commercial city, Goiden breaks into a radiant smile, very happy to have the chance to return to that place. Johann walks through the busy streets, thinking about buying essential supplies for the trip. Suddenly, the mystical beast barks happily, drawing the knight's attention in the middle of the street. An elderly lady pets the animal, enchanted by how cute the little creature is. Johann observes with relief, seeing that everyone sees the creature as a simple pup. A day before entering the city, the young knight faced the wolf's giant form. Johann called the beast by its name to try and resolve a standoff regarding the entourage. He explained that a monster of that size would scare the city and asked it to wait outside. The mystical wolf growled intensely, releasing a strong bluish flame from its body. The magical beast began to shrink rapidly, wrapped in pure celestial power. The legendary beast transformed into a cute little puppy, barking adorably. Johann was perplexed to see that the animal possessed the mystical ability to change size. Goiden picked up the little animal, dying of love for the wolf's new cute appearance. The young man sighed with relief, realizing that at that size, it wouldn't attract as much attention. Back in the present, the residents surround the pet, while Johann tries to avoid a crowd. Goiden gets the knight's attention while they walk through the local commercial center. The boy offers to take care of the equipment if he receives some materials and a bag. Johann shows his 4 silver coins, worried if the amount will be enough for the purchases. The boy takes only a single coin, guaranteeing he will handle everything everything quickly. Goiden flaunts the money, confident that his business experience will get the job done. Johann laughs at the young man's excitement, doubting what a single silver coin can buy. A short time later, a gigantic backpack overflowing with supplies falls heavily to the ground. Johann is shocked to see that the boy actually bought all that with just one coin. The warrior checks the tactical pockets of his belt, satisfied with the efficiency of the purchase. Goiden carries the supply bag, happy to make storing items on the trip easier. Goiden used his business talent to sell the broken helmet for an excellent price. The boy even managed to get a mace for free, so John wouldn't have to use his magic sword. He bought oil and vinegar from maintenance and still came back with copper coins as change. Johann does the math, surprised to see that he finished the shopping with more money than before. The knight reflects on the fortune he would make if he sold Karamov's items. He smiles, thinking about the idea of returning to the grave to unearth and sell the weapons. Johann notes the boy's joy and comments that he seems to have been born for commerce. Goiden adjusts the backpack, confessing with affection how much he missed that routine. He recalls the anguish of being a slave without knowing when death would arrive. The young man remembers the dark days in which he lived dominated by fear and despair. Goiden expresses his thanks, saying he rediscovered his dignity after being taken in by the knight. The boy states with a beautiful smile that he would stay by Johann's side in any situation. The protagonist is happy with the words and promises to take good care of his new companion. Goiden turns all red with joy and confirms the commitment with great enthusiasm. The two celebrate their partnership, ready to enjoy everything the city has to offer. Johann finally experiences the comfort and pleasures of the wealthy city of Marseille. The young man savors a delicious roasted meat, forgetting the days of pure misery. The duo gorges themselves on soft dishes, comparing them to the tough food of the fields. Johann remembers the suffering of spending weeks in the woods without being able to take a bath. The young man relaxes in a hot tub, enjoying the luxury of washing himself whenever he wants. He remembers the cold nights sleeping on hard, uncomfortable stones. Now lying under soft blankets, the warrior enjoys a warm and fluffy bed. Johann is enchanted by the good life and decides he will settle in Marseille for good. The knight dreamed of a quiet life, but destiny held new problems in store. The next morning, the sun illuminates the busy square in the center of the merchant city. Johann strolls quietly through the streets, enjoying a nice meat skewer. He walks with Goiden and the mascot, enjoying the rare sensation of peace and quiet. The young man lets out a worried sigh upon hearing tense rumors among the residents. The merchants in the square talk, frightened about yet another terrible bandit attack. One resident laments that the neighbor's daughter was taken along with all the merchandise. Johann chews his food in silence, paying attention to every detail of the conversation. The man vents his fear of tomorrow, faced with the uncontrolled advance of the criminals. Goiden warns that the atmosphere is heavy when a furious scream breaks the conversation. A disheveled and armed man argues aggressively with a merchant at the fair. The subject shouts desperately, demanding food because he has been fasting for 4 days. The intruder is a mercenary from the wolves of Aquitaine who got lost in the hunt for Johann. The starving soldier turns and suddenly fixes his surprised eyes on the knight. Johann chokes in surprise upon recognizing the enemy's face right in front of him. The mercenary widens his eyes and lets out an ear-piercing scream of pure shock. The enemy draws his dagger, taken by a blind fury against the knight. Johann panics, fearing that the entire troop has followed his steps to that point. The young man stays alert, knowing that a fight in a public square would ruin his disguise. The mercenary jumps into the air with his dagger raised, shouting that he will kill him on the spot. In a fraction of a second, a blade cuts through the air and knocks the aggressor to the ground. The man falls, bloodied, while the crowd moves away, terrified by the death. An imposing knight mounted on a black steed complains about the lack of security. The noble warrior looks at Johann and asks gently if he was hurt. Goiden expresses his thanks for the help, while Johann watches his savior, still without reaction. The bearded knight breaks into a friendly smile, advising the traveler to be careful. The nobleman rides away, leaving Johann thoughtful in the middle of the busy street. The commander's voice echoes through the square, grabbing the attention of all the citizens of Marseille. A troop with hundreds of heavily armed warriors positions itself before the crowd. Captain Bredel shouts for the population not to fear the threats that haunt the region. He guarantees that his mercenary company will hunt down all the bandits and bring peace. Goiden is euphoric at the scene, and Johann asks if that armed group is very famous. The boy explains that they are one of the most renowned mercenary companies in the empire. Goiden comments that they must have been hired to exterminate the local bandits. Johann is thoughtful, realizing the scale of the military danger surrounding the whole city. He reflects that his disguise would have been ruined if that soldier hadn't died. The young man knows that if he is discovered as an imperial fugitive, he won't be able to stay in Marseille. The knight remembers with anguish that his journey ahead will be full of pain. Johann bites his lips, trying to focus on the reality that he remains a fugitive. He concludes that his only chance of survival is to create ties with the Katana Company. The young man knows that not even the tyrant emperor dares to mess with that great power. Luckily, the merchant Eldens was deeply impressed by his skills. Johann fears having his true identity revealed before earning the guild's trust. He knows the corporation would never protect an imperial target without having advantages in exchange. The warrior is certain that death by hanging will be his end if he is unmasked early. Johann clenches his fist, focused on ensuring the protection of the commercial company at any cost. The young man decides to keep absolute silence about his past until consolidating this alliance. A maid of the feline race approaches politely, asking if he is the nobleman Johann. The young Ibulka bows, introducing herself formally as a servant of the Katana Company. She warns that the leadership wants to strengthen ties after hearing of the warrior's great deeds. The maid invites the knight with a beautiful smile to accompany her to the guild's headquarters. Johann arrives before the imposing and luxurious branch of the Katana Company in Marseille. Outside, Goiden tries to teach tricks to the little wolf, who responds with cute bites. Johann waits patiently, sitting on the luxurious sofa in the company's meeting room. The young man hopes the conversation is a success to finally change his life. The door opens and an elegant feline manager enters the room, greeting the visitor. Johann stands respectfully while the lady prepares for the formal introductions. The woman bows with grace, revealing herself to be the general manager of that renowned branch. She announces her name as Ion Ki, assuming responsibility for that negotiation. Johann uses his improvised noble name, reciprocating the director's kindness with sympathy. Ion invites the knight to sit, so they can have a hot drink before business. A steaming cup is served as a rare delicacy brought directly from the Mediterranean. The hostess smiles, hoping the imported drink pleases the nobleman's refined palate. Johann takes a sip and immediately recognizes the unmistakable taste of coffee in the cup. He praises the roasted beans and impresses the manager by identifying the exotic drink. Ion breaks into an excited smile and suggests going straight to the important points of the agreement. The woman claims to know exactly the reason for the visit, making the young man spit out the drink in surprise. Johann panics, thinking she found out that the Empire is hunting his head. The manager closes her eyes, full of certainty, about to reveal the conclusion she reached. She dramatically declares that Johann hides an immense ambition in his noble heart. The warrior is left dumbfounded, completely failing to understand the direction of that crazy deduction. Ein remembers that she heard of his mercy with enemies and his protection of the defenseless. She deduces that someone with such kindness only came to the city to save the people from the bandits. Johann hides his ladder with his hand and decides to step into character, pretending she guessed right. The feline claims that a great ambition is a valuable virtue for men of distinction. She approaches with a smile, saying her company loves to finance great heroes. Johann widens his eyes, vibrating inside at seeing a great sponsorship proposal. The manager even offers to introduce him directly to the consul who governs the city of Marseille. Johann gets excited, thinking that having the mayor and the guild as allies will totally change his destiny. He concludes that with these alliances, not even the emperor will be able to reach him so easily. The young man thanks her for the generous offer and asks what the terms of the company's sponsorship are. Ayn explains that the sponsorship gives unlimited access to all services in the commercial network. She warns that he will have luxury restaurants and inns paid for in the name of the great company. The woman raises a finger with a serious look, warning there is only one condition for the agreement. She declares the company will need the knight's skills in moments of necessity. The manager demands that he promise to fight under the company's banner when called upon. Johann asks if his duty will be to eliminate the bandits threatening the Marseille region. The feline denies it, saying another troop will take care of that, and that she wants his help for another service. The warrior gets suspicious and asks what other type of mission she has in mind for him. The manager breaks into a grim smile, revealing the dark side of the corporation's business. She says that rival merchants are complaining about the company's monopoly in the city. Ayn coldly asks for the knight to assassinate the rivals and even their children without mercy. The woman stares at the warrior with a macabre smile, asking if he accepts the proposal. Johann remains in absolute silence, his face covered by a tense and heavy shadow. The young man faces the proposal with an extremely serious expression, filled with discontent. The sun sets on the horizon, staining the sky above the large guild building orange. Johann crosses the building's gates, walking slowly out of the mercantile headquarters. Goiden runs to him, asking with enthusiasm if the negotiation with the company was a success. The warrior maintains a dark posture, staring at the boy without saying a word. The boy trembles with worry at the silence, fearing something terrible happened in there. Johann breaks into a giant smile and shouts, excited, telling his friend to go celebrate with a banquet. Goiden is left speechless, not understanding his master's sudden change of mood. An hour before that exit, the meeting was still happening inside the luxurious room. Johann refused the murderous proposal firmly, declaring that he would not accept that massacre. He argued that it was natural for complaints to arise in the face of such an aggressive monopoly. The young man questioned the madness of wanting to kill merchants and innocent children instead of negotiating. Johann ended the subject, stating that he would never take the lives of innocent people for money. The knight stood up, considering the agreement void while the woman stared at him in silence. The manager watched the warrior's firm posture with a deep and indecipherable look. Suddenly, the feline's serious expression faded, giving way to a satisfied smile. She announced that Johann passed the test, leaving the young man with a silly look of surprise. The manager explained that it was just a moral test and apologized for the heavy role play. She clarified that the company is very beloved in trade and has never needed to kill anyone. Ayn maintained the contract's perks, ensuring he wouldn't need to fight immediately. The woman said he could enjoy the good life while the mercenaries hunt the bandits. The feline extended her hand with affection, inviting the knight to seal the partnership for good. Johann accepted the proposal on the spot, extending his arm with a radiant smile on his face. The two shook hands, blessing the agreement so it brings great fruits to both. Back in the present, Goiden asks, curious, what that promised banquet means. Johann laughs, saying they are going to eat the best of the best on the rich commercial company's tab. The knight walks proudly, celebrating that he finally achieved the long-dreamed-of sponsorship. Goiden congratulates his companion with joy, and the young man thanks his young friend for the affection. Johann contemplates the beautiful sunset, relieved that everything is working out perfectly. He thinks that as soon as the mercenaries clear the area, the city will live in total tranquility. The young man clenches his fists, excited in the certainty that his peaceful and happy life is guaranteed. Suddenly, a terrifying scream cuts the silence, making the duo stop immediately. A monstrous creature in the form of a giant fly emerges from the shadows, buzzing loudly. A horrified crowd gathers around several corpses thrown in the square. Johann widens his eyes, taken by shock upon seeing the bloody scene on the ground. The young man asks, terrified, the reason for so many bodies being thrown in the street. Goran approaches to explain the terrible situation that just happened. The warrior reveals that bandits are killing families to threaten the city. Blood drips across the stones, revealing the extreme brutality of the enemy attack. Johann grinds his teeth, furious at seeing chaos and violence taking over everything. The citizens panic, demanding urgent measures from the local leaders. A merchant shouts that the emperor himself might be behind the criminals. The people argue, shouting, divided between revolt and loyalty to the empire. A great confusion explodes in the square, leaving the night tense with the tumult. Johann laments at seeing his dream of peace in Marseille crumbling before the bandits. The young man gets irritated, questioning the delay of the mercenaries in solving the problem. At the commercial headquarters, the maid enters in despair, bringing alarming news. Ein is enraged by the deaths, demanding results from the mercenary troop. The servant hesitates, scared, about to reveal an even more terrifying truth. She says that contact with the mercenaries was completely cut off in the forest. The messenger was found dead and hung in a brutal manner in the middle of the woods. Ion bites her fingers, taken by immense apprehension at the disappearance of the soldiers. The feline does not believe one of the greatest armed forces was defeated. The manager hits the table and demands a mystical figure be called with maximum urgency. She orders the river sage to be brought to discover the truth through prophecies. Under the moonlight, the magical waters of the Eiffel River shine in a celestial tone. An old elder touches the mystical current, feeling the movement of destiny. The mage warns that searching for the mercenaries will not change the course of events. He sees in the waters the young man who killed the imperial executioner and fled to Marseille. The sage breaks into a mysterious smile, foreseeing that the young man's plans will fail. The dark sky covers the imposing headquarters of the Tana Company during the night. The old sorcerer appears at the entrance of the company, announcing his arrival. The feline maid is startled by the sudden presence of the mysterious elder. She bows, relieved, thanking him for having accepted the director's call. The old man grumbles, furious, complaining about the turbulent trip in the fast carriage. The young woman offers to call the boss, but the man refuses the rush coldly. The sage states that if the matter is truly urgent, the boss will come to him. With a penetrating look, the mage makes the attendant retreat, dying of fear. The elder settles down quietly in the armchair of the guild's reception room. He strokes his long beard, remembering that the river revealed a meeting in that location. The mage waits anxiously for the arrival of the individual he saw in his mystical visions. Johann arrives before the mansion, excited by the long-awaited day of meeting the consul. The young man walks confidently, willing to make friends with the leader to live in peace. The young man follows through the hallway, thinking about what to say to please the ruler. Karamov suddenly locks its steps and begins to growl fiercely at the hallway. The old man appears, stating that name is unworthy for a sacred creature. Johann is startled to note the imposing presence of the mysterious elderly man. The young man is intrigued, not understanding how that stranger knows about the mystical beast. Johann asks who he is, and the old man realizes he is not recognized by the young man. The man introduces himself with pride as Swetold, the legendary sage of the Eiffel River. The knight lowers his head, confused, trying to understand the meaning of that title. The old man simplifies it, saying he is a mage, leaving Johann open, mouthed with emotion. The young man's eyes shine, amazed to verify that magic actually exists. Johann gets all excited to meet a real mage, and thinks about how big cities are full of surprises. The young man greets Swetold with enthusiasm, saying he always had a great desire to meet a sorcerer. The elder is flattered by the warm reception, but soon changes the tone of the conversation. The mage reveals he knows that the young man's destiny is linked to the emperor, leaving Johann completely terrified. Swetold explains that the mystical power of the Eiffel River allows one to see people's past and future. Johann gets tense and asks with caution if the old man intends to turn him over to the imperial authorities. The sage questions with serenity for what reason he would do such a thing to the knight. He declares with pride that he studies the mysteries of nature and has no interest in political fights. The elder states that he only listens to the river's call, leaving the young man curious about this power. The mage even adds that if he wanted to report him, he would have done so in secret and not to his face. Johann realizes that the reasoning makes perfect sense and decides to take advantage of the golden opportunity. The young man holds the elder's hands and asks, with excitement for him to teach him everything about magic. Swetold is disconcerted by the shine in the eyes of that nobleman, so excited. The mage reflects that any common knight would feel contempt and mockery towards sorcerers. He is very curious, not understanding the reason for a warrior to value magical arts so much. Johann asks euphoric how one casts spells, and if a common person like him could learn. The young man dreams of becoming a magic swordsman to increase his chances of surviving. Seeing the young man's determination, the sage decides that it is worth sharing his knowledge. However, the old man imposes the condition that Johann must beat him in a match to have the lessons. The knight asks if it will be chess and suggests, in a joking tone, a contest of arm wrestling. Johann imagines he would defeat the old man in the blink of an eye if he used his brute physical strength. The elder refuses the strength test on the spot and warns that the dispute will be through a board game. The mage calls the young man, stating that the legendary game of the ancestors is far superior to chess. Swetold places a checkered wooden board on the table before the young man. Johann widens his eyes upon immediately recognizing that very familiar format. The young man is shocked to see that legendary game is nothing more than the famous Go. The mage invites the young man to sit comfortably to begin the confrontation on the board. The elder asks if it seems difficult and promises to go easy so as not to scare the beginner. Johann smiles inside, feeling that luck is playing on his side once again. He remembers with pride having been the great champion of a military tournament of this same game. The warrior takes the black stones, confident that he masters all the strategies of the match. Johann positions himself with a sharp look, determined to conquer this victory at any cost. Swetold starts the duel calmly, believing he will have an easy victory against the novice. The knight feigns modesty, asking the old man to go easy while he focuses on winning. Johann makes his first move, focused on getting his hands on that magical knowledge. 50 minutes pass with the two concentrated on the silent dispute over the board. Johann analyzes the game seriously, while the old man begins to sweat from nervousness. The young man draws the sage's attention with a very suspicious expression. Swetold tries to take back moves, desperate, but Johann warns him that he has already done that 5 times. The mage hits the table, unconformed by being massacred in the legendary game of the ancestors. The old man screams in shock, asking if it is really his first time since he defeated even a sultan. Johann deflects with humility, saying the elder is the one who teaches very well. The sage demands a rematch and promises to give a great useful gift for his life if he loses again. The young man gets excited, dreaming of a magic item, and accepts the new challenge with a smile on his face. Johann asks in a provocative tone how many stones of advantage he should grant the old master. Swetold gets all embarrassed and coughs awkwardly, asking for 3 stones of advantage for himself. The knight positions the piece on the board, starting the second round of the dispute. During the match, the mage asks for what reason a nobleman would have so much interest in magic. Johann explains with frankness that he needs to learn to defend himself because he's being hunted by the emperor. The sage gets scared and warns that the magical knowledge he teaches does not serve for combat. Johann is indignant to learn that he won't be able to use spells on the battlefields. The sage admits that some mages use spells in combat, reigniting the young man's hope. The elder scolds Johann's haste and warns him not to underestimate mystical power. Swetold explains that mages dedicate their entire lives to deciphering the mysteries of nature. He says some discover magic in the wind, while others find it in burning flames. Other sorcerers prefer to channel their power through the heavy smoke of sulfur. The mage mentions with some resentment a fool who tried to seek mysteries inside the Black Forest. He reveals that those mysteries found in the natural world are the ancestral spirits. The old man warns that spirits lend strength for free, but charge a mortal price for their whims. Swetold warns seriously for the knight never to irritate a spirit's heart in nature. Johann gets discouraged upon realizing the scale of the danger and concludes that becoming a magic swordsman is too risky. Meanwhile, the guild manager runs through the corridors after learning of Swetold's arrival. Ein complains to the maid for not being warned sooner, since the matter was of extreme urgency. The feline opens the room door and finally sees the presence of the mysterious elder. She thinks with pity for Johann, believing the mage is humiliating the boy in the game of the ancestors. However, the woman widens her eyes, completely stunned to look at the state of the board. The sage begs, sweating cold, to take back one more move, leaving the manager in total shock. Ion cannot believe the legendary mage is losing a match in the game of the ancestors. Johann celebrates, laughing, and tells the old man to accept the defeat once and for all. The manager interrupts the scene, calling for the mage to try and disguise the tense atmosphere. She greets the old man with sympathy and asks if he was having fun alongside Sir Johann. Sweatold tries to disguise his shame, saying he was just playing a few casual rounds. The elder takes advantage of the interruption to mess up all the stones and flee a certain defeat. The mage coughs awkwardly and places 2 magic Vike vials on the table to keep his promise. Johann stares at the colorful potions and asks, curious, what those containers are. The sage presents the vials, revealing they contain the water of wrath and the water of blessing. Far from there, the banner of the Oak Mercenary Company sways under a reddish and gloomy sky. A warrior's terrified look reveals despair in the face of an unknown evil. The mercenary commander screams in panic, wielding his blade without knowing what he is fighting against. A bloody and sinister mist takes over the forest, revealing demonic eyes glowing in the dark. A dark female figure emerges, floating amidst a dense purplish energy. A colossal creature rises behind the sorceress, emanating a terrifying, murderous intention. The soldiers scream, terrified, realizing too late that those enemies are not simple bandits. The mercenary paralyzes in pure shock to see death falling implacable over his entire troop. Desperate screams of pain echo through the woods in the dead of night, while the warriors are massacred. The next morning arrives over the imposing headquarters of the Kenna Company in the city of Marseille. Johann holds the magic vials, enchanted to realize the incalculable value of his new prize. The sage says he spent his entire life trying to unravel the secrets of life and death of that river. He looks fixedly at the young man, saying the waters only revealed that mystery after his arrival. Sweatold warns that the red liquid heals any wound, and the green one is capable of melting an entire person. Johann celebrates Radiant for finally having legendary magic items to ensure his survival. The mage questions the manager about the reason he was called, and she relates the cruel attacks in the region. Ein explains she sent a large troop of mercenaries, but lost all contact with them days ago. The sage closes his face and declares coldly that the warriors were defeated 3 days ago. The feline opens her mouth in absolute shock upon hearing the elder's disturbing prediction. Sweatold recites the river's prophecy, saying the strength of the oaks would be crushed mercilessly. The mage concludes with regret that the entire mercenary company was completely annihilated in the forest. The manager warns she will summon the city council and demands that Johann fight for the company right now. The young knight assumes a firm posture and accepts the mission, knowing his moment to act has arrived. The great council hall remains silent, awaiting the emergency meeting of local leaders. Several noblemen and influential councillors walk hurriedly toward the great meeting hall. Baron Einbeck enters the room, laughing and apologizing with a fuss for the slight delay. The nobleman declares with enthusiasm the opening of the meeting in the name of the city of Marseille and the emperor. The man sports an incredibly curled mustache that grabs everyone's attention in the hall. Johann is shocked by that exotic look and thinks about how this era gathers bizarre people. The city leader takes the floor to formally greet all members of the council. Consul Villico bows politely, paying his respects to the noble families present. Johann decides he needs to become friends with the consul to be able to live in peace in that free city. Villico thanks all the noblemen who attended despite their busy schedules for their presence. Before starting the debates, the ruler warns he would like to introduce a new nobleman to the table. The consul announces that the young man received the exclusive sponsorship of the influential Katana Company. Johann breaks into a sympathetic smile and introduces himself as Sir Johann, promising to work with effort. The councillors applaud discreetly, maintaining a tense and suspicious atmosphere in the room. The young man sits, feeling the weight of the uncomfortable silence that took over that environment. Baron Einbeck cuts the moment, asking about the humiliating defeat of the mercenaries in the woods. The nobleman states with mockery that everything would have been solved easily if they asked the Empire for help. Council members revolt and shout, accusing the Emperor of creating bandits to collect taxes. The faction loyal to the Empire is enraged, shouting that speaking ill of the Emperor is an unforgivable blasphemy. The noblemen begin to fight with shouts, while Johann understands nothing of that confusing political game. The young man sweats cold, fearing being discovered in the middle of so many fervent allies of that crazy emperor. Consul Villico remains silent, observing the shouting match with a mysterious and penetrating look. The ruler demands silence, emanating a terrifying presence that freezes the soul of everyone there. An absolute stillness dominates the great hall, while the councillors silence themselves immediately. Johann is left speechless to witness the ease with which the leader silenced such arrogant nobles. Ion takes a step forward to announce the solution prepared by the city's leadership. The feline explains that the consul understands everyone's concerns and has prepared an action plan. The proposal is to form a new armed force to attack the criminals' main base directly. The councillors widen their eyes, quite surprised by the creation of a second attack troop. Einbeck praises the decision and reminds everyone that the Emperor values Marseille's peace and security highly. The Baron insists, saying that a single call is enough for the Imperial army to march there. John panics, imagining himself at the guillotine if Imperial soldiers enter the city. The young man prays desperately for the ruler to reject the help of Imperial troops. Villico thanks the Baron for the support, but politely refuses the intervention of the Imperial army. The consul alleges with sarcasm that he prefers not to bother the Emperor, who is busy with rebels in the north. He warns that the city will form its own force, including Sir Johann's participation in the group. Einbeck accepts the decision with a sarcastic smile, saying he will report the consul's loyalty. Johann lets out a relieved sigh, but remains very worried about the direction of that conversation. The young man realizes that the consul is very close to that nobleman who openly supports the emperor. Johann revolts, remembering that Eldon's guaranteed the city was totally free from the empire. Ion ends the meeting, inviting the councillors to a banquet with tea on the lower floor. The Baron twirls his mustache with a conspiratorial look while the noblemen leave the room. When the young man prepares to leave, the consul approaches and asks for a few minutes alone with him. Johann disguises his nervousness and accepts the invitation with a forced smile on his lips. The knight decides he will make up an excuse to flee if the man is loyal to the emperor. He laments with sadness the possibility of having returned to living as a purposeless fugitive. Villico invites the young man to his private office while the Baron observes everything from afar. The mustachioed nobleman narrows his eyes, suspicious, plotting something in secret in his thoughts. The consul opens the doors of his luxurious cabinet and kindly asks Sir Johann to settle in. Villico turns with a curious smile and asks from which noble family the young man actually came. Johann maintains the farce, saying with total firmness that he belongs to the respected Aitz family. Villico gets excited and asks, surprised, if the young man really belongs to the Aitz family. Johann freezes upon discovering that the nobility he invented actually exists and is famous for drinks. The consul takes a bottle from storage and warns he has a liquor from the young man's homeland. The ruler flips 2 crystal glasses on the table to serve the imported drink. Villico offers the glass with a sympathetic smile, telling Johann to satisfy his longing for home. The young man accepts the drink, swallowing his nervousness while trying to disguise the lie. Johann drinks the liquid all at once under the attentive and analytical gaze of Marseille's ruler. The young man praises the nostalgic flavor without having the slightest idea of what the real liquor would be like. Villico celebrates, saying he is happy to please the young knight's effective memory. Next, the consul changes the subject and asks if the Aitz family went through difficulties. He comments in a serious tone about the terrible massacres ordered by the emperor in the north. Johann remains in silence while he relives the dark memories of that purge. The ruler says that massacred nobles scattered and turned into bandits to survive. Villico adds that a survivor of this purge is being hunted for high treason. The consul looks into the young man's eyes and reveals the name of the true traitor family of Aitz. Johann feigns surprise, saying with the Mosman's brazen face that he has never heard of that clan. The ruler narrows his red eyes, analyzing every reaction of the supposed nobleman. Suddenly, Villico breaks into laughter and apologizes for the long conversation about the past. The young man forces a yellow smile, trying to lighten the suffocating atmosphere inside the cabinet. The leader walks through the room and asks calmly if the warrior knew a crucial detail. He reveals that the drink served was cheap whiskey and not the Aitz family liquor. Johann widens his eyes, taken by despair upon realizing he fell into a trap. Villico ends the games and calls the knight by his true name, Johann Aitz. The young man is paralyzed by dread upon seeing that his disguise was completely unmasked. The ruler walks quietly, saying he does not intend to turn the fugitive over to the emperor, but soon after, he turns his face with a sarcastic smile, saying that perhaps he will. Johann grinds his teeth, confused, and demands to know what that man really wants from him. Villico states coldly that his decisions are taken only for the well-being of Marcel. The leader says he uses the rivalry between political factions to protect the city. He warns that the biggest priority at the moment is to put an end to the threat of local bandits. The consul orders Johann to eliminate the criminals to prove that the city needs his help. Villico threatens, saying he will send the knight straight to the emperor if he fails. Johann collapses, slumped on the wall, feeling the overwhelming weight of another collar around his neck. The young man laments having been discovered and considers fleeing the city to escape this new threat. He remembers the hell he faced in the fields, going through hunger, cold, and mortal dangers. Johann decides to resolve this crisis to win the consul's support and maintain his comfort. Goiden arrives running and grabs the young man's attention, pointing to the troop that is approaching. The knight observes the city entrance, impressed by the army gathered for the mission. Marcel's imposing second subjugation force arrives, marching before the gates. The troop counts on the feared and resistant red, iron dwarf mercenaries. Sacred paladins from the monasteries of St. Ina and St. Galanto march side by side. Goiden is euphoric with the presence of legendary warriors gathered in one single place. The boy explains that the Knights of St. Galanto are famous for their sacred alchemy. The warriors of St. Aina are so strong they manage to hunt even giant trolls. The Red Iron Dwarves are specialists in sieges and value honor above all else. The entourage also counts on the Elves of Airings, famous for their bravery and mastery in combat. Goiden whispers quietly, warning that members of the elven race tend to be quite rude. Johann accepts the company and prepares to fight alongside such extraordinary forces. Captain Kumal of the dwarf mercenaries appears, shouting, greeting the Lady Ion happily. The manager thanks the troop for their arrival and introduces Sir Johann as the knight sent by the guild. Johann asks Kumal to relax, but the dwarf replies that he must maintain respect in front of the troops. Kumal praises his stance and guarantees that no one will doubt his authority if they speak casually. Johann thanks him for the consideration and says with a smile that he will keep that advice in mind. The dwarf captain asks how the Holy Knights intend to move during the mission. The Holy Commander confirms with a smile that her troops will march alongside the dwarves. The vanguard leaders from the monasteries of St. Ina and St. Galanto show they are ready for action. Kumal expresses his sincere gratitude for the support and consideration of the noble knights. Johann observes the scene, finding the dwarf very intelligent and quite sensible in his actions. An elf warrior approaches, questioning the manager about the excessive number of soldiers summoned. Gustav exudes arrogance, saying his companions could handle everything all by themselves. The other knights laugh in agreement, reminding him that the Count must have his reasons for sending them. Gustav notices a presence beside him and casts a look of disdain in Johann's direction. The elf asks in a provocative tone if Johann is the warrior who will fight for the trading guild. Johann confirms firmly and introduces himself using the fake name of his supposed noble family. Gustav sneers at the surname, arrogantly stating that he has never heard of that clan. The elf warns with contempt that he will not take orders from a lesser noble, nor will he offer any help. Johann faces the man with a dark look and promises himself to remember that warning. The elf mocks Kummel, warning that the dwarves shouldn't come looking for them when the battle starts. Gustav loudly demands a grand banquet, while the manager guarantees that everything will be prepared. The arrogant elf knights ride away, shouting excitedly along the path. Johann understands Kummel's caution regarding leadership after seeing such rebellious soldiers. The young man evaluates the military power gathered and concludes that the expedition will be an absolute success. Johann calls for the feline manager, who promptly turns around, attentive to hearing the young man. The woman warns with some apprehension that an important person wishes to speak with him at night. Johann points to himself suspiciously and asks if Consul Villaco wants to see him again. The manager hesitates, visibly embarrassed, not knowing exactly how to explain the meeting. That night, the soldiers enjoy a large party filled with drinks and lots of singing. The elves have fun with women and beer, claiming that refusing pleasures hurts one's pride. One of the knights toasts to the defeat of their enemies, exalting the strength of the blade over magic. Johann walks down the dark hallway, remembering that refusing a drink is seen as an insult. He reflects that denying a toast shows a lack of trust in one's own war allies. Johann knocks softly on the wooden door, and a voice from inside authorizes his entry. The doorknob moves slowly, and the door opens, revealing the dark room. The young man enters, asking who called for him, and the mysterious figure asks him to sit down first. Johann notices the bottle and wonders how the nobles can drink so much every day. He remembers Villaco's test with the cheap drink and gets a headache just thinking about it. The subject pours the wine and insinuates that greed for money is the young man's only motivation. Johann lets out a mocking laugh and asks who he is, to be so rude upon their first contact. The mysterious man moves his adorned hands and begins to pull back the hood that hid his face. The noble solemnly reveals himself, declaring he is the influential and eccentric Baron Einbach. The man shows off his characteristic mustache and proclaims himself a loyal servant to the Emperor of the Holy Empire. Einbach states that the city pretends to be neutral but acts secretly against imperial interests. The Baron asks if Johann understands the reason for the meeting, and the warrior answers that he does not. The noble is left speechless and begins to break into a cold sweat at the young man's dry, direct answer. Johann apologizes, feigning ignorance to avoid getting involved with the Emperor's allies. Einbach laughs at the answer and decides to give some advice, stating that merchants need two things. The dark liquid fills the glass as the noble emphasizes the pursuit of profit and great power. The Baron explains that the guild supports the young man precisely because they see him as their fighting force. Johann questions the reasoning while the man confirms the supposed name of his noble family. Einbach looks stern and reveals that he investigated the young man's identity and did not find his family. Johann is shocked to realize that the Baron also discovered the truth about his origin. Einbach drinks his wine and mentions that there was a family with a similar name called Aitz. The noble reports that the entire lineage was wiped out by the emperor for the crime of treason. Einbach says the guild only took the young man because they recognized his immense combat strength. Johann loses his patience and demands to know directly what the man really wants from him. The Baron proposes that he serve the emperor in exchange for rewards much greater than the guild offers. Johann remains silent while the noble insists, hoping for a positive answer. The Baron tries to entice the young man with the promise of becoming part of the Empire's powerful inner circle. The noble promises an official knight title in addition to vast, fertile lands to govern. Einbach gets excited, thinking the knight understands the chance to achieve eternal glory. The noble argues coldly that natural law dictates that the weak perish before the strong. The man states with contempt that the defenseless are destined to be slaughtered by bandits. The Baron bursts into laughter, praising the young man's supposed cleverness for agreeing with his logic. Johann gives an ironic smile and firmly declares that he completely refuses the proposal. Einbeck's eyes widen, stuttering in shock upon hearing the young man's immediate rejection. Johann remembers the dark events he lived through months ago in his homeland. The warrior says that an emperor's lackey invaded his lands and massacred his family. He reveals that that man also offered a proposal for him to become the tyrant's sword. Johann warns that he refused then as well, but highlights that now there is a big difference. The young man reveals in a terrifying tone that imperial executioner was killed by his own hands. The noble freezes, overcome by absolute horror upon discovering the fate of that night. Johann states with fury that he crushed the skull of the emperor's personal knight without hesitation. The memory of the bloody massacre and the relentless revenge fills the warrior's mind. Einbeck panics completely, shouting, unable to believe in the death of the dreaded Karamaf. Johann assumes his true identity as the only survivor of the destroyed clan. The Baron shrinks back on the sofa, trembling from head to toe before that deadly revelation. Einbeck stammers in despair, asking why he would commit such a great folly. Johann holds the metal goblet and begins to crush it with the brute force of his hand. The young man delivers a crushing blow, destroying the wooden table into pieces with his fist. The Baron is terrified to see that the young man shattered the lead cup and the table with his bare hands. Johann declares he will exterminate the bandits by his own will, and not for Marcel or the Empire. The warrior threatens the noble, saying he will crush his body if he reveals that conversation to anyone. Johann leaves the room, disgusted by that noble's audacity in trying to manipulate him. Suddenly, the warrior's eyes widen as he feels a strange sting in his body. The young man's chest begins to burn intensely, and he struggles for air in the hallway. Johann coughs up blood and clutches his chest in despair, consumed by unbearable pain. The knight coughs blood nonstop as his vision begins to blur completely. Johann remembers the wine he drank in the room and realizes he was poisoned by the Baron. The warrior collapses on the floor, bleeding, and curses the noble with all his remaining strength. The young man bites his lips, revolted by never having imagined falling into such a cowardly trap. In the shadows, Einbeck straightens his mustache with a cruel look full of malice. The Baron maintains a sadistic expression, satisfied with the effectiveness of his treacherous plan. A demonic smile spreads across the noble's face as he imagines his adversary's downfall. Far away, the soldiers' party continues lively around the campfires. Beautiful women surround Goiden, thinking the boy is too cute and small to be a mercenary. The ladies press the boy against their chests, leaving him gasping for air and dying of embarrassment. Goiden flees at full speed, face red, running desperately away from the women. The young woman laughs, finding the little fugitive's embarrassed reaction amusing. The boy runs through the dark hallway, calling for Johann, terrified by that environment. Goiden cries, begging them to return quickly before they go through more embarrassing situations. Goiden walks down the hall and suddenly spots a hand lying on the cold floor. The boy enters a state of despair upon finding Johann unconscious and covered in blood. Goiden cries, not understanding why his master is bleeding so severely. The young man screams for help at the top of his lungs, fearing the knight might end up dying there. The boy begs desperately for Johann to hold on and not close his eyes. Johann's consciousness sinks into darkness while his body fights the poison. The warrior wakes up coughing nonstop and vomits all the accumulated blood into a bucket. Johann breathes with difficulty while Goiden observes the scene, quite relieved. The young man calls for his friend, who replies with eyes brimming with concern. Goiden had rushed to give him the healing potion provided by the mage to save the knight's life. Johann thanks him for the quick help, and Goiden smiles sheepishly about the moment of panic. The knight thanks Sweatold and recognizes that he would be dead without the blessed holy water. The old mage scolds the young man for his recklessness in going to see a noble loyal to the emperor. The elder warns them to save the rest of the potion, and Johann promises to use it wisely. The mage asks if they manage to capture the traitor to prove the noble's guilt in the crime. Johann laments, saying the Baron had already fled when the soldiers arrived at the scene. Minutes earlier, the warrior had stormed into the noble's quarters, shouting, filled with pure fury. Johann charged in with the soldiers, furious at the cowardice of having his drink poisoned. The guards searched the luxurious room and confirmed that the Baron had already escaped. Johann looked at the floor and suddenly noticed something important lying near his feet. There was a letter sealed with the official symbol left behind in the haste of the escape. Johann shows the confidential envelope, stating he found something of extreme value. He explains that the abandoned document contains all the details about that conspiracy. The mage asks curiously if the paper proves the Empire's direct involvement with the bandits. Johann denies it with a dark expression, saying the truth written there is much graver. In the dead of night, the city gates open for a lone knight's escape. Einbeck rides desperately through the dark forest, trying to get away from Marcel. The Baron smiles with disdain, believing that the young warrior must already be dead from the poison. The man celebrates, thinking that everything is going exactly according to the Emperor's will. The noble arrives at a secret camp where sentinels clear the way for his entry. The hooded criminals receive the Baron with reverence and pay him total respect. Einbeck positions himself before an army of hundreds of mercenaries ready for war. The Baron screams at the top of his lungs, declaring that they are not mere common bandits. He exalts that troop is the most feared mercenary force bought by imperial gold. The noble calls for loyalty to the great emperor, promising that eternal glory will follow them. Einbeck yells that he sabotages the city from within and knows every strategy of the leaders. The man states that Marcel will fall into ruins without even understanding who the true enemy is. The Baron beats his chest with pride, while the crowd of soldiers cheers in celebration. The noble announces with enthusiasm that the sovereign has sent an imperial court mage to the fight. The warriors are left open-mouthed, imagining that the famous flame mage has come to help them. A sinister silhouette wrapped in purple flames emerges, walking through the darkness. The mysterious sorceress mocks the mercenaries for being compared to a common mage. The woman reveals her snake-like features, claiming to be the Emperor's favorite mage. The dangerous creature formally introduces herself as the fearsome court mage, Janina. The soldiers tremble with fear before the snake woman, never having heard her name before. Janina smiles with malice, saying she does not use simple elemental spells in her sorcery. Sorceress declares that she manipulates living weapons, leaving the warrior perplexed by her answer. She opens a mysterious flask, releasing a magical smoke with a frightening glow. Janina displays a devilish smile while mystic energy dances around her fingers. Suddenly, a colossal boom shakes the ground with the arrival of a monstrous beast. A gigantic creature lands with violence, kicking up dust everywhere. The warriors retreat, overcome by terror at that overwhelming presence. A monstrous troll roars with ferocity, emerging under the sorceress's command. Janina smiles with malice, warning that the beast will fight side by side with the troops. Einbeck yells excitedly, declaring that the next day they will crush the Marcel army. The Baron raises his clenched fist, swearing to deliver the conquered city on a silver platter. The noble screams uncontrollably, promising to dedicate that entire victory to the Emperor. The mercenaries get excited and begin to celebrate, exalting the Holy Empire. The entire army cheers, raising their weapons in praise to the powerful emperor. Johann remains thoughtful in the room, evaluating the gravity of that conspiracy. The knight calls for the boy, who promptly places himself at his master's disposal. Johann hands over the sealed document and orders it delivered directly to the consul in secret. The young man explains that the leader needs to check the letter, and Goiden accepts the mission right away. Next, Johann calls the guards to pass on urgent instructions for the journey. Suedold reflects in silence, wondering why the holy waters saved the young man. The guards pay close attention to the young warrior's strategic orders. Johann speaks with determination, planning every detail before the party's departure. The next morning, Captain Kummel positions himself before the city's large gates. The second armed force of Marcel makes final preparations to march into the woods. The holy knights say their prayers, asking for divine protection for the hard battle ahead. Johann rides imposingly on his white horse, ready to lead alongside the troop. The knight adjusts his gloves when he hears someone calling his name right behind him. Goiden wishes him good luck on the expedition, and Johann asks him to take good care of the old mage. The wise man warns that he has already faced many battles and tells the boy to worry about himself. Johann says goodbye, waving his hand, and departs toward the other soldiers. The warrior rides firmly to join the front lines of the dwarf mercenaries. Kumul greets the young man with respect, and Johann confirms he is totally prepared. The dwarf warrior gives a tactical signal with his hand to start the army's march. Captain Kumul screams with his powerful voice, calling for the attention of all combatants. Kumul gives the order to advance while the war trumpet echoes to the four corners. Suddenly, the arrogant elves shoot ahead without waiting for the command's orders. The elf cavalry breaks formation and advances at full speed, kicking up a lot of dust. Johann observes the scene, understanding the reason why Kumul wanted to maintain control so badly. Kumul maintains a calm posture and orders the soldier to blow the horn one more time. The thunderous sound of the trumpet echoes through the valley, and the troops begin their official march. From the mansion's balcony, the consul observes the landscape, while the manager waits in silence. The feline woman comments with relief that the subjugation force has finally departed on its journey. The manager approaches respectfully to discuss crucial matters with the ruler. Velako holds the letter sent by Johann and asks if the manager has checked the contents yet. The feline confirms, saying the document was found yesterday in the Baron's quarters. The consul finds it very suspicious that the paper appeared just on the eve of the military attack. Velako doubts the letter's authenticity, knowing there are rivalries between nobles. The woman argues that the wax seal belongs without a doubt to the Baron's family lineage. The ruler reflects that both the seal and the text point to an evident betrayal. The consul recognizes that all clues indicate that the Baron is behind the attacks. The feline reminds him that the noble fled the city, making the suspicions against him undeniable. Velako states that he still doesn't trust Johann and warns about the guild's excessive faith in him. The director defends her choice, guaranteeing that the company only invests in those who truly deserve it. The consul gives a mysterious smile and warns that the feline should remember one detail. Velako warns coldly that he will not tolerate it if the young man's actions break the peace in Marseille. Velako warns that the trading company will also be held responsible in case of chaos. The manager swallows hard, wondering if the ruler is also part of the conspiracy. She fears that the man is actually a secret ally of the Imperial faction. At the Imperial camp, the soldiers ask the Baron if the news is real. Einbeck smiles, satisfied, confirming that he received the news of the troops' departure. The Baron celebrates, saying Marsal's army will fall into the trap without fail. The leader of the Imperial mercenaries laughs excitedly, waiting for news of victory. Janina shows disgust upon hearing the vulgar plans the men intend to carry out in the city. The mercenary notices Einbeck's tense expression and asks the reason for his paleness. The noble tries to mask his unease and waves his hands, saying everything is fine. However, the Baron continues sweating cold while a dark doubt consumes his mind. The man gathers his courage and asks the mage if she knows the whereabouts of Karamaf. He insinuates with caution the chance that that knight might have suffered serious injuries. Janina and those present burst into laughter, thinking it absurd to think of such a defeat. The woman exalts Karamaf as the strongest warrior in the entire empire with a sword. She reminds them that the executioner wears legendary equipment and is worth an entire army. The sorceress says it is impossible to defeat him, and the Baron pretends to agree with a laugh. The noble concludes that the young man lied to him and celebrates having poisoned him in time. Meanwhile, in the forest, Johann rides attentively, feeling something strange in the environment. The party reaches an outpost where the elf troop just passed through while fighting. Black smoke rises from the ashes, revealing the fallen bodies of the defeated bandits. The elf sentinel mocks the slowness of the dwarf army as soon as the troop approaches. Kumo laughs in a sarcastic tone, admitting he is a dwarf, but soon changes his posture. The dwarf demands respect, reminding them that Johann is a noble and should not be disrespected. The captain threatens to break the soldier's pointed ears if he insists on his audacity. Johann observes the argument, realizing that rivalry between the races is inevitable. The knight asks Kummel for calm, who coughs sheepishly and apologizes for the excess. Johann questions the elf about the confrontation and asks where the troop advanced. The archer brags, saying that Gustav and his knights cleaned up the entire region. The guard says the elves set off through the forest, hunting the criminals in flight. The bandits flee through the dense woods, pretending to be totally cornered. The elf declares with arrogance that all prisoners and loot belong to Gustav. Kummel retorts, saying they have already been very well paid, and dismisses the loot scraps. Johann analyzes the battlefield, suspicious that something very strange happened. He finds the easy defeat of the bandits, who decimated 500 soldiers before Odd. The young man notices that the dense forest next to them is perfect for a fatal ambush. Kummel asks if they searched the woods, and the elf mocks him, asking if they intend to go hunting. Johann concludes that the criminals retreated on purpose to lure the troops forward. The young man realizes that that narrow valley is a great trap set by the enemy. The dwarf captain orders the march to speed up so they don't have to listen to more elf complaints. Johann shouts, asking the captain to stop the march, and the dwarf asks what happened. The warrior orders them to adopt a defensive formation and fire into the dense forest. The warriors find the orders strange and question the reason for attacking empty trees. Johann explains that the terrain favors the enemy and they need to clear the area before advancing. Kummel says with confidence that they can crush the enemies even if it is an ambush. The knight reminds them that that troop defeated strong mercenaries and should not be underestimated. Johann insists firmly that they verify the presence of danger at that instant. The elf soldier bursts into laughter, mocking Johann's prudence and caution. Kummel fears that a false attack will stain the young man's honor before the elves' jokes. Johann declares with courage that he will throw his honor away as many times as necessary to save lives. The elf guard mocks the situation, leaving Kummel extremely irritated with that attitude. Kummel bows before Johann and agrees to follow the plan suggested by the warrior. Johann is relieved to have managed to convince them to act with prudence this time. Kummel raises his axe and orders the troop to assume a defensive position immediately. The dwarf soldiers advance together with their large shields to form a barrier. The wall of metal shields hits the ground with force, creating a firm line. The leader orders the shooters to aim at both sides of the dense forest. The dwarves prepare the heavy cannons and adjust their aim toward the woods. Kummel gives the attack signal and authorizes firing all weapons at the same time. A dense rain of projectiles hits the trees, covering the woods with explosions. The attacks hit heavy armor hidden in the middle of the vegetation. The elves widen their eyes in shock upon witnessing the first impacts. Kummel is perplexed to find that there really was an ambush in the woods. The captain realizes, terrified, that the enemies there are no mere bandits. Johann remembers when he asked his companions about the bull-headed mercenaries. The mercenaries confirm they have heard of the great fame of that feared group. The veteran reports that the bull band charges much more than other elite troops. Johann asks him to tell every detail known about the mercenaries. The soldier explains that the group acts in secret, charging extremely high prices. The warrior says the troop advances violently like uncontrollable bulls. He details how the group usually breaks the enemy center, destroying everything from within. Johann compares the described tactic to a lightning-fast modern war maneuver. Goran asks if they will face these soldiers, and Johann confirms the situation for the next day. Johann warns that the adversaries are not bandits, but warriors of the Emperor. The veteran advises Johann to retreat if he encounters that force on the battlefield. The man insists they avoid a direct confrontation against the band at any cost. The warrior warns that they wouldn't stand a chance and begins to relate a terrifying rumor. The man reveals the rumor that the Emperor's troop is able to command a Minotaur. Johann reflects thoughtfully, remembering hearing stories about monsters in his childhood. The legendary beast was known as the fearsome hero, hunting Minotaur. The colossal beast possessed discommunal strength and massacred every night in the kingdom. Goran beats his chest with enthusiasm and tells the young man not to worry about the monster. The young man promises to risk his life to cover Johann's retreat if necessary. Johann smiles and thanks them for the support, saying he intended to ask for their help in the fight. Goran jokes that he also wants to see the monster up close, even if they need to flee later. Johann thanks him for the gesture but explains that he has another important request to make. The two companions become curious upon hearing that the plan is quite different from that hidden in the woods. The enemies are startled to see the dwarves' defensive formation. A volley of arrows cuts through the skies, catching the soldiers in the trees by surprise. The projectiles hit several criminals who fall, moaning in pain on the forest floor. The enemy commander notices the attack and orders the elite troop to prepare the charge. The warrior with the horned helmet firms his grip on his weapon, ready for the total massacre. The resistant metal breastplate reflects the shots without suffering a single scratch. The leader raises his battle axe and gives the order to advance for the entire platoon. The gunners fire the heavy cannons, creating an explosion of flames in the field. The enemy troop advances without hesitation into the middle of the smoke and cannon fire. The firm step of the mercenaries echoes through the ground in a terrifyingly heavy march. A monstrous creature with gigantic horns emerges, walking alongside the troops. The beast raises its huge, heavy weapon and lets out a terrifying roar in the field. A fierce wave of mercenaries with bull helmets shoots forward in a full-scale charge. The two troops march toward a direct confrontation in the open field. Kumal recognizes the bull head mercenary troop and becomes tense in defense. Johann notices the danger of the situation and decides to act before the formation breaks. Johann warns the captain to withstand the impact of the charge that is coming. The warrior warns that he will try to break the strength of the enemy charge alone. The dwarf captain panics, shouting that it is too dangerous to advance alone. Johann shoots forward on his white horse, heading toward the front lines. Kumal draws the attention of all his warriors with his thunderous voice. The dwarf captain inflames the pride of the Iron Battalion for the brutal collision. Kumal promises that the adversaries will soon see the true strength of the dwarves. The enemies mock the knight, thinking it madness for him to approach alone. The horned warrior advances fiercely, promising to end the young man's life. Johann attacks with extreme violence and crushes the opponent in a single blow. The knight breaks the initial line, spreading terror among the adversaries. The enemy official panics and orders the soldiers to maintain the formation. The leader yells not to let the young man destabilize the attack ranks. Johann notices that the enemies understood his intention to break their stance. Kumal calls upon his ancestors, preparing his sledgehammer for the imminent collision. The horned mercenaries collide with full force against the dwarves' barrier. Johann looks back, tense upon noticing the start of the violent combat in the lines. A dwarf warrior delivers a sledgehammer blow with fury upon the adversary. The enemy's devastating attack opens a dangerous gap in the defensive line. The soldiers in bull armor invade the opening, massacring the troops. The dwarf combatants resist bravely, trading heavy blows in the tumult. Kumal roars, infuriated, and runs toward the breach to contain the advance. The dwarf captain delivers a crushing blow with his weapon, spinning with force. Kumal hits the mercenary's helmet square on, splitting the metal helmet. The enemy soldier collapses lifeless, kicking up dust before the defenders. The other mercenaries widen their eyes in shock upon seeing Kumal's strength. The dwarf beats his weapons, generating bright sparks, and calls for his troop. The impact of Kumal's weapons ignites a burning power, covering the blades. Kumal sets his axes on fire and orders them to bathe the steel in the adversary's blood. Johann is impressed by the captain's fury and realizes that side is holding out. The The knight gives a confident smile, knowing exactly what the next step is. Johann turns his horse and decides to advance head-on against the enemy command. The white horse shoots off at full speed, cutting through the battlefield on land. The command sentinels warn that a knight is approaching at full speed. The official asks who the crazy daredevil is, challenging the centurion without a sword. The mercenaries mock the young man, saying he is drunk on false heroism. The armored official asks Numeros for permission to annihilate the intruder. The fearsome centurion Numeros grants the honor and authorizes individual combat. The Minotaur creature observes with a fierce look, leading the Empire's troop. The official advances with a mace in hand, swearing to make a quick end of the night. Johann hits a lightning-fast blow directly into the masked warrior's face. The young man delivers a brutal sequence of attacks, breaking the enemy's stance. The soldiers panic upon seeing the official defeated in a single second. Johann comes face to face with the Minotaur, confirming the monster's presence. The young man remembers the warnings he received and realizes the creature is very real. Johann faces the beast and asks firmly if it is the leader of the rival band. The immense horned monster responds by ordering the knight to get off his mount. Johann finds the monster's sudden demands strange and tries to understand the reason. The creature mocks, warning that the horse might get hurt when he tears the young man apart. The monster compliments the animal, while the mercenaries are already disputing the loot of the armor. Johann dismounts, agreeing to protect the animal that bears his brother's name. The young man warns with a provocative smile that he will make soup with the beast's tail if he wins. The knight wields his mace and challenges the giant beast to direct combat. Johann gives a confident smile upon realizing he has attracted the adversary's attention. The Minotaur roars, maddened, and shoots off in a furious charge against the young man. The beast delivers an overwhelming blow with its immense, heavy battle axe. Johann jumps into the air with impressive agility and dodges the blade by a hair's breadth. The warrior lands perfectly on the ground, keeping his total focus on the battle. The monster roars in anger upon seeing that the young man managed to escape the impact. Johann advances swiftly across the ground, dodging another charge from the beast. The knight dodges continuous blows with quick and precise movements. Johann realizes the dangerous disadvantage caused by the axe's gigantic reach. The Minotaur spins the weapon in a fierce whirlwind, kicking up dust and rocks. Johann feels the cutting wind pass centimeters from hitting his body. The knight retreats, knowing that any graze from the blade would be completely fatal. Johann laments not having his main magical weapon in that mortal duel. The monster loses his patience, shouting, demanding the young man stop dodging. The creature jumps with ferocity, promising to give the knight a dignified death. Johann slides along the ground, taking advantage of the opening left in the beast's attack. The Minder's eyes widen upon seeing the quick charge coming from below. Johann lands a direct blow on the magic bell hanging on the monster's chest. The control artifact shatters into several pieces, flying through the air. The Empire's soldiers go into shock and put their hands to their heads in despair. The Minotaur suffers a violent magical reaction, with sparks breaking his trance. The heavy battle axe slips from the beast's fingers and falls directly to the ground. The creature is left powerless, gasping on the floor with tears in its eyes. Johann walks toward the fallen beast, breathing deeply after the effort. The warrior raises his mace firmly to end that combat once and for all. In another part of the field, the dwarves take advantage of the confusion and go after the band. The Imperial mercenaries try to resist the pressure, trading furious blows. The Holy Knight leader gives the signal to begin the combat ritual. The Holy Warrior asks for divine forgiveness and drinks the mysterious magical potion. The enemy soldiers find the attitude of the hooded knights in battle odd. The knights awaken a frightening energy, their eyes glowing blue. The holy troop enters a berserker rage and cuts through the enemy lines without mercy. The holy warrior's blades slash the mercenaries with extreme ease. An infuriated mercenary jumps with his sledgehammer to try to crush his opponent on the ground. The holy commander intervenes in an instant, delivering a lethal counter-attack. The warrior woman takes down her adversary with a graceful and mortal blow in the middle of the tumult. The commander extends her hand with a smile, telling her brother to get up in the fight. The warrior recites his fanatic motto and gets up, ready to spread destruction. The armored official screams in despair, ordering the battalion to resist the offensive. The soldier trusts that the centurion will defeat Johann and come to save the troop. The beast's iron helmet is ripped off, flying far away after a devastating impact. The tip of Johann's mace positioned before the unarmed monster's face. The Minotaur lies defeated on the ground, completely defenseless before the winner. Johann faces the adversary and asks coldly if he has any last words. Johann faces the adversary on the ground and mocks the beast's legendary title. The battalion warriors observe silently and apprehensively the leader's defeat. The monster apologizes and begs on his knees not to be killed in the fight. The creature argues that killing him will bring no honor to the knight. The monster confesses, terrified, that he is nothing but a crossbred creature. Johann furrows his brow, not understanding exactly what he means. The beast stammers, saying he is not strong and is not worth eliminating. Johann maintains a serious expression, not caring about the excuse. The knight states that he doesn't give a damn about glory or false conquests. Johann turns and shouts for the soldier who carries the band's horn. The warrior orders the man to play the instrument to send an urgent message. Johann orders them to announce the total defeat to stop the advance on the front line. The defeated monster lets out a sigh, recognizing the troop's absolute failure. John points the weapon at the beast and calls him emergency meat reserve. The young man warns with a stern look that the monster will serve as a living witness. The creature is left without a reaction and just lets out a lowing of pure embarrassment. On the combat line, the official insists they maintain their position firmly. Suddenly, the sound of the surrender horn echoes, surprising the soldiers. Mercenary despairs upon noticing that the centurion fell before a single man. Kumal mocks the enemies, reminding them that their boss just got massacred. The dwarf captain celebrates the first victory and orders them to play the anthem of triumph. At the trading company headquarters in the city, the day passes with tranquility. The feline manager arrives, excited, bringing the news of the first military victory. Velako smiles, thinking the elf knights were responsible for the success. The manager hesitates and reveals with apprehension that they lost contact with the elves. The ruler gets a huge scare and hits the table with his hands, unable to believe it. Velako turns pale, questioning how an elite troop could disappear like that. The feline explains that the enemies were a mercenary group armed in ambush. The woman extends the official report with all the information about the combat. She asks the consul to analyze the detailed document she just received. The report confirms the mercenaries' confession and the Baron's direct guilt. Velako holds his head tense, seeing the undeniable truth before his eyes. The consul asks, impressed, if they captured the Empire's terrible Minotaur. The leader reflects, surprised, that they managed to capture that beast while still alive. The man wonders who in the world would carry out such an absurd and grand feat. The manager smiles with pride, claiming she knows very well who is capable of it. Johann's imposing figure appears in his mind as the only hero of that combat. In the distance, someone shouts Johann's name, calling the young warrior's attention. Goiden comes running on the old mage's shoulders, excited to hug the knight. The wise man praises the young man's effort and tells him to rest after the long journey. Goiden gestures excitedly, exaggerating Johann's heroic feats in battle. Johann asks him to tone down the exaggeration, but hopes the story spreads. The boy insists with a mischievous smile, saying the knight deserves the fame. Kumal enters the tent, declaring with pride that the dwarves agree with the praise. The dwarf captain beats his chest, stating that Johann deserves all the honors. Kumal says the young man's courage in attacking from the front inspired the whole troop. The dwarf praises the young man's bravery, saying he was a great example for everyone. Johann thanks him for the affection, hoping that Velako finally takes him seriously. Kumal highlights that the warrior's tactical intelligence exceeded expectations. The leaders of the Holy Knights approach, wishing blessings upon Johann. The Holy Knights praise the keen tactical instinct shown by Johann. The commander highlights the young man's nobility in sparing the enemy leader's life. Johann minimizes the fight, saying there was no reason to execute the opponent. The woman reminds him that facing a Minotaur head-on would be almost impossible. The warrior woman highlights that any common knight would have made another decision. She states that many would have decapitated the beast in exchange for fame and honor. The commander smiles with admiration for the integrity shown by the young man. Johann is left awkward before so much warm praise about his conduct. The young man tries to change the subject, and the soldiers are enchanted by his humility. The old mage looks sideways, remembering the number of enemies he struck down. Sweddled warns with a smile that excessive modesty can embarrass those who praise him. Johann decides to accept the praise with gratitude before his companions. Kumul calls everyone to reorganize the plan and crush the Baron's forces. A desperate scream echoes from outside, drawing the whole group's attention. A wounded and bloodied elf messenger collapses to his knees before Johann. Kumul recognizes Gustav's soldier and realizes the news is not good. The elf loses his strength and falls to his knees on the packed earth. The soldier begs in despair for them to send reinforcements to the woods immediately. The elf reveals, terrified, that the troops were ambushed by a troll monster. The memory of the confrontation in the dark, swampy forest resurfaces at that instant. The elf soldiers advanced through the shallow water, chasing targets through the forest. The bandits ran, feigning despair to lure the troop ever deeper. The fugitives looked back with sinister smiles while they ran in the water. The elf cavalry ran over the bandits, believing in an easy victory. The elf blades cut down the fugitives without any difficulty along the way. Bodies of criminals fell into the dark swamp waters during the chase. Gustav rode imposingly, observing the defeated bodies scattered across the floor. The elf leader mocked with contempt, thinking the fight had been too easy. Gustav remembered he only accepted the mission to pay off a debt to the Count. The knights complained about the persistent collection made by local merchants. Gustav ordered the troop to continue the march to collect the war spoils. The commander raised his shiny sword, calling for all the men's attention. Gustav ordered relentless pursuit to annihilate the rest of the enemies. The noble ordered them to load all items of value left behind in the forest. The elf warned he would punish any soldier who hid treasures with rigor. The army of elves advanced excitedly through the water, believing in total triumph. The party went ever deeper into the dark and silent forest vegetation. The troop decided to take a quick break to check their armor and rest. The soldiers found the dense woods odd when a heavy rumble shook the ground. The guard commented on the place's somber climate, fearing an unexpected trap. Heavy and slow footsteps began to approach through the water in the darkness. The sentinels looked suspiciously in the direction of the noise coming from the fog. A wounded warrior emerged staggering, leaving his companions on alert. The bloodied soldier begged for help, his face overcome by terror. A gigantic hand descended from the shadows, crushing the fugitive brutally. The elf knight drew his sword in panic before the violent shock. The soldiers widened their eyes, terrified of the colossal creature that emerged. A monstrous and titanic troll stood before them, roaring fiercely. The beast opened wide its sharp fangs, with yellow eyes full of pure fury. The messenger cries at Johann's feet, revealing the fatal troll trap. Johann realizes that the whole thing was a trap to lure the group and finds the presence of trolls quite strange. The elf soldier reveals, in tears, that 3 knights from his troop remain trapped in that massacre. The messenger grows desperate and kneels, begging them to send help to his cornered companions. Kumul hesitates at the request and asks his allies for their opinions on what they should do now. The holy commander advocates for the rescue, but leaves the final decision up to the dwarf. Johann asks for more details about the trolls to evaluate the situation before making a choice. The holy warrior shares that she has defeated one of these creatures before, but admits that the fight is terrifying. She reports that without divine intervention, it is practically impossible for a human to face such a monster. The woman explains that the monster's skin is as hard as stone and no common attack can pierce its muscles. The paladin describes the beast's overwhelming strength and warns that the most terrifying detail is yet to come. In the flashback of the battle, an elf knight charges forward in a rage, striking the monster with his sword. Even after being hit, the beast's body regenerates instantly as if the strike had never happened. The warrior stands paralyzed with fear while witnessing the supernatural healing of that terrible creature. His companion screams in desperation, telling the soldier to run away before it is too late. Back at the camp, Johann places his hand on his chin, pondering the extreme threat these monsters pose. The wounded elf cries on his knees, warning that time is running out and pleading for immediate help. Johann asks if the warrior would go on the rescue, and she confirms she will follow the order if Kummel authorizes it. The commander warns with regret that the knights will likely be gone by the time they arrive. Kummel takes a deep breath with a heavy expression and calls for the elf messenger's attention. The dwarf expresses deep sorrow, but warns that there is no way to send a rescue troop at that moment. Kummel explains that the mission is not yet over, and he cannot risk the safety of his entire army. The elf stares at the leader in shock, while the dwarven captain tries to maintain a firm posture despite the pain. Johann breaks the silence by stating he will go alone, leaving everyone present in total shock. The elf soldier is moved and warns that this is an extremely dangerous mission for a nobleman. Johann replies that the dwarves can protect the post, and for that reason, he himself will lead the search. Kummel tries to stop the knight, warning that going there would just be putting himself in danger for nothing. Johann stares at the dwarf and retorts by asking what the situation would be like if any of them were still alive. The warrior asserts that he would never sit idly by and wait for allies to perish without doing anything. Johann raises his voice, declaring that the chance to save even one life is reason enough to try. The holy warriors are moved to tears by the young knight's noble words. Johann kneels respectfully before Kummel and asks for formal permission to depart for the rescue. Impressed by such bravery, Kummel yields with a smile and authorizes the formation of the rescue troop. Goiden cries with emotion, praising the knight's noble soul while the old wise man just watches. The elder steps away, deep in thought, clearly realizing what the young man's true intentions are. Johann reflects that the elves are strong warriors and can still be rescued if he is quick. The young man smiles greedily, thinking about the massive reward in gold he will extort from the elf nobles. At the enemy base, a message from the scouts confirms that the elf knights fell into the ambush. A hooded figure lets out a sinister laugh around the table illuminated by a candle. The man celebrates, saying that the massacre of the elves will destroy the city's alliance with those people. The sorceress tells the man to stop celebrating ahead of time, reminding him that things did not go perfectly. Janina reports that the main troop did not take the bait, and the mercenaries hired with gold surrendered. The snake-like woman frowns, trying to understand how an elite group could surrender so easily. The nobleman swallows hard, claiming the mercenaries were expendable, sparking distrust in those present. The image reveals the mark of an official wax seal on a mysterious letter about the secret plan. The nobleman hides the letter with a cunning look, ensuring that his true plan remains intact. The conspirator changes the subject and asks how the troll controlled by the fearsome imperial mage is doing. The man remembers that trolls are vulnerable to fire, but the sorceress warns them not to worry. Janina explains with an evil smile that she placed the monster in a wet swamp where torches will not light. The masked man agrees, relieved, remembering that common flames would no longer do anything against the creature. The sorceress plays with the fire, promising that the elves will meet their tragic end in the abyss of darkness. The expedition advances through the dark waters and the disturbing silence of the swampy forest. A torch with a bright green flame is lit, illuminating the path in the middle of the fog. Johann observes the unusual light and asks the warrior what the name of that fire magic is. Valiant explains that it is the fire of Vina, a powerful holy magic passed down through generations. The commander says that the monastery's spell is widely used to purify and exterminate monsters. Johann asks if it was with this holy power that she managed to defeat the troll in the past. The paladin confirms, saying that the holy fire is capable of nullifying the beast's accelerated regeneration. Valiant smiles with pride, remembering that it was thanks to this special flame that they took down the creature. Johann questions if the fire is really that different from a normal one, and she responds that the power varies greatly. The warrior explains that the flame does not go out in water and burns everything until it completely purifies the target. Johann swallows hard, shocked to realize that this holy magic works, just like white phosphorus. The young man praises Valian's skills, impressed by her stamina in running alongside the horse. The commander laughs, saying that her endurance comes from divine grace and intense daily training. Valian confesses that she feels much safer being accompanied by such strong warriors. Johann suggests only drawing the beast's attention to rescue the elf knights without direct fighting. The young man believes that experienced soldiers would never fight against a monster that heals non-stop. In the middle of the woods, Gustav yells at his soldiers, demanding that no one hide and that they maintain formation. The elf raises his sword, blinded by pride, determined to kill the troll to win glory. The monster bears a terrifying smile and lets out a sinister growl, ready for the confrontation. The small magical dog begins to bark non-stop, warning about something strange just ahead. Johann realizes the animal found a clue, while Valian finds it strange that the dog is named after the executioner. The elf knight's horses run past, desperate through the shallow waters of the swamp. Valian is puzzled by the scene, seeing that the elves' mounts are fleeing alone through the woods. A desperate scream echoes through the woods, leaving Johann and the commander on high alert. Johann is irritated to realize that the foolish elves continued fighting the monster head-on. Valian cheers with a smile, excited to know that the soldiers are still alive. The warrior asks Johann to wait, while they prepare a much stronger fire ritual. Johann does not wait and shoots ahead with his horse, warning that he will buy some time in the fight. The paladin is in total shock at the young man's recklessness in running alone into danger. Johann orders his dog to round up the fleeing mounts while he advances into the water. The knight accelerates toward the darkness, ignoring the concerned screams of the holy commander. Valian gathers her sisters in arms and asks for total focus on the ritual to create the rescue flame. The warrior kneels with sword in hand, starting a fervent prayer to Saint Ina. The green fire on the torch begins to burn with extreme intensity as the prayers echo in the woods. The warriors form a holy circle, praying for light and divine guidance. In the middle of the swamp, the giant troll raises its colossal fist with a deafening roar, about to crush Gustav. Gustav leaps swiftly through the water, barely escaping the devastating impact on the wet ground. The beast turns furiously, advancing with its sharp claws toward the elf commander. Gustav spins in the air and delivers a deep cut into the monster's tough skin, splattering blood. The elf leader lands in the water, wielding his thin blade with precision amidst the fog. To the warrior's despair, the troll's wound closes in seconds without leaving a scar. Gustav bites his lips in defiance and exhaustion, realizing his attacks have no effect. The troll roars with violence, bearing its monstrous fangs directly over the nobleman. Gustav tries to maintain a firm posture, but admits to himself that the situation is desperate. The elf troop lies fallen and defeated, their morale completely destroyed by the horror of combat. The knights breathe with extreme difficulty, worn out by the endless fight against the beast. Loran wields his sword, trembling, knowing that the only remaining alternative is to keep the creature away. Gustav turns, startled, and asks at the top of his lungs what his wounded companion is trying to do. Loran apologizes, saying he cannot fight anymore as he has reached his absolute limit. The warrior begs to be left behind as a distraction, but Gustav refuses the madness immediately. The giant troll delivers a devastating punch with its heavy fist toward the cornered soldiers. The colossal hand descends with mortal violence, about to crush the elf warrior fallen in the water. Gustav goes into absolute despair and screams his companion's name as he sees the fatal attack approaching. Suddenly, a spear thrown with absurd force cuts through the air and strikes the beast, splattering blood. The elf knight opens his eyes, confused, realizing the fatal blow did not hit his body. The soldier looks up, perplexed, unable to understand what had just saved his life in the final second. The monster bellows in pain with the steel blade deeply embedded in its resistant flesh. The creature staggers backward while the elves look on, stunned, at the spear stuck in the monster. The warrior stands motionless, unable to believe that someone had the strength to pierce the beast's stone body. The elf wonders in shock who in the world would be capable of performing such an unbelievable physical feat. The young man hears rapid footsteps in the water and spots a fearless knight advancing through the fog. Joan appears riding furiously and tells the soldiers to stop slacking off in the middle of the field. The knight shouts with all his might, ordering everyone to retreat at full speed to save their lives. Meanwhile, at the trading company's branch in Marseille, night falls with a tense atmosphere in the office. Consul Villico and the guild manager analyze important documents by the light of a lonely candle. The leader questions the letter he just received, supposedly from warriors considered dead. Villico reports the request from the 500 mercenaries for the city gates to be opened at midnight. The feline woman states that it is nothing but another trick from the traitorous Baron, and the consul agrees with the suspicion. The leaders recall the mercenary troop that marched weeks ago as the first strike force. That regiment left with the objective of sweeping away the bandits, but ended up finding a deadly ambush. The mercenaries were surprised by the Empire's elite troops and fell into a cowardly trap. The entire group was mercilessly massacred, without having any real chance of defense or escape from the forest. Einbeck then stole the official seal of the dead leader to forge messages and deceive the command of Marseille. Villico concludes that the fake letter is an obvious trap to bring down the city's last line of defense. The manager agrees and says that even if there are survivors, they will only verify identities tomorrow. The feline woman reinforces firmly that no one will enter the walls during the darkness of that dangerous night. The consul smiles, satisfied to notice that they both think the same way to protect Marseille's safety. Villico guarantees that he has already given strict orders to the guards so that no threat crosses the closed gates. Far from there, at the expedition camp, a fervent prayer echoes in the silence of the dark tent. Goiden prays before the candle, asking that the claws and fangs of the monsters do not harm his young master. The wise old man appears in the shadows, asking calmly if the boy is worried about Johann's safety. The boy turns, surprised, calling for the wise elder in the middle of the cold night. Goiden admits the knight's courage, but remembers, terrified, that humans cannot defeat trolls alone. The wise man sits down and explains that it would require the strength of an entire legion to defeat the creature. However, Swedel reassures the boy, guaranteeing that there is no reason for despair in that battle. The mage reminds him that Johann carries with him the 2 flasks with the secret holy waters from the mythical river. The boy remembers with joy the water of blessing and the fearsome water of wrath given by the wise man. The elder explains that by bathing the weapon in the water of wrath, the warrior acquires immense destructive power. The holy liquid is capable of inflicting fatal damage and nullifying even the monster's regeneration. The mage fully trusts that the young man will know how to use the legendary resource with great wisdom in combat. In the swamp, the troll roars furiously with the common spear piercing its body amidst the black blood. Gustav warns Johann that the men are already retreating while the knight holds the beast back with bravery. Johann rides with force through the water, tearing through the fog to keep the creature away from the survivors. The young man celebrates having managed to pierce the monster's skin just with his immense brute strength. Johann focuses on buying time for the escape without remembering he carries the flask of water of wrath with him. Suddenly, the warrior widens his eyes, noticing an extremely reckless attitude on the field. Arrogant elf soldier advances with sword in hand, thinking it is the perfect moment to take down the beast. Johann flies into a rage, cursing the soldier for the monumental foolishness of approaching the enraged monster. Gustav screams in desperation, ordering Leon to retreat immediately before he is massacred by the creature. The foolish elf insists on the attack, blinded by pride, believing that if a human could do it, he is capable too. The troll lands a devastating blow, throwing the elf warrior far away amidst Gustav's despair. The soldier's body bounces violently through the shallow water, raising large waves in the dark swamp. The elf spits out a huge amount of blood, falling completely unconscious on the wet ground. Johann is infuriated by the young man's recklessness, after all the trouble he went through to save the platoon. The beast roars with its eyes glowing yellow and begins to rip the spear stuck in its throat. The monster removes the weapon and throws the piece of wood away while its skin begins to close again. Johann pulls the reins with full force, determined to contain the monster's advance at any cost. The knight shouts, advancing fearlessly to draw the giant beast's attention in the middle of the water. The white horse shoots forward, cutting off the path to allow the rest of the elves to escape. The troll faces the furious approach, focusing all its hatred exclusively on the young knight. Johann knows he should not fight to the death and only plans to neutralize the beast's mobility. The warrior delivers a crushing blow to the creature's leg, taking advantage of the mount's speed. The monster bellows in agony with its joint broken, while the horse gallops past on the side. Johann celebrates the success of the attack, believing he delayed the beast's steps, at least for the moment. Suddenly, a gigantic hand emerges from the shadows, grabbing the young man with force in the middle of the fog. The elf knight widens his eyes in absolute panic to see Johann being captured by the monster. The beast holds the knight with violence and collapses onto the water, crushing the young man's body. Johann coughs up blood, suffocating, realizing he made a fatal error by getting too close to the beast. The warrior is lifted by the troll's claws, fearing that this is the tragic end of his journey. Meanwhile, on the wall of Marcel, the sentry spots a strange trail of lights in the darkness. The guard uses the telescope to try to identify who is approaching the gates during the night. The soldier is confused to notice dozens of torches, illuminating an armed troop marching in silence. The sentry panics upon recognizing the banner of the mercenaries reported dead on the mission. The guard trembles with fear, not understanding how massacred warriors could come marching back to there. The man realizes with horror that the magistrate's warning about an ambush was completely real. The alarm bells ring on the wall, and the soldiers run to protect the gates from any invasion. In the trading office, Villico and the manager hear the sentry's clamor confirming the arrival of the troop. The feline woman suggests sending a letter to confirm the facts, but a voice interrupts the conversation from outside. The cabinet door is broken down by surprise with the sudden arrival of invaders in the shadows. The consul and the director get a huge scare to see armed figures invading the private room. Heavy footsteps echo on the wooden floor while the leaders face the warrior's silhouette. The mercenary leader mocks their scared expressions, saying they look like they've seen a ghost. Brattle emerges, escorted by guards, and introduces himself before Villico with an intimidating look. The feline manager cannot believe what she sees and questions in shock how the mercenary is still alive. The man admits without shame that he swore loyalty to Imperial Gold, betraying Marcel without hesitation. Villico turns pale to realize that the troop was totally bought by the traitorous Baron of the Empire. The director is outraged by that warrior's cowardice in selling his own honor in such a vile way. Brattle declares solemnly that from that moment on, the city of Marcel will be under Imperial control. In the swamp, John grinds his teeth, taken by a desperate fury while struggling to break free. The elves watch the scene in absolute panic, shouting for the knight who was cornered by the beast. The troll crushes Johann's body against the deep water in a brutal impact that shakes the forest. A gigantic column of water rises to the skies, covering the field with a thick, bloody mist. The elf knight collapses to his knees in tears, calling at the top of his lungs for the savior who had fallen there. The warrior faces the darkness, static in a state of deep shock at the tragedy. The image shows the motionless face of the knight, submerged in the dark swamp water, without signs of life. Johann's body floats silently in the cold water, leaving the survivors certain of his tragic death. Under the moonlight, the traitorous mercenaries firm the flag, ready to give the combined signal. The Empire's soldiers confirm the plan's readiness while preparing the fire in the surroundings. The mercenary lights a flaming torch, raising the light to coordinate the start of the cowardly attack. The traitor smiles with mockery, celebrating that the fools of Marcel fell perfectly into Einbeck's plan. The mercenary mocks the alarm on the wall, guaranteeing that the band will invade the city anyway. The guards run to defend the walls without imagining that the real invasion will occur through another route. The traitor reminds them that the sentry bought with gold will facilitate the secret entry through the city sewers. The corrupt guard opens the underground hatch, allowing the infiltration of the mercenaries in the darkness. The soldier celebrates the betrayal, exalting the Holy Empire with an insane smile on his face. Suddenly, a precise crossbow shot hits the guard's head, silencing his voice forever. The invader strikes down the traitor in cold blood, while reciting the motto of loyalty to the Emperor in the shadows. The soldier turns backward, saluting with the arrival of the squad leader. The warrior reports that the bride guard has already been eliminated to avoid loose ends in the plan. The feared Commander Brattle appears imposing, with the official medallion of his troop on his chest. Brattle states with contempt that the Empire has no use for those who betray their own people for a few coins. The mercenary leader gathers his men and declares solemnly that the city of Marseille now belongs to them. The man orders part of the troop to capture the captain of the guard, while the defenders look at the wall. Brattle assumes leadership of the rest of the group, marching straight to the consul's office in the city. Before Villico, the commander tells the ruler not to look at him with such hostility in that room. Brattle proposes maintaining the consul's authority in case he agrees to submit to the Empire's total domain. The feline manager rebels by shouting, questioning how they could trust the word of cowardly invaders. The man claps mockingly, praising the courage and boldness demonstrated by the guild director. However, Brattle makes a stern face and warns that intelligent merchants should only choose the winning side. The mercenary warns that the captain of the guard has already been surrendered and any military resistance will be useless. The commander pulls out an official parchment, declaring that his demand to the ruler is very simple. The man extends the document over the office table, before the tense gaze of Villico and the manager. Brattle demands a formal order signed by the leader, commanding the subjugation troop to cease combat. The text decrees the immediate surrender of the entire Marseille army before the invading forces of the Empire. The commander adds that the leader must also sign an oath of absolute loyalty to the Emperor. Brattle threatens by saying that fulfilling the order will prevent the magistrate's blood from being shed on the spot. In the dark swamp, Johann's body rests motionless in the freezing water, surrounded by the silence of death. Gustav comes face to face with the colossal troll, wielding his sword to try to protect his men. The beast roars with eyes on fire, displaying sharp fangs, ready to devour the elf nobleman. Gustav positions himself before his wounded companions, determined to face the creature alone. The commander orders Laurent to flee while carrying Leon, while he himself holds the monster in the field. Laurent protests, desperate in tears, stating that he will refuse to leave his friend to die behind. Gustav shouts at the soldiers, demanding that they rescue the fainted knight without wasting any more time. The warrior yells at the top of his lungs, cutting through his companion's emotional pleas in the fog. Laurent widens his eyes, startled by the severe and desperate tone of the elf leader at that moment. Gustav clarifies that it is not a friend's request, but a direct military order from his superior in the fight. The soldier retreats in tears while Gustav turns to face certain death in the forest. The elf nobleman challenges the giant troll, advancing with unshakable courage against the murderous monster. Gustav calls for an honorable death, raising his sword with all the determination he still has left. The monster bares its huge maw, concentrating terrifying energy to annihilate the warrior. Submerged in the dark depths of the swamp, Johann floats unconscious, feeling his life fade away. The young man remembers the severe teachings of his former master about never fighting without being sure of winning. The master warned that it was necessary to flee from danger, but highlighted a fundamental rule of combat. The old warrior taught that if the fight was inevitable, it was mandatory to kill the enemy and not die. Johann apologizes in thought to his master, believing that his journey has reached its limit there. Darkness envelopes the young man's mind, while blood slowly drips through the river waters. Johann's body sinks among the soldiers' corpses, feeling an overwhelming exhaustion taking over. The warrior closes his eyes, accepting the cruel fate that had always pursued him since his birth. Suddenly, the beating of his heart echoes strongly in his chest, awakening memories of his childhood. Johann recalls that his entire trajectory was forged amidst deep pain and endless suffering. Johann feels his heart stopping little by little and thinks the time has finally come to rest in peace. The warrior closes his eyes, believing that all that suffering will soon have a final end. A mysterious spiritual figure emerges under the dark waters, gently touching the young man's face. Suddenly, Johann widens his eyes, refusing categorically to surrender to the darkness of death. The warrior clenches his fist with extreme fury, while his will to fight returns to burn in his chest. He remembers the master's words, saying that if it is not possible to escape the fatal destiny, an explosion of strength cuts through the swamp waters, bringing back the knight's energy. The old lesson echoes in his mind, ordering him to destroy death itself instead of perishing. Johann's heart starts pulsing again, firing a charge of magical energy through his entire body. Johann emerges from the water amidst a furious roar, determined to defeat any adversary. The warrior rises with a terrifying aura, letting his eyes shine in pure wrath. With his gaze fixed on the enemy, he decides to annihilate the monster without showing any hesitation. The colossal beast prepares a crushing blow to destroy what was left of the elf warriors. Gustav advances with his sword in hand, swearing to defend his honor and his people until the last second. A devastating blow cuts the air at high speed, hitting the troll with extreme violence. The monstrous creature howls in pain, while jets of blood splatter all over the swamp. Gustav is perplexed to see the monster be violently hit from behind by surprise. The elf commander can barely believe the imposing warrior who has just emerged in the fight. He recognizes Johann and is in total shock to realize the human survived the fall. Johann wields his spear and tells the elves to get out of the way before he loses his patience. At the imperial camp, Marquis Einbeck receives the news that Marcel has finally been taken. The nobleman celebrates euphorically, shouting with joy for the planned victory of his troops. Einbeck boasts, laughing loudly, and claims with pride that everything went according to his strategy. Janina praises the nobleman's utility, but asks mockingly if the massacre will stop there. The man replies that he will never forgive the leaders of Marcel and decrees the execution of all of them. Einbeck mocks the merchants, saying that simple traders should not get involved in politics. The Marquis vows to eradicate all opponents of the emperor's faction to purify the city. He declares that all merchants on the continent will learn a hard lesson about nobility. Einbeck snaps his fingers in a tone of triumph, calling the attention of his allies in the tent. The goblets on the table shake, while the conspirators prepare to celebrate the plan. The Marquis raises his glass, stating that cheap money will never buy noble blood and honor. Janina opens a sadistic smile and toasts, exalting the eternal glory of the Holy Empire. The hooded messenger raises the goblet, toasting with enthusiasm to the life of the great emperor. The man decides to leave at that same hour to take the great news of the conquest to the royal palace. Einbeck orders him to make it very clear to the emperor that the victory was achieved by his merit. The messenger walks alone through the dark forest in the middle of the silence of that cold night. The man grumbles in rebellion, thinking about lying in the report to damage the arrogant Einbeck. The subject plans to sabotage the Marquis when he suddenly notices a strange presence in the woods. The messenger is surprised to find a horse alone in the middle of that closed forest. He analyzes the saddled animal, thinking it is the mount of some knight who has already died. The man approaches, petting the animal to calm it down and be able to ride it without problems. He celebrates his luck, thinking he will reach the palace much faster with that beautiful horse. The messenger pulls the reins and tells the animal to advance at full speed along the dark path. To the man's surprise, the horse stalls and refuses categorically to take a single step. The subject finds the attitude strange and feels a terrible chill upon noticing a shadow behind him. A monstrous beast wrapped in blue flames emerges from nowhere, leaving the man paralyzed with fear. In the swamp, Johann tells the elves to move away, and the startled soldier obeys immediately. The knight advances through the dark water, coming face to face with the giant creature in the woods. The soldier asks with hesitation if it is safe to let a human face the monster completely alone. Gustav trembles while holding his sword and remembers, terrified, that not even dozens of attacks managed to hurt the beast. Gustav notes that the elves' attacks failed, while Johann's spear made the monster howl in pure pain. The elf commander recognizes that intervening in that fight now would only get in the knight's way. Gustav decides to watch in silence the grandiose combat that is about to happen in the forest. Johann faces the giant troll with eyes glowing blue, emanating a scary bloodlust. The colossal beast roars with all its fury and advances heavily to crush the knight in the swamp. Johann does not retreat and jumps toward the adversary without showing the slightest fear of death. The warrior runs through the shallow waters, wielding his spears, ready for the fast counterattack. With impressive speed, Johann throws his projectiles, aiming straight at the monster. The spears cut the air at high speed, advancing like lightning against the creature's body. The weapons pierce the beast's hard flesh, opening deep wounds in the troll's trunk. The monster howls, maddened by the pain, while blood pours from the newly opened wounds. The elf soldier questions the attack, thinking that simple spears will not be enough to win. The warriors try to understand Johann's strategy, while the young man maintains his focused look. Taking advantage of the distraction, Johann advances like lightning, closing the distance to the adversary. The creature tries to deliver an awkward punch, but the knight dodges with mastery in the air. Johann jumps over the blow, landing positioned directly above the troll's head. The knight delivers a crushing blow with his closed fist, hitting the creature's face. The devastating impact of the punch echoes through the swamp, shaking the beast's entire structure. The troll spits out a large amount of blood, staggering backward with the violent shock. The elves widen their eyes in total shock to see the young man facing the monster with his bare hands. Johann gives no respite and begins to deliver a brutal sequence of punches against the giant's body. Shock waves explode with each impact, punishing the beast's resistant flesh without mercy. The monster tries to react by raising its arm, but the knight already anticipates the movement in combat. Johann dodges with impressive agility and uses the adversary's own arm as support. The warrior lands with firmness on the beast's neck, delivering another heavy blow to the top. A rain of precise punches hits the troll's head, forcing the creature to bow in the water. The giant monster loses its balance and begins to stagger, completely stunned by the beating. Johann jumps into the air, taking advantage of the opening to prepare the final blow of that combat. The young man grabs the troll's head from behind, digging his fingers in with all his muscular strength. Johann twists the creature's neck with brutality, exerting unbelievable pressure on the bone. The dry crack of the broken vertebra echoes in the swamp while the monster lets out its last breath. The creature collapses backward, without strength, raising a huge curtain of water as it hits the ground. The monster's colossal body sinks into the dark waters, making the ground shake with the fall. The elf knights stand open-mouthed, unable to understand the surreal strength they just saw. Gustav shouts in desperation, telling Johann to flee before the creature manages to regenerate. Johann ignores the warning and steps firmly on the chest of the fallen beast to finish the job. Gustav is confused and asks, at the top of his lungs, what the knight intends to do to the creature. Johann holds the monster's jaw with his own hands, ready for an extreme measure. The troll still tries to struggle, while the young man begins to force the huge maw to both sides. Johann pulls with all his brute strength, ripping the giant's mouth in a scary way. The warrior rose with anger, putting all his power into splitting the creature's head in half. A terrifying sound of flesh tearing echoes through the forest, while blood pours out non-stop. The troll's jaw is completely destroyed, preventing any chance of the monster regenerating. A dense mist of blood covers the swamp, sealing the fate of that terrible creature once and for all. The elves are horrified before the immense violence demonstrated by the young knight. Johann takes a deep breath, catching his breath while cleaning the blood running down his face. What remains of the corpse sinks slowly into the dark water, ending the danger of that monster. Johann faces the destroyed carcass and concludes that he finally put a definitive end to the threat. Far from there, the mysterious blue fire beast runs swiftly through the woods, carrying the traitor. The messenger screams, terrified, begging for the monster to release him in the middle of the dark night. The messenger panics, thinking the wolf will devour him along with the horses captured in the woods. A terrified scream echoes from afar in the forest, calling the attention of the wounded elf knights. Leon breathes with extreme difficulty and calls for Gustav's name, feeling his strength fading. The young elf asks his friend not to be sad, for falling in battle is an honorable end for his troop. Gustav holds back his tears with a heavy heart, seeing his companion about to take his last breath. The soldier coughs up blood and asks Gustav to tell his father that he fought with bravery until the end. Gustav cries copiously, promising to pass on the message about the courage demonstrated by the warrior. Leon opens a weak smile, thanking the leader while his breathing gets slower and slower. The dying elf begins to say goodbye to all his brothers, in arms with a serene look. The young man declares that fighting alongside that squad was the greatest honor of his entire life. Johann just watches the elves' dramatic farewell with a completely indifferent expression. The young man thinks it is a waste to spend the holy item, but decides to make the strategic investment. Johann approaches the wounded elf, calling the attention of the young man fallen on the forest floor. The knight hands over the flask with the holy elixir, warning that the potion will relieve all the pain. Johann tells the elf to stop talking nonsense and drink the entire mysterious liquid without hesitation. Leon accepts the order and begins to swallow the magic potion quickly to the last drop. The warrior finishes drinking all the holy medicine, feeling a strange sensation throughout his body. The empty flask slips from the elf's hands and hits the ground while the magic begins to take effect. Leon suddenly stands up, armor intact and without any apparent injury. The young man cleans the blood from his face, feeling incredibly invigorated after taking the holy elixir. Without realizing Leon stood up, Gustav and the soldiers continue lamenting their companion's death. The elf commander gives an emotional speech, honoring the warrior before his entire troop. Gustav turns back with tears in his eyes to thank the support given by the young knight. The elf leader thanks Johann from the bottom of his heart for having relieved his friend's final suffering. Gustav states that without that help, the soldier would have suffered until his last second of life. Suddenly, Leon calls right behind, startling Gustav and the other soldiers who almost die of heart failure. The young elf is euphoric, asking what kind of miraculous medicine made all his pain disappear. Leon celebrates, saying that he is breathing with extreme ease and that his vision has completely cleared. Johann opens a satisfied smile and congratulates the soldier, asking what it feels like to be reborn. The elf holds the empty flask in shock, realizing the origin of the legendary liquid he just drank. Johann explains that it is the water of blessing, a miraculous liquid capable of healing any wound. The warrior reveals that that divine elixir was a special gift delivered by the river wise man. Gustav is so moved to see his companion alive that he runs to hug him with strength in the woods. The elf leader throws himself into Johann's arms, crying with joy and thanking him with all enthusiasm. Gustav declares, moved, that Johann is undoubtedly the most noble and honorable knight he has ever met. Johann thanks him for the compliment, feeling awkward, and reminds him that elves usually hate mages' magic. Gustav replies that the credit goes to Johann for having spent such a rare treasure to save his friend. The commander turns to the troop with a determined expression, ready to make a solemn announcement. Gustav shouts to all the soldiers, exalting the heroic feat of the noble human knight in the battle. The elf leader calls for his people's honor, demanding a respectful attitude from his warriors. Gustav orders the entire battalion to show reverence and salute Johann's greatness with enthusiasm. The elf commander salutes with a proud smile, while Johann is left speechless. The young man sweats cold, dying of embarrassment for never having felt so much social pressure in his entire life. Gustav approaches with glowing eyes, stating that from that day on, they are like brothers. The elf swears swears that anyone who dares to offend Johann will face the relentless fury of his sword. The warrior draws his blade with elegance, making quick movements that cut through the air. Gustav promises that any enemy of Johann will have to face his legendary elven blade. The elf soldiers cheer in celebration, while Johann thanks them for the declaration out loud. Deep down, the young man can only think about the money and hopes that the rich elves pay him in gold. At the main camp, young Goiden runs hurriedly between the tents, calling for the wise mage. Goiden arrives euphoric at the tent, announcing that Johann faced a monstrous troll and came out victorious. The wise man pets his beard, thinking the victory was achieved thanks to the holy flame of the warriors. The boy explains that the knight did not use magic, but his own hands to rip the beast's mouth. The old mage tries to pretend normality, without processing right away the absurdity he just heard. Suddenly, the elder widens his eyes in total panic, not believing Johann killed the troll with his own arms. In the middle of the woods, Commander Valiant analyzes the monster's body, impressed by so much destruction. The warrior examines the shattered bones and the completely torn muscles on the beast's arm. She notices that all the creature's internal organs were pulverized by brutal impact blows. Valiant observes that the entire jaw was ripped off with a scary amount of physical strength. The paladin concludes that the monster perished because it could not regenerate from such an aggressive massacre. The warrior praises Johann and asks how he managed to defeat the beast while keeping his body so intact. She explains that her holy sisters needed to burn the trolls in divine fire until they turned to ashes. Johann remains pensive, admitting in secret that he only attacked in that way because he remembered fighting games. Valiant opens a beautiful smile, congratulating the knight before that monumental carcass. The commander declares solemnly that from now on Johann will be known by the title of Troll Slayer. The warrior warns that she will take the monster's remains to trade, for its skin and blood are worth a fortune. Johann opens a greedy smile with glowing eyes, imagining the mountain of gold he will earn. The young man reflects, moved, remembering that in his past life he was only humiliated and called useless trash. He remembers that titles of conquest work exactly like rewards in a video game. Johann opens a smile of satisfaction for finally having achieved his first great feat there. The young man celebrates his new title of Troll Slayer proudly, ready for the next challenges. Alarm screams echo through the forest when the soldiers spot a monster bringing the lost horses. Valiant recognizes the magic wolf and runs, excited to explain to the soldiers that the beast is an ally. The warrior tries to calm the elf archers, warning that that beast is Johann's pet. The captured messenger cries in terror, begging for help under the fangs of the fearsome blue wolf. The soldier draws his sword in total shock, stating at the top of his lungs that that aberration would never be a puppy. The group surrounds the prisoner in the middle of the clearing to interrogate him about his presence in that area. Valiant questions with distrust if he is just a common traveler who was attacked by chance in the woods. The man lies, sweating cold, and agrees with the story, pretending to be a defenseless victim of the situation. Johann crosses his arms, disdaining the lame excuse of a traveler strolling through a battlefield. The spy forces a fake smile and asks if he can leave now before they ask more questions. Gustav approaches with respect and asks for Johann's permission to conduct the suspect's interrogation. The elf walks imposing toward the prisoner, while the man tries to insist on his traveler farce. Suddenly, Gustav drives a sharp dagger into the ground, millimeters from the man's hand, without the slightest hesitation. The prisoner goes into total panic, letting out a deafening scream of pure terror in the clearing. Gustav warns coldly that, since he is in a bad mood, he will cut the spy's fingers one by one if he lies. Terrified, the man confesses right away that he is an undercover Imperial Army officer on a secret mission. Gustav collects the documents, confiding that he was only pretending while Johann is perplexed by the audacity. The elf leader analyzes the papers and warns with enthusiasm that they just found a real gold mine. Gustav reveals that he discovered the exact location of Einbeck's command base, surprising Johann. The knight realizes that capturing the traitorous nobleman is the key to ending that entire war for good. A determined smile appears on Johann's face while planning the final final blow against his great enemy. The young man turns to Gustav and makes a crucial strategic request for the entourage's victory. Johann proposes launching an immediate surprise attack with the elves' fast cavalry before dawn. Gustav accepts promptly, stating that his troops will obey any order from his new human brother. The elf commander celebrates the honor of fighting alongside the hero, and Johann commands the squad's departure. Leon and Gustav summon the troop at the top of their lungs, warning that the glory and victory of Marcel are near. Hours later, Einbeck's bandit camp is taken by flames and intense sounds of swords. The elf cavalry invades the enemy base at full speed, massacring the sentries by surprise. Gustav's warriors strike down the mercenaries without mercy, spreading chaos and panic among the traitors. The bandits panic completely, running desperately upon realizing the elf knight's surprise attack. Leon raises his blade, shouting and ordering them to locate Einbeck and annihilate every enemy in that camp. The invaders spread destruction through the tents, while the mercenaries flee, terrified. In the middle of the darkness, the snake sorceress wakes up, startled by the turmoil, and hears desperate screams echoing from outside. Janina is in shock, unable to understand how the elves survived, and fears her troll monster has been defeated. The sorceress decides to flee, running through the back with fear of being captured by the victorious warriors. The bodies of the defeated bandits cover the ground, confirming the complete annihilation of that enemy base. Johann rides calmly through the area, seeing that the entire mercenary troop was subjugated without difficulties. Gustav approaches with a wide smile, warning that he prepared a very special gift for the night. The elf sentry confirms that the traitor was captured and is already properly beaten inside the tent. Johann walks with firm steps toward the entrance, emanating an unshakable thirst for justice. The warrior closes his eyes for an instant, remembering the dark moments he lived in the past. The memories of his family's cruel massacre resurface in Johann's mind like open wounds. With a cold and determined look, the young man prepares to settle the score with the traitorous nobleman. Johann pushes aside the tent curtain, announcing his presence with an extremely calm and threatening voice. Einbeck widens his eyes in pure despair, believing he is before the ghost of the poisoned young man. The knight enters the room, facing the nobleman curled up on the floor, taken by absolute panic. Johann declares with coldness and authority that he came personally to make the final judgment of that coward. The next morning, the troops collect the equipment and prepare the luggage to begin the official return. The holy knights say goodbye with reverence, stating that it was an honor to fight alongside Johann. The young warrior smiles warmly, thanking them for the bravery and dedication of the entire religious order. Johann waves goodbye while the holy warriors march back with their flags raised high. The elf cavalry follows in organized formation, escorting the prisoners captured on the mission. The sound of firm steps and horses echoes along the road during the quiet trip back to the city. Tied with ropes, Einbeck breathes with relief for still being alive despite all the humiliation suffered. The nobleman remembers, terrified, the beating with chairs he received from the elves as soon as they discovered the poisoning. The man tries to understand why such noble and arrogant elves now obey Johann with such devotion. The elf knights face the prisoner with disdain and tell the man to stop looking before he gets killed. Einbeck laments the ruin of his plan and remembers when he traveled to Gozen Castle in Aitz territory. The wine glass was knocked over in anger, starting a tense discussion in the fortress lord's room. Back then, the Marquis bowed before the nobleman Gezen, trying to keep up appearances with false praise. Einbeck tried to hide the tension, asking politely about the well, being of the lord of those lands. The fearsome Lord Johann Aitz faced the visitor with a furious look full of deep distrust. The warrior asked dryly if the Baron had finally brought the war funds he owed. Einbeck made a signal for the servant to hand over a parchment with the Emperor's official request. The Lord received the rolled document, examining the paper with a visibly irritated expression. Johann opened the sheet quickly, hoping to find the guarantees promised by the imperial crown. To the warrior's surprise, the sheet of paper was completely empty. Without a single line written, the nobleman furrowed his brow, furious furious, unable to understand the audacity of receiving a totally blank document. Jezin questioned at the top of his lungs the reason for Einbeck delivering an empty sheet in the middle of that meeting. The Baron explained with reverence that the Emperor needed once again the support and loyalty of that clan. The Lord shouted, outraged, telling the man to shut his mouth and swearing that he would not be manipulated again. Jezin complained that he fought in countless wars for the Empire and ended up thrown in the north without receiving his glories. Einbeck argued that the Aitz family seal on the paper would serve as proof of absolute loyalty to the throne. The Baron promised that the reward for that support would be grandiose and would change the destiny of that lineage. The envoy guaranteed that the sovereign would personally grant the coveted title of Count to the Lord of Aitz. Jezin accused Einbeck of continuing to cling to his pathetic pride while pondering the proposal. The Lord took the official stamp and hit the paper hard, sealing the dangerous agreement with the Empire. Jezin threw the stamped sheet into the Baron's hands, accepting the terms with extreme reluctance. Einbeck collects the stamped document with a cynical smile, accepting the deal. He rolls up the parchment, pointing out that Jezin's fake loyalty will be very useful. The traitor claims that the paper will serve to advance the Emperor's own plans. Under the night sky, the captain of the Imperial Guard praises the perfection of the forgery. The elf observes that the forged letter looks like a clear plan for armed rebellion. Captain Karamav emerges from the shadows with a dark and intimidating look. The guard notes that the intention is to frame the northern families for treason and conduct a purge. Einbeck tenses up and swallows hard upon hearing the irony regarding his terrible plan. The nobleman hides his nervousness by asking if there is poison in those words. Karamov retorts by stating that he merely unmasked that disgusting scheme. The captain mocks the man's talent for betrayal despite his noble blood. Einbeck loses his patience and shouts at the captain to shut his mouth immediately. The nobleman accuses the elf of fending honor after the atrocities committed in the north. He recalls the captain's cruel massacres against defenseless women and children. Einbeck points his finger in a rage, questioning how a monster dares to speak of honor. The nobleman screams that Karamav is nothing more than the Emperor's hunting dog. Karamov grabs the nobleman by the throat, reprimanding him for his shameful use of his family name. Einbeck falls to his knees on the ground, coughing and spitting blood, unable to breathe. The captain threatens to rip out all the Baron's veins should he ever disrespect orders again. In the present, Einbeck boils with hatred while tied up, blaming the captain for his misfortune. He curses Karamov for not having killed that simple human knight in the past. The prisoner flashes a macabre smile, believing he will still have his revenge. A soldier arrives on horseback, shouting to warn Johann about a critical emergency. The warrior reveals that the city of Marseille has just been completely overtaken. The fortress's massive gates appear closed and locked in the darkness. The scout confirms that the traitorous mercenaries have taken the entire defensive line. Johann's allies are paralyzed in shock at the terrible revelation. The young soldier panics completely, lamenting the tragic loss of the city. Johann maintains a serious and thoughtful expression, evaluating the new war scenario. Einbeck begins to chuckle softly in the background, delighting in the group's misfortune. The traitor erupts into deafening laughter, mocking everyone present. Einbeck wide opens his mouth, laughing in a completely insane and hysterical manner. He screams in euphoria, asking if the fools didn't expect that fatal blow. The prisoner yells with mockery, insulting the young knight's decaying family. He celebrates by shouting that Johann won the battle but lost the war. The dwarf warrior puts his hands on his head, desperate over the fall of the rear guard. The wise Sweatle calls out silently to the river goddess in the face of that tragedy. The elder laments with sorrow, asking why destiny has reserved so much pain. The knight warns Johann that entering there is too dangerous and suggests retreating. Johann firmly refuses to flee and decides to advance head on against the invaders. Einbeck mocks him with obscene gestures and warns that Brattle will bring total surrender. The traitor reminds him that the mercenary commander has already captured the fortress leader. The nobleman secretly plans to demand custody of Johann's body once he wins. Einbeck dreams of mutilating the knight and exposing Karamav's incompetence to everyone. The man imagines the hero hanging on the gallows right after he has exhausted all his utility. The villain plans to approach in his final breath to make a cruel confession. He wants to whisper in Johann's ear that he was the one who truly killed his father. Johann stops his mount before the gigantic locked gate of Marseille. The immense doors begin to open with a rumble, revealing a silhouette. A mysterious figure emerges amidst the dust, illuminated by the light from the other side. Einbeck celebrates victoriously, telling Johann that, in the end, he won the dispute. The Baron runs euphorically toward the gate, shouting to Brattle that his plan worked. He arrogantly demands that they bring out the city leader, so he can humiliate him. To everyone's surprise, the one who emerges walking unharmed through the entrance is Governor Villaco himself. The ruler appears safely escorted by the loyal mercenaries led by Goran. Einbeck falls into total despair, not understanding why the leader of Marseille is still free. The platoon's soldiers are completely surprised to see that the city was not overtaken. Villaco bows cordially, thanking Johann for all his bravery and dedication to the mission. The governor formally recognizes the young man's merits and congratulates the troops on their safe return. Johann responds with a beautiful, satisfied smile upon seeing that the ruler is well protected. The knight praises the mercenaries, who merely laugh, stating that they followed his orders to the letter. On the night before their departure, Johann met with the mercenaries to make a secret request. The pair listened intently, not imagining what the young knight's new task would be. Johann explained that Einbeck knew the city's defenses and would attack the vulnerable points. He predicted in advance that the traitors would try to invade Villaco's office in the dead of night. The knight ordered the two warriors to ambush and defeat Brattle to protect the leader. The mercenary boasts with good humor, saying that the traitors fell easily into the ambush. Johann gives a thumbs of approval, praising the pair's excellent work. The men are confused by the gesture, thinking that the raised thumb is an insult in those lands. Villaco watches Johann enjoy himself with his allies, admiring the knight's brilliant cunning. The governor then turns with authority toward Einbeck, making the traitor tremble in terror. Villaco coldly decrees that the man will pay for all his crimes and must accept his fate. Einbeck widens his eyes, shocked as he realizes the total ruin of his machinations. The nobleman is dragged away by the guards, screaming desperately for the defeated commander's name. The traitor's banner is torn from the wall, marking the final end of that threat. The sentry throws the enemy flag from the top of the wall, to the applause of the defenders. The bells of victory ring, announcing the absolute success of the subjugation mission in Marseille. A bard plucks the strings of his instrument, preparing a song to celebrate the triumph. The musicians sing in the public square about the terrible shadows that nearly swallowed the city. The song details the cowardly alliance of traitors and the terrible monster that threatened the region. Pink flower petals are tossed into the air to welcome the heroes who have returned. Johann rides majestically under the shower of petals, being acclaimed for his strategic mind. The young man advances with a serene expression, while the crowd sings about his stunning bravery. The minstrels raise their voices, chanting the new and grand title earned by the warrior. The music proclaims Johann Aitz before the continent as the feared troll slayer of Marseille. The people fill the streets, celebrating the hero whose courage burned like fire in the darkness of war. The song exalts the immense strength of the young man who defeated the wild beast with his bare hands. The citizens and guards shout in chorus, calling Johann a fair and honorable knight. The young man consecrates himself as a true living legend after the epic massacre of the monster. Goran and Can watch the party from afar, remembering that Johann brought peace to the punished city. The mercenary suggests leaving without formal goodbyes, so as not to hinder the hero's glory. They celebrate the safety of the children and decide to look for work in places with more conflict. In the commercial office, Ion thanks Johann for leading that difficult battle to victory. The feline serves a cup of hot tea and asks if the young man would like to drink before settling up. Johann takes a sip of the drink with an anxious smile and asks about the mission payment. Ian presents the report on the division of the spoils, and Johann calculates that he will receive a modest amount. The initial report shows that the base reward for the subjugation was fixed at 40 silver coins. The document includes the heavy compensation confiscated from the defeated traitorous mercenary troop. The additional values total 30 more silvers and 130 bronzes, drawing laughs from the young man. Johann widens his eyes, shocked at the total value, which is much higher than what he used to get in the past. Ayn excitedly warns that she will now reveal the amount obtained from the sale of the troll's remains. The monster's tough leather alone yielded 10 gold coins and 60 silver. The barrels with the blood and special meat yielded another 20, 5 gold and 100 silver. Johann spits out all the tea in total shock at the absurd values presented by the manager. The knight coughs, breathless, asking what the final total of all those spoils was. The image illustrates the shimmering bag overflowing with riches accumulated after the combat. Ion confirms that the total profit reached an impressive 35 gold coins. Johann bursts into laughter, euphoric to realize that he has accumulated a colossal war fortune. Days later, under the moonlight, the elf soldiers celebrate the victory in a large tavern. Gustav insists that Johann drink more while the hall celebrates the conquest of Marseille. The elf commander fills the young warrior's cup, celebrating their great friendship. Johann reflects that he has finally conquered days of peace. Even though the elf won't leave his side, Gustav taps his cutlery against his metal cup, calling the attention of everyone in the tavern. The elf leader raises his goblet, proposing a solemn toast to the brave Johann who killed the monster. He honors the river's blessings and Suedeld's wisdom before the surprised gazes of others. The commander shouts at the top of his lungs, calling the entire tavern to toast together. The warriors clink their glasses in the air in a noisy and very lively celebration. Gustav begins to tell his exaggerated version of the fight, ensuring that he felt no fear at all. He narrates in detail the moment when Johann emerged from nowhere, tearing the troll in half. The noble ladies of the tavern listen to the story, blushing and completely enchanted. The elf acts out Johann's imposing stance in the swamp, increasing the hero's fame even more. Gustav dramatically imitates his friend's triumphant words after the outcome of that terrible combat. The women in the tavern sigh in love and scream in admiration at the warrior's legend. Sitting beside the young man, the wise Suedel asks to speak with total sincerity. The elder points out that Johann's grand feat will reverberate throughout every corner of the empire. Suedold seriously questions if the young man seeks to accumulate wealth, power, or eternal glory. Johann eats calmly and responds that he only desires to lead a calm life in that city. The mage is suspicious of the answer, finding it unbelievable that someone so peaceful would kill monsters with his bare hands. The wise man scolds him, annoyed that Johann wasted the Misk elixir on common soldiers. Suedel remembers the elf thanking him emotionally and complains that it was a total waste. Johann argues that he would never let someone die before his eyes if he could save them. In his thoughts, the knight laughs, admitting that he only saved the elves to gain political favors. The elder sighs, resigned, but admits that he is relieved by the knight's safe return. Suedold strokes his beard, remembering the prophecy revealed by the sacred river's waters. The oracle predicted with absolute certainty that Johann would never be able to settle in Marseille. The old mage stares at the young man, deeply intrigued by the unexpected turn of events. The wise man wonders if the warrior was capable of altering his own destiny with his strength. Johann interrupts the elder's thoughts, bringing up the topic of the miraculous river potion. The young man takes the empty glass vial from his pocket, showing the shiny bottle to the mage. The knight gives a cute, shameless smile, asking the old wise man to refill the elixir. Suedold takes the vial from the young man's hand, grumbling that the potion was not used for good. The elder puts the container away quickly, while the young man watches his every move. The mage tells Johann to stop by his room later to pick up the newly refilled vial. Suedold points to the hall and asks Johann to intervene and rescue the commercial manager. The knight turns toward the commotion and notices the girl's uncomfortable situation. The drunken elves surround Ein, insisting that the feline dance in the middle of the celebration. Johann approaches, calling out to Gustav, interrupting the soldier's foolish insistence. The young man politely asks for permission, inviting the manager to dance a song with him. The elves celebrate with laughter, handing the girl over to the care of the city's brave hero. Ein holds Johann's hand with a beautiful smile, thanking him for the timely rescue in the hall. Johann asks the girl to just follow his lead in the dance without worrying. The young man explains that the song will end quickly, allowing her to slip away from the hall discreetly. Ion is visibly blushing and moved by the young man's kindness and care. The feline shyly confesses that she doesn't want that moment to end so soon. She rests her hands on the knight's chest, calling his name with great affection. The young woman gives a sweet smile, asking if they can dance for real together. Johann watches her with tenderness, reflecting on how long that peace will last. The knight knows the future is uncertain and decides to enjoy the tranquility of the present. Their rhythmic steps glide across the wooden floor in the middle of the party. Johann decides to surrender to the rhythm of the melody, forgetting the battles of the past. An smiles radiantly, enjoying every second of the dance beside the young hero. The knight gives a warm smile, decided to follow the flow of life without haste. The night of celebration comes to an end, giving way to a clear, sunny morning. Johann wakes up in his hotel room, grumbling sleepily under the covers. The young man gets up slowly, feeling the weight of the exhaustion and the drinking from the night before. He stretches, yawning, unable to remember how much he drank at the party. Johann finds tufts of fur on his pillow and is confused by what happened. The warrior walks around the room with a sore body, trying to pull on his memory. The warrior notices something shiny on the table and approaches with curiosity. He finds a vial of the sacred liquid accompanied by a sealed note. Johann picks up the letter left by the wise Sweddled to understand the message. The mage writes to let him know he didn't want to interrupt the lively night and reinforces his invitation. The young man is intrigued, and suddenly, a flash of memory strikes his mind. He remembers with embarrassment having spent the whole night playing cat with Ion. Johann decides to open the bottle of sacred medicine to cure his terrible hangover. The miraculous potion restores his vigor right away as warning bells ring outside. Johann hears metal clashing and echoing through the city and finds the sudden commotion strange. The knight opens the window and goes to the balcony to check the reason for the uproar. Enormous columns of flame and smoke rise to the sky, frightening the entire population. A multitude of residents gathers in the square with expressions of pure panic. Johann widens his eyes, shocked to see that the entire city seems to be in flames. The fire consumes the surroundings of the platform under a scorching and suffocating heat. Governor Villico appears before the flames with a relentless and stern look. Johann is left motionless, trying to understand the reason for that extreme attitude. The young man notices Einbeck trapped in an iron cage, suspended in the middle of the square. Johann senses a strong smell in the air and realizes the cells have been doused in oil. Villico begins his formal speech, calling the attention of all the citizens of Marseille. The ruler offers sincere apologies to the population for the danger that nearly destroyed the city. He takes responsibility for the administrative failure that allowed the conspiracy to advance within the walls. Villico reveals in a loud voice that certain nobles acting under the emperor's orders committed treason. The governor exposes the cowardly plan to take the assets and total control of the region. The leader declares that he will not accept such an outrage and will send a formal protest to the crown. He warns that other conspirators still remain hidden within the city. Villico gives a stern ultimatum, demanding that all traitors flee within 3 days. The governor warns that whoever remains after the deadline will suffer an implacable punishment. He guarantees that the invaders' fate will be exactly the same as the prisoners there. A flaming torch burns with intensity in the hands of the leader of Marseille. Johann widens his eyes, scared to realize the brutal execution that is about to occur. Velako raises the fire before the multitude, ready to punish the traitors without mercy. Einbeck enters a state of despair and screams in terror at seeing the flame approach his cell. The incandescent torch hits the oil-drenched wooden floor, starting the fire. Einbeck screams in desperation, begging for his life, while the flames climb up the cell. A hell of fire consumes the iron cage amidst the traitors' agonizing screams. The citizens in the square cover their faces, terrified by the violence of that punishment. The Baron's body is completely swallowed by the fire, disappearing into the flames. In his final moments, Einbeck laments that all his ambitions have turned to ashes. He remembers with longing the times of his childhood, when he received his mother's affection. Amidst the burning, the nobleman cries, wishing he could turn back time at least once. Memories of the old family portrait arise in his mind before the inevitable end. The image of the family is consumed by the fire, symbolizing the fragility of his life. All the prisoner cells burn intensely, covering the sky with dark smoke. Velako warns that any other traitor infiltrated in the city should fear that fate. Johann observes the scene seriously, while the governor reinforces his implacable authority. The leader declares that the city will always repay both favors and betrayals. A messenger announces that the governor wishes to have a private conversation with Johann. The young man is suspicious, trying to understand the reason for such a sudden call. Velako stares at the knight from afar, leaving his true intentions up in the air. Johann arrives at the imposing government mansion for the meeting behind closed doors. In the office, Velako thanks him personally for the young man's great efforts in the war. The host gives a smile, inviting the young warrior to sit and chat. The governor serves a bottle of the finest whiskey to toast to their new partnership. The leader extends the silver goblet, inviting his guest to take a sip of the drink. Johann holds the goblet, sweating cold, because he does not have good memories with strong drinks. The young man knows that refusing the offer would be bad manners before an authority figure. The knight accepts the toast, thanking him politely while they fill his cup. Velako asks kindly how the young man's routine has been in the city of Marseille. Johann responds that he enjoys the tranquility, and the leader highlights the importance of the front lines. The knight is surprised and asks what the governor meant by that. Velako explains that he is referring to the inevitable armed war between Marseille and the emperor. Johann stands static in silence, processing the leader's impactful statement. The young man sweats cold, completely shocked to see the unexpected turn that conversation took. Velako exalts Johann's brilliant mind and incomparable strength on the battlefields. The governor praises the young man's charisma, capable of leading and influencing any warrior. The host claims that Johann came to Marseille out of ambition and will be the spearhead of the city. Johann bites his lips, apprehensive about the dangerous proposal made by the governor. The young man refuses, saying he seeks a peaceful life and will not go to war with the crown. Velako's face darkens, questioning the supposed search for a simple life. The governor gets irritated and tells the knight to stop lying to his face. The leader reminds him that the emperor's greed destroyed the entire commercial balance of the region. Velako cites the massacres in the north, reminding him that Johann's own family was devastated. The governor guarantees that as long as the monarch lives, there will never be peace on that continent. He pours more drink, asking if the young man finally understands the necessity of war. Velako approaches with an obstinate look, demonstrating that his decision is already made. The man places the goblet on the table firmly, demanding total focus on the new alliance. The governor warns that he will not hesitate to spend gold and sacrifice lives to win. He stares at Johann eye to eye, grabbing the young warrior's attention in the office. Velako admits he cannot reign, but has the power necessary to crown a sovereign. The governor extends the invitation for Johann to join him and change the fate of the world. With a determined look, Velako promises to turn the young knight into the new emperor. Far away, a mysterious warrior with shimmering eyes emerges, attentive in the shadows. Preparations for the departure begin early, with the soldiers loading provisions and weapons onto the wagons. Johann adjusts his new metal combat glove, testing the flexibility of his fingers. The young man puts on the new pieces of protection, cost 11 gold coins, and fit perfectly. He cries nervously, remembering that he spent the value equivalent to a war horse on the equipment. The young assistant announces that the entourage is ready to leave, and the warrior assumes leadership. The knight gives the departure command and guides the convoy toward the city exit. Johann rides with a focused gaze, facing the long journey ahead. The elf butler bows respectfully, saying a silent goodbye to the troop. The young warrior continues his journey, mounted on his horse with a firm and thoughtful posture. The entourage of carriages and guards crosses the immense gates toward a new region. The girl asks, worried, where they are going and if there will be a new war. The knight remains silent for a few moments, remembering what he discussed earlier. He recalls the absurd proposal made by Vilico for him to become the new emperor. On that occasion, the young man only offered a slight, ironic smile in the face of so much ambition. Johann refused the plan immediately, leaving the governor completely shocked by the answer. Vilico questioned the motive for rejecting such an offer of guaranteed glory and riches. The leader argued that he learned early on how money and strength are essential for survival. The governor confessed that upon seeing the knight's actions, he realized he needed more than gold. The tense climate took over the office as the two debated the future of the continent. Johann placed his cup on the table, warning that the man was interpreting everything the wrong way. Vilico warned that the empire plunged into chaos and that a great war would devastate everything soon. The leader guaranteed that fleeing would not help, as no one could escape the bloody conflict. The governor stared at the warrior with a dark look, calling his attention to that critical moment. The question about how the young man intended to live echoed in his mind while he rode. Returning to the present, Johann looks at the girl and resumes the question about the journey's destination. He tries to hide his sadness, stating with a fake smile that they will go to a place full of adventures. The young man cries inside at seeing his dream of a quiet life ruined by Vilico's plans. The girl gets excited about the news while the troop advances across the illuminated horizon. In Count Jarfan's castle, rumors arise about the knight who defeated the monster in Marseille. The beast man Count smiles with sarcasm, impressed by the rumors about the famous troll slayer. The nobleman wonders if Johann is just an arrogant youth, or if he truly has extraordinary power. Count Jarfan decides that he will discover the truth as soon as he is face to face with the knight. 5 days after leaving Marseille, the warrior travels covered in dust and surrounded by irritating insects. Johann tries to bite into a ration as hard as a rock, thinking that the bread could even serve as a weapon. He can endure the difficulties of the road, but he confesses that the worst of all is something else. The young man cannot stand the characteristic and intense odor that emanates from the feline mercenaries in the group. The young man continues his journey in silence, wondering if he will endure the path to the final destination. He pushes away the bad thoughts and decides to focus on the map so as not to lose the expedition's direction. Johann examines the wax seal stamped on the letter of presentation for the new mission. One day before departing, Johann visited a guild in search of mercenaries to hire. The attendant commented that the Gitana commercial group had just recommended a squadron. The feline receptionist clapped her hands, calling the new hires to introduce themselves with respect. The bestial mercenaries emerged with fierce and mocking looks, disdaining the client. Johann noted the rude and savage posture of those men, realizing he would be dealing with difficult types. The attendant asked the group to introduce themselves and warned them not to try to intimidate the knight. The hyena leader named Dyke gave a mocking smile and introduced himself in a loud tone. The other bestial warrior, named Shuka, merely limited herself to speaking her name with disdain. Johann introduced himself calmly, saying he only expected them to fight well during the journey. The two mercenaries widened their eyes in complete shock at hearing that famous name. The pair changed their attitude immediately and began to flatter the famous monster, slaying hero. The receptionist demands respect, while the two find it strange that a monster slayer needs an escort. Johann clarifies that the presence of more combatants avoids dangerous ambushes on the roads. The bestial pair accepts the explanation excitedly and promises to give their best during the job. The young knight returns the kindness, stating that he also counts on their support. The contract with Gitana's mercenary group is officially stamped and finalized. The receptionist presents Johann as a guest of honor and threatens anyone who tries to confront him. Johann laughs awkwardly, confirming that he had to move up his departure at the last minute. The girl laments the farewell, saying with affection that they were becoming closer. The young feline warns that she prepared a special farewell gift for the knight. She shyly asks Johann to lean in a little so she can deliver the memento. The girl stands on her tiptoes, stretching delicately to reach the young man. She watches him from up close with a sweet look, full of affection in that moment alone. The young woman puts a necklace around his neck with the engraved Troll Slayer emblem. Johann blushes when receiving the Medal of Honor, delivered in the name of the commercial group. She asks what the destination of the trip is, and the warrior hesitates, not knowing what to answer. The feline finds it strange to realize that he decided to leave without even having a defined path. She then remembers an important piece of correspondence that just arrived for Johann. The young woman suggests he go meet the mysterious sender to find out what it is about. Johann widens his eyes while reading the first lines of that unexpected invitation. In the present, the assistant notices the sheet he is holding and asks about that document. The young man explains that he received a letter from someone wanting to meet him for having defeated the monster. The girl enters a state of total shock, screaming upon seeing the signature of the renowned Count Jarfan. Johann asks if the nobleman is known, and the girl responds euphorically that he is extremely famous in the south. She tells him that the count became rich and gained immense fame after leading hunts against trolls. The girl highlights enthusiastically that he is the only one in the region with the authority to name knights. Johann listens with extreme attention, reflecting on the weight of that title of nobility. This formal ritual grants a common warrior the recognition and honor of a nobleman. The knighting serves as a guarantee of sponsorship and high-level political support. The young man gives a radiant smile, dreaming of the golden chance to be promoted. He realizes the importance of the count and calculates a way to secure the formal title. The knight celebrates the possibility of gaining status and fortune until he is suddenly called. The mercenary points to a checkpoint ahead, sensing a strong smell of blood in the air. Johann is on alert immediately, realizing that the situation on the path is quite suspicious. The young man orders everyone to stay alert and keep the girl's escort protected. The guards at the post spot the group approaching, finding the smell coming their way strange. The man in the helmet tells the soldiers to be quiet and prepare their weapons to rob the travelers. Patrol blocks the road, ordering the convoy to stop immediately for inspection. Johann introduces himself firmly and demands to know what armed men are doing in that location. The supposed guard feigns cordiality, while suspicious noises echo through the vegetation. The bestial mercenaries notice the hidden movement and stare at the guards with suspicion. The man claims that he received express orders to control all transit in that region. The subject insinuates that he will clear the way immediately in exchange for a good amount of coins. Johann warns that he is a guest of honor of Count Jarfan and displays the official document. The young man refuses the bride and demands explanations about who authorized that illegal collection. The knight demands the group's credentials, and the man gets irritated by the uncompromising posture. The faker gives the signal, and a troop of crossbowmen appears by surprise, pointing in their direction. The bandits surround the wagons, while the leader complains furiously about having been disrespected. The leader orders them to surrender all their luggage, with the excuse of it being just a routine search. Johann warns calmly that if they insist on violence, the result will be an inevitable massacre. The bandit grinds his teeth in fury upon seeing that the young knight shows no fear. The bandit leader shouts furiously, saying he has faced arrogant knights before. The man gives the execution order, telling the crossbowman to fire without mercy. The arrows are pointed in Johann's direction, and he remains completely calm. The young knight merely whispers the imperial captain's name with coldness. In a split second, the bestial mercenaries advance, hacking through the enemy line. The rebel leader enters despair, not understanding the speed of that counterattack. Dyke emerges at high speed, swinging his heavy weapon against the terrified man. The hyena warrior lands a devastating blow right on the faker's face. The other henchmen try to advance while screaming amidst the generalized panic. Shuka draws her blades with lethal agility, ready to finish off the invaders. The mercenary delivers precise and fast cuts, felling several enemies at once. The rest of the bestial troop joins the combat, massacring the ambush group. Screams of agony echo through the forest while the bandits are totally subjugated. Johann observes the confrontation with coldness, without even needing to unsheath his sword. The scene makes the knight recall the past, when he was chased by the wolves of Akaton. He remembers the groups of relentless warriors who hunted him non-stop day and night. In those days, he had to fight desperately to break through enemy sieges. The young man only survived by hiding in caravans, realizing he couldn't win blockades alone. But now, a single order from him was enough for everything to be resolved in half an hour. The mercenaries inform him that the area has been cleared, and Johann praises the group's efficiency. One of the soldiers searches the fallen bodies and finds a valuable necklace on the ground. The mercenaries take the belongings of the defeated, securing their own spoils. Dyke spits on the ground with disgust, stating that those monsters don't even deserve to be called beasts. The strong smell of blood actually came from several civilians murdered at the post. Johann grabs a survivor, demanding answers about who ordered such barbarity. The man cries, bloodied, confessing that they are just deserting soldiers. He reveals that his army tried to invade Jarfan's castle, but failed and retreated. The knight stares at the prisoner seriously, absorbing the gravity of the revelation. Johann is surprised and asks, exalted, if they really attacked the Count's fortress. The wounded man coughs blood, not understanding how the traveler didn't know about the conflict. The confirmation that Count Jarfan is in the middle of a war hits the young man hard. Johann demands to know immediately which army is facing the Count's troops. The knight presses the prisoner, wanting to discover which clan is leading the onslaught. The man cites the Abner family, but Johann has never heard of that name before. The knight demands more details about the siege and the current state of the defense forces. The deserter recounts that the Abner army surrounded the fortress with an immense contingent. However, leadership of the offensive was left in the hands of an extremely incompetent commander. The lack of supplies and poor decisions made the troop go hungry and lose morale. Exhausted and starving, many soldiers fled the camp and began stealing along the road. Johann asks about the size of the enemy forces, but the man begins to choke on blood. In his final breaths, the soldier begs the gods for the forgiveness of his sins. Johann says coldly that the man should ask for forgiveness from the innocent people he killed. Night falls over the forest, bringing a heavy silence after all the bloodshed. Beside the campfire, the young girl fears that they need to cross an active battlefield. She suspects the Count's invitation had the goal of dragging Johann into the war. Johann agrees with the theory and calculates that winning battles will ensure his knighting. The main problem is managing to cross the enemy lines to speak with the Count. The warrior and the girl watch the fire while he maps out the best plan of action. Johann stares at the flames, reflecting on the inevitable destiny knocking at his door. Velaco's words echo again, reminding him that it is impossible to flee from conflicts. Johann laments that there is war everywhere and wonders if Velaco was right. The mercenary warns that a caravan of merchants is approaching, and the young man orders them to let them pass. The warrior highlights that the convoy advancing along the road is surprisingly gigantic. Johann observes the endless line of carriages, remembering that wars always attract merchants. The young man deduces that the large caravan is certainly on its way to Jarfan or the Abner territory. The young man plans to infiltrate the convoy to enter Jarfan's castle without raising suspicion. The knight orders his mercenaries to provide an escort while he goes to introduce himself to the group, and all perched on a branch observes all the nocturnal movement on the road attentively. The bird lets out a mysterious hoot, while armed sentinels shout, ordering them to stop. The caravan guards raise torches and demand immediate identification from the travelers. Johann introduces himself with his family name, and the guards ask what his destination is. The guard finds it strange that he says he is a nobleman without carrying any official coat of arms or banner. The young man is uncomfortable with not having heraldic symbols, as he lives as a wanderer. The suspicious soldier places his hand on the hilt of his blade, threatening to attack at any moment. The guard gives an ultimatum, telling the fake nobleman to turn around if he doesn't want to die. An imposing voice emerges from the shadows, calling the insolent soldier's attention. Shuka and Dyke appear armed, warning coldly that lacking respect will cost his life. The sentinels enter a state of total panic and retreat, terrified by the threatening presence of the beasts. A shrill scream interrupts the confrontation, demanding that everyone stop immediately. Both the guards and Johann look surprised in the direction of that sudden yell. The influential and plump merchant Doris appears in a hurry, calling everyone's attention. Doris rages at his subordinates, telling the fools to look at the knight's medallion. The merchant recognizes the prestigious Troll Slayer necklace granted in Marcel immediately. The rich man bows profusely, apologizing for the ignorance of his guard men. Introducing himself as leader of the Arden Company, Doris invites Johann to a special banquet. The merchant's camp is set up with various illuminated tents under the moonlight. Johann's mercenaries take advantage of the abundance of the banquet, devouring plates full of meat. Inside the main tent, the warm reception continues amidst many laughs and toasts. Doris joins his hands euphorically, thanking him for the honor of receiving such an illustrious warrior. Beautiful dancers perform in the hall, while the host modestly says the party is simple. Johann is perplexed by the table filled with roasts, facing the merchant's fake modesty. The young man thanks him politely for the hospitality, stating that he is enjoying the banquet very much. He checks the food, noting that there is no poison, and remembers that the sacred water would protect him from everything. Doris savors his wine, planning to discover Johann's true destination during the conversation. Johann toasts, satisfied, thinking that creating ties with that merchant will be very advantageous. Doris asks with shining eyes if it is true that the knight killed a troll with his bare hands. Johann begins to tell the story, but a loud and familiar voice invades the tent by surprise. The mercenary with the eye patch. Can appears drunk and asks with enthusiasm if the young man remembers him. Johann gives a happy smile, hugging his old battle companion for the unexpected reunion. Doris laughs awkwardly, surprised to discover that his mercenary was already intimate with the illustrious guest. The knight confirms that they fought together, and Can enjoys being flattered by the hero's compliments. Johann pours a full glass of drink for Can, celebrating the hiring of his friend into his entourage. Suddenly, Can's expression becomes serious as he brings up a delicate topic from the past. The mercenary asks, with a dark look, if Johann remembers the nobleman Gamsam. Johann remembers that that fellow tried to steal his belongings and ended up decapitated by Can. The knight finds it strange that he uses the formal title of nobility to refer to that thief. Can praises Doris, saying the boss is even more noble and generous than his old leaders. The mercenary winks discreetly, insinuating that the merchant will offer first-class treatment. Johann captures the hidden message between the lines and merely maintains a mysterious smile. The knight plays along, praising the mercenary's impressive loyalty in a humorous tone. Johann hands a shimmering gold coin into Can's hands, praising his exemplary attitude. Can thanks him moved, surprised by the excessively generous value he just received. The knight gently asks his friend to excuse them so he can talk to Doris alone. Can gives a knowing smile, understanding exactly the warrior's hidden intentions. The mercenary says goodbye in a lively tone and leaves the tent, leaving the two alone at the site. Outside, Can lets out a long sigh of relief for having managed to escape unscathed from there. Doris praises the noble character of the young man, who feigns modesty, saying it is just his human duty. Johann states that he will repay the favor, and the merchant becomes euphoric, expecting valuable tips. Johann places his goblet on the table firmly, confirming that he will reveal something very important. The knight changes his expression and reveals in a dark tone that Gansum was a despicable traitor. Johann whispers from up close, leaving the merchant terrified upon realizing he has been unmasked. Doris enters a state of total panic and opens his mouth to scream for help from his guards. Johann covers the rich man's mouth with an iron hand, silencing the man that very instant. The dancers in the tent enter a state of despair and scream, terrified by the sudden aggression. The young man throws Doris's fat body against the tables, destroying everything along the way. The merch faints, foaming at the mouth, while hurried footsteps approach the tent. The commander of the personal guard invades the site with his sword in hand, wanting to know about the commotion. Johann lands a direct and thunderous punch on the guard while still holding Doris in his lap. The man falls unconscious, face down on the wooden floor, without a chance to react to the attack. Johann hears new screams from outside, warning about the noise coming from the interior. The second commander enters, alarmed, and comes across the young man ready to strike him. Another well-aimed blow crushes the intruder's face, causing the subordinates to enter a state of panic. The captain spins in the air, dazed, not understanding the surreal speed of the young man's attacks. A week earlier, at the Arden Company camp, a secret meeting was happening at night. Partner merchants gathered around a candle to hear Doris's new proposal. The men asked curiously what the big lucrative business was that gathered them there. Doris asked for calm with a greedy smile, promising a highly tempting plan. He revealed that they were supporting the Abner house with the supply of war resources. One of the merchants was apprehensive, thinking they would only be doing traditional trade in the region. The leader mocked his partner's slowness, saying they lacked business vision. Doris announced that the Abner house had declared open war against the Jarfin family. Boson Castle was under siege under the leadership of the young and impulsive Lord Stefan. Doris's plan was to sell supplies and weapons for absurd prices to that nobleman. The partners entered a state of shock, remembering that Stefan was famous for being an incompetent fool. They feared that the young commander would waste everything without any way to pay the debt. Doris intended to collect double the loss, directly from the young man's rich mother, the Countess. The merchants trembled in fear, warning that they could be decapitated for that offense. Doris got irritated by the group's fear and mentioned the ruler's brilliant daughter. They cited the feared Harris O'Reich, known for her sharp mind and strong personality. There were rumors that the Countess spoiled her youngest son, creating a great rift in the family. Doris explained that the fool only took command because his mother wanted to give him military glory. The other merchants began to agree, seeing a brilliant logic in that blackmail. The scheme consisted of supplying the son and sending the astronomical bill to the matriarch. The Countess would pay any amount without hesitation so as not to tarnish her house's prestige. Doris gave the final order to organize the caravan and depart toward the Abner lands. The trio burst into laughter in the tent, celebrating the easy fortune they would conquer in the war. Days later on the road, Doris found the excessive delay of his guard scouts strange. The merchant frowned upon hearing a sudden murmur coming from the front of the column. The rich man widened his eyes in absolute panic before the imposing figure that emerged. Johann appeared, blocking the road, mounted on his horse with an intimidating look. Doris recognizes the troll slayer medal of Marcel on the knight's neck. The merchant realizes, shocked, that the rumor about the Count of Jarfin's invitation was real. Doris gives a malicious smile, planning to use the situation to his advantage. He thinks of capturing the enemy nobleman in advance to profit with the Abner house. Back in the present, the hall is destroyed after the knight knocked out the guards. Johann, sitting in the armchair, asks ironically if the merchant intended to kidnap him. Doris kneels, trembling on the floor, claiming in desperation that it was all just a misunderstanding. The merchant swears at the top of his lungs that he only wished to ensure the comfort of his illustrious guest. Johann calls Can and Gran, telling the mercenaries to repeat what they heard. Kan and Goran confirm that they received direct orders to surrender Johann and attack his group. Doris boils with rage, calling his men bastards for having betrayed his trust. Johann points out that the merchant himself just admitted his guilt by talking about treason. The knight reflects that he now has absolute certainty that the caravan serves the Abner house. Johann drives his blade into the floor right beside the merchant, making the wretched man scream in terror. Johann declares with severity that Doris violated hospitality and committed a grave offense. The young man stares at the merchant with a frightening look, remembering the punishments applied by nobles. Doris imagines, terrified, the worst medieval tortures being executed on his body. The man begs in tears for his life, promising to obey any order from the knight. Johann places his hand on his chin, thoughtful, evaluating how to use the promise to his advantage. The assistant asks, timidly, what their next step will be in the face of that situation. The boy remembers that the Abner army surrounds the fortress, preventing entry into the castle. The young man reinforces that even disguised among the merchants, it will be impossible to speak with the count. The entire troop of mercenaries surrounds the surrendered merchant, awaiting Johann's decision. Johann maintains a firm posture, with a bold idea arising in his mind. A confident smile appears on the warrior's face upon defining his new strategy. Johann warns that at dawn, they will march straight toward Abner's invading army. Goeden widens his eyes in total shock, not believing in the madness he just heard. The young man enters a state of absolute despair, remembering that is the enemy's main camp. Without revealing his real plan, Johann continues with the caravan and arrives days later at the enemy lines. Johann rides in the lead, announcing that they have finally arrived at the planned destination. The flags with the rose symbol confirm the entry in the military base of the Abner family. The enemy banner flutters high between the spears of the camp guards. Johann observes with seriousness the tense movement of the soldiers around the convoy. The immense military base set up by the Abner army extends throughout the valley. The war flag sways in the wind, marking the power of the invading troops. In the command tent, the leader revolts upon learning that 10 soldiers deserted in one night. Stephen Abner rages furiously, demanding the immediate presence of all commanders. The chief of staff warns that the troops' morale is on the ground due to the delay in supplies. Stephen casts the blame on the advisor, shouting that they should have attacked the castle with speed. The strategist retorts by saying that attacking a fortress without siege weapons would be pure imprudence. The young commander points an arrogant finger, asking if the advisor thinks he is nobility. The military chief clenches his fists, indignant at being forced to obey an incompetent leader. Days earlier near Jarfin, Johann's group was blocked on the road by armed men. The group of bandits tried to loot the entourage with mocking smiles. Those criminals were actually soldiers who had deserted from the Abner army. The Abner house mobilized an immense troop surrounding Count Jarfin's Bosun castle. However, leadership of the offensive was left in the hands of Stephen, a very incompetent commander. Without hope, many soldiers fled the camp and became bandits in the region. However, upon crossing Johann's path, the deserters were massacred by the beasts. The band of looters was totally annihilated, having no chance against the knight's escort. A guard enters the tent, announcing with joy that a large caravan of supplies has just arrived. The convoy of merchants that is approaching brings an impressive amount of resources. Stephen gets excited by the news and orders them to buy all available supplies at once. The leader orders them to bill the account to his mother, leaving the advisor indignant at such irresponsibility. The messenger announces that a knight named Johann Aitz is requesting an urgent audience. Stephen frowns, confused, not recognizing that family name. Johann enters the command tent with an imposing presence and a serene look. The warrior presents the official document, stamped with the Jarfin family mark. Stephen realizes, surprised, that the young man is a guest of honor of the rival count. Johann confirms his position, bringing the frightened fat merchant right behind him. The commander asks, suspicious, if that merchant is also part of the entourage. Johann responds that yes, and extends Doris's travel permit to be analyzed. Stephen reads the document with attention, checking who the guarantor of that authorization was. The commander widens his eyes upon seeing the wax mark with the Abner family seal itself. Stephen stares at the knight, noting that the permit was issued by his own army. Johann confirms and denounces that the merchant broke the law of hospitality by trying to kidnap him. The young man states that he confiscated the merchant and is now the legitimate owner of the entire load of resources. The advisor gets enraged in silence, cursing Doris for having acted on his own. The strategist whispers into Stephen's ear, begging him to reject that madness. Stephen recomposes himself and warns that in times of war, he will never let resources go to the enemy. Johann proposes to sell all the merchandise to them, charging a fair value in gold. Stephen thinks the idea is great and almost accepts, saying they can pay easily. The advisor clears his throat, desperate, signaling that the army doesn't have a single penny. Stephen retreats and changes his tone immediately, demanding real proof of the supposed attack by Doris. Johann merely calls Doris's name with a coldness that chills the merchant's spine. The rich man trembles, terrified, and confesses before everyone that he really tried to capture the knight. Stephen grinds his teeth in fury upon seeing his argument crumble right then and there. The young nobleman loses his composure and yells, calling the merchant a liar. Stephen orders Doris to be arrested, alleging that the merchant is visibly under duress and threat. The commander shouts with disdain, saying no one knows Johann to trust his word. With a greedy smile, he warns that he will take the load and Doris, dealing with the lies later. The advisor sighs relieved, while Johann asks coldly about the accusation of lying. An intimidating aura surrounds Johann, who asks if the nobleman dares to tarnish his honor. Stephen widens his eyes, feeling a sudden chill go up his spine. The commander unsheathes his sword while yelling, calling the young knight a scoundrel. He points the sharp blade at the young man, questioning who he thinks he is to speak like that. Stephen loses control and threatens to rip out the warrior's eyes if he continues to stare at him. Johann doesn't retreat even an inch, maintaining an impassive look before the blade. Silence takes over the tent, while everyone observes the commander's dangerous provocation. Johann sketches a discreet smile, satisfied that everything is coming out exactly as he planned. Johann breaks formality, calling the nobleman only by his first name. The young man warns in a dark tone that the leader will take responsibility for the offenses. The advisor widens his eyes, sensing the imminent danger in that attitude. Stephen enters a state of panic and screams desperately for everyone to stop the knight. Johann lands a brutal blow on the advisor's face, taking advantage of the nobleman's lack of control. The attack served as the perfect pretext for Johann to fight with all his strength at the site. The bodies of the soldiers and the merchant are thrown with violence across the tent floor. The advisor on the ground yells, dazed, ordering them to protect the army leader immediately. The guards advance armed amidst the chaos, fearing the overwhelming strength of the intruder. Stephen retreats, terrified, trembling from head to toe upon witnessing that massacre. Johann immobilizes Stephen on the ground with the blade to his neck, making the nobleman cry in pain. The guards enter a state of panic, not understanding how their commander became a hostage in seconds. Stephen trembles with terror, asking if the knight will really have the courage to kill him. Johann warns coldly that whoever draws a sword first must answer with their own life. One of the soldiers observes the medallion on the warrior's chest attentively, trying to remember where he saw it. The Troll Slayer insignia shines on the armor, revealing the true identity of the hero. The soldier enters a state of total shock, screaming upon recognizing the legendary monster slayer of Marcel. Stephen widens his eyes, stuttering upon realizing who the man is who is subjugating him. The guards lower their weapons, paying respect to the hero's feats, and beg him to put the sword away. Johann questions with a stern look how his honors, after having been insulted in that manner. The knight raises the sword, and Stephen yells in despair, telling his soldiers not to provoke the warrior. Johann accuses the nobleman of trying to steal his provisions and offend his integrity by calling him a liar. Johann declares that since the guy drew his sword for a duel, honorable death is the only fair outcome. Stephen stutters, desperate, saying he is willing to apologize for everything. The young commander cries, yelling, admitting his guilt, and begging for clemency. The advisor despairs, knowing that apology is a formal admission of error. Johann demands the acceptance of all his requirements, and the nobleman agrees in tears. The knight holds Stephen by the collar, lifting the prisoner with ease. Johann turns to the guards with a victorious smile, highlighting that everyone heard the confession. The young man announces that, because he won the honorable duel, he will take the enemy commander as his prisoner. Stephen enters a state of panic, asking if the knight isn't afraid of retaliation from his noble family. Stephen begs for support from his strategist, who merely clenches his teeth without being able to do anything. The advisor asks the commander to accept the surrender, admitting that they have their hands tied. In Bosun Castle, the Jarfan sentinels complain about that long and tiresome siege. The wall guards lament the knights without sleep when they notice something strange on the road. A caravan of carriages advances toward the gates, crossing the enemy lines. The watchmen keep their guard high until they hear urgent orders to open the gates. The wall commander is astonished and tells the sentinels to hurry up. The guard arrives breathless, explaining the reason for that sudden opening. The staggering news reveals that the supreme leader of the Abner army was captured alive. A great uproar takes over the defenders at the fortress's main entrance. The soldiers observe from above, not believing in the arrival of the enemy leader bound. Johann rides triumphantly, escorting the defeated commander into the castle. Stephen follows with his head down, hands bound, under the incredulous gazes of the garrison. The guard leader orders the immediate opening of the gates to receive the convoy. The warrior stares at the scene, completely shocked by such a turnaround in the war. Everyone wonders who the legendary knight is capable of ending the siege alone. The group is conducted safely to the inner courtyard of Bosun Castle. Nobles and servants gossip, mocking Stephen's stupidity for having been caught in his own base. Stephen boils with hate, hearing the crowd laugh and comment on his incompetence. He yells, uncontrolled, demanding respect and threatening everyone for being a nobleman of Abner. The servants agree awkwardly while the prisoner demands to be taken to the castle leader. Johann finds the nobleman's arrogance and blind confidence strange, even while being completely defeated. Stephen invades the throne room yelling, announcing his presence to the ruler. Johann prepares himself, anxious to finally come face to face with the prestigious count. The imposing and legendary Count Jarfan appears with a noble and intimidating countenance. The count greets him formally, and Stephen tries to pull intimacy, calling him uncle. The leader reprimands the intimacy, demanding formality, and the young man corrects himself right away. The count mocks his nephew's pathetic performance for having ended the war as a hostage. The host declares that in consideration of the family, he will treat him as a guest and not as an enemy. Stephen thanks him, relieved, with hands joined until the count makes a caveat. The leader explains that since Stephen was surrendered by Johann, the rights over the hostage belong to the young man. Stephen complains, saying he is too precious to remain in the hands of someone of such a low class. The count gets enraged, asking if the nephew expects him to violate the laws of war and steal the ransom. Stephen trembles, terrified, and tries to retreat, saying that wasn't what he meant. The Lord yells, telling the young man to act with honor and stop shaming his family's name. Stephen cries with fear and agrees right away, correcting the formal treatment for the count. Military custom establishes that captured nobles become property of the winner until the ransom is paid. The count orders the chamberlain to take the nobleman prisoner into the accommodations. The count salutes the troll slayer of Marseille, and Johann responds that it is a great honor to meet him. Johann celebrates inside, focused on making an excellent impression to be knighted. The host invites the young man to walk and personally know the castle's facilities. From the top of the wall, the count asks if the young man knows the true reason for his summoning. Johann comments that he thought it was because of the war, but realized the castle situation is very stable. The young man praises the impenetrable walls and the imposing posture of the fortress's guards. The count laughs, agreeing that the war is not a real threat, and confesses he called him out of curiosity. The The veteran reveals that he hunted a troll in his youth, but lost half of his men to imprudence. Johann notices the nobleman's armor and realizes he is speaking with absolute sincerity. The warrior confirms that the Count's breastplate was forged with authentic monster leather. The Count confesses that at first, he intended to teach a lesson to the supposed fake on display. Johann is surprised and tense upon hearing that unexpected declaration from the nobleman. The knight sweats cold, desperate, thinking that the ruler doubts his conquests. The elite guard surrounds the site, while the climate of tension intensifies in the courtyard. The penetrating gaze of the experienced lord stares at the young warrior with extreme seriousness. The armed knights position their hands on their blades, ready to intervene. The Count raises his open hand, making a firm gesture for everyone to wait. The veteran's arm descends at high speed, cutting the air toward the young man. The lord's heavy hand strikes Johann's shoulder with force, catching the youth by surprise. The Count opens a wide, torn smile, stating that the knight is a true warrior. Johann is totally confused by the extravagant reaction and asks him to repeat it. The soldiers sheathe their weapons, relieved to see the good humor of their leader. The nobleman exalts Johann's feat of intercepting the caravan, cutting off enemy resources. The leader highlights how the young man even captured the rival commander in the middle of the battlefield. The Count congratulates the warrior, stating that his simple arrival ended that whole conflict. Johann thanks him awkwardly, and the ruler bursts into laughter, saying that too much modesty is no good. Relieved that he isn't looked down upon, Johann notices the perfect opportunity to act. Seeking his knighting, Johann offers the entire seized caravan as a gift of respect to the lord. The young man maintains a polite smile, awaiting a warm response from the host. The knight finds the sudden silence strange and wonders why there was no reaction. The Count clenches his fist with so much force that his arm trembles with pure indignation. The lord explodes in fury, asking if the young man considers him a man without honor. Johann takes a huge scare, left totally without reaction to that yell. The leader warns that he will pay a generous amount for the convoy and still give a great reward. Johann strikes his hand on his chest, saluting, and agrees right away with the nobleman. The Count guarantees that he will have the best possible treatment to rest and relax in the castle. The lord turns with an imposing posture while Johann thanks him for his generosity. Johann thinks that despite the explosive temperament, the ruler is a fair person with a good heart. The young man reflects that, being chased by the crown, the last thing he needs is to displease a count. Far away in the Abner family's main castle, a furious scream echoes through the corridors. The countess breaks the goblet on the floor and demands, coldly, that the servants repeat the terrible news. Countess Abner widens her eyes, stunned, not believing that her son was captured at their own military base. With a psychotic look, she demands to know who the insolent knight was who dared to kidnap the boy. The advisor trembles with terror and reveals that the one responsible is an unknown warrior named Johann Aitz. The nobleman's roar of fury echoes through the palace, ruining Johann's plan not to irritate counts without his knowledge. Countess Abner screams furiously at her subordinates, asking what they were doing while her son was being captured. The advisor tries to justify himself by saying it was Stephen's own reckless behavior that was to blame. The noblewoman loses her patience completely upon hearing that and yells, outraged by such audacity. Overcome with hatred, she orders the guards to decapitate all the advisors immediately. Terrified, the men begin to beg on their knees for her to spare their lives. They continue to plead for mercy as the guards approach to carry out the order. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoes through the room, interrupting the execution. A woman holding a whip steps forward and commands the guards to stop. The countess turns around, irritated, not understanding the newcomer's attitude. It is Ulrich, the eldest daughter and heiress of the Abner family. With total coldness, she states that Stephen was captured solely due to his own sheer incompetence. The man feels relieved to see her arguing that the house cannot lose useful advisors because of her brother. The mother is horrified by the lack of empathy and screams, reminding her that Stephen is her brother. Ulrich stares at her mother with a stern look and begins to speak. She fires back without hesitation that everything that happened is entirely her mother's own fault. The young woman points out that her brother only became a commander to gain prestige easily, despite being useless. Wright questions how she intends to cover the massive military expenses and the absurd ransom demanded by the noble. The matriarch breaks into a cold sweat of anger seeing her own daughter holding her responsible for the failure. With an ironic smile, the girl calmly suggests that her mother should just rest. She takes on the stance of a future leader and guarantees she will resolve this entire mess personally. While things are heating up at the Abner house, the situation is quite different at the castle of Zarpen. Over there, the atmosphere is one of pure tranquility following the end of the battle. One of the men brings a chest full of coins and asks Johann to check the reward. Upon opening the chest, a true mountain of money gleams before his eyes. Johann is excited to feel the weight of all that fortune, which now belongs to him. He remembers when he was poor and celebrates that this surpasses the annual profit of an entire territory. The merchant laughs, noting that this is just the beginning, as there is still Stephen's ransom. Johann reflects on how the rules of ransom work in the world of knights. Capturing a high-ranking warrior always yields an absurd amount of money. On the other hand, being defeated and captured brings a colossal financial loss. Since Stephen is the son of a rich and noble family, Johann can charge whatever amount he wants. Count Zarpen approaches and asks if Johann liked the special gifts he received. Among the items delivered were an engraved shield and a dwarven chainmail armor. Johann gives immense thanks for all the gifts, including a horse with monster blood. The nobleman is satisfied and suggests introducing someone who would be a great suitor for him. Johann gets excited, thinking a chance has finally arisen to build ties with the high nobility. He accepts the proposal on the spot and follows the count, feeling very enthusiastic about the opportunity. Zarpen takes him to a room and points to the person who was waiting for him, but Johann is left with a look of disappointment upon seeing who was actually sitting there. Stephen also does not hide his dissatisfaction and makes a horrible face when seeing his captor again. The count leaves, laughing, and leaves the two alone to talk in peace. As soon as the door closes, Stephen slams his hands on the table, revolted. He calls Johann an insolent brat and promises to challenge him to a duel when he returns home. Johann just leans forward and asks why they do not duel right now. He provokes the prisoner, asking if he is afraid just because he is far from home. Johann mocks him, saying there is no mommy nearby to protect him from getting a beating. Stephen explodes with fury and yells, saying he belongs to a much superior lineage. Johann does not care about the tantrum and asks right away how much his family will pay for the ransom. The nobleman turns his head away, full of pride, and says he will not trade words with someone inferior. Johann feigns disappointment and begins to walk away, leaving the nobleman confused by his reaction. Stephen notices the warrior moving toward the fireplace and asks, frightened, what he intends to do. Johann responds with disdain, saying it is nothing major, while he stirs the hot embers. He turns around, holding a red hot iron, and says with a sinister smile that it will bring them closer together. Terrified by the threat, Stephen goes into despair and screams, asking if he does not want to receive the ransom. Johann feigns doubt about the value and mocks him, saying he should perhaps burn him a little first. Seeing that the danger is real, the nobleman begs desperately, saying he will tell the whole truth. He cries in fear and claims he is worth at least 200 gold coins to his family. Johann is radiant upon discovering the absurd amount and celebrates earning so much money. Stephen sweats, thinking that this knight has none of the noble posture he was rumored to have. Johann sits down calmly and takes advantage of the young man's cooperation to ask about Countess Abner. Stefan reveals that the war started because of a marriage agreement between the daughters of the two houses. The problem was that the greedy countess demanded a silver mine as a dowry, and Zarpen refused immediately. Outraged by the refusal, the Abner family decided to start a war against the neighboring territory. Upon hearing the whole story, Johann finally understands the true reason behind that conflict. He remembers Zarpen warning that the prisoner should be treated very well, like a guest. The young man realizes that in the high nobility, even enemies maintain shared interests. At that moment, a servant enters the room carrying a tray with the bottle of wine requested by Stephen. The nobleman complains furiously about the delay while grabbing one of the served glasses. Johann watches the arrogant behavior of the young man in silence, about to drink. However, when Stephen brings the glass to his mouth, something strange catches Johann's attention. He tells the prisoner to wait and stares fixedly at the servant, who begins to sweat from nervousness. Johann takes one of the glasses and orders, in an intimidating manner, that the servant drink first. He remembers when the man entered the room bringing the drink already poured. The warrior had noticed that one of the glasses had come completely full from the kitchen. At that moment, Stephen was too busy complaining to notice any suspicious detail. Johann then commented on the origin of the wine, analyzing the servant's posture. His attentive eyes caught the man's unusual nervousness as he tried to walk away. That was why he ordered the servant to stop immediately where he was. The man turned around, trembling, feigning innocence and asking what he wanted. Johann firmly warned Stephen to put the glass down immediately before drinking. Then he confronted the servant, asking why the wine had been served beforehand. The employee tried to disguise it by saying he did not know the noble etiquette of serving at the table. He forced a fake smile, believing that the flimsy excuse would work. But Johann's piercing gaze made it very clear that that lie did not work. With an ironic tone, Johann offers the glass to the servant as a reward for the work performed. With no way out and terrified, the man holds the drink with trembling hands. He drinks the contents of the glass under the bottle while Johann watches him closely. Stephen does not understand anything about the situation, but Johann orders the servant to drink the other glass that was left. The servant goes into a complete state of shock upon realizing he has been exposed. Johann loses his patience and demands, with a threatening voice, that he drink what is there immediately. Desperate, the servant lets the glass fall to the floor, spilling all the red liquid. The man kneels down, weeping, begging for forgiveness while Stephen stands perplexed beside him. Stephen stares at the floor in shock, realizing the severity of what was happening. He yells, terrified, asking what on earth the employee had done to the drink. The servant cries, remembering the sinister plan orchestrated a short time before. Hooded men had handed him a bottle with a lethal poison called Nesos Guild. They said a single drop would kill the entire castle, and told him to rub it on the rim of Stephen's glass. As an incentive, the trader received a brilliant imperial gold coin. At that very moment, they promised to pay 2 more coins if the mission to assassinate the nobleman was accomplished. The servant ended up accepting the offer, believing that no one would care about the death of the enemy. The servant remembers when he thought that committing that crime just once would solve all his problems. He had accepted the mission in the desperate hope of saving his family from extreme poverty. But now he is dragged away by the guards while he screams, begging for forgiveness for trying to poison a nobleman's cup. Upon seeing Johann staring in silence, Stephen gets quite a fright and recoils, terrified. The young man shrinks behind the chair and asks, trembling, why the warrior is looking at him like that. In a panic, Stephen lifts the furniture to defend himself, swearing he had nothing to do with the poisoning. He yells desperately, saying he only asked for wine, but would never order poison to be put in his own drink. Johann just responds calmly, reminding him the poison was in the glass that the prisoner himself was going to drink. The warrior makes it clear that the true target of the assassination attempt was him, and not anyone else. Johann comments that a mere servant would not act alone and asks if the young man suspects any mastermind. Stephen collapses to the floor without strength and whispers the name of Ulrich, totally shaken. Then he explodes with hatred, shouting that that crazy woman finally tried to kill him. Johann is confused, and the young man confirms that it is his own ruthless sister. Revolted, Stephen punches the floor, complaining that her looks had always been extremely suspicious. Johann is left not understanding the reason for a sister wanting to kill her own blood within the same family. Stefan rants furiously, saying he has no idea because she had always been a complete lunatic since she was little. Johann just watches in silence, thinking that because of the nobleman's insufferable behavior, the attitude even makes sense. He sighs deeply and remembers an old saying that was very common in his past life. The warrior recalls the famous phrase that siblings in real life seem programmed to hate each other. Meanwhile, at the castle gates, the soldiers close everything and forbid anyone from entering or leaving. On the outside, several hooded people observe the tense movement of the guards. The spies complain about the servants' incompetence and comment with anger about the luck Stephen had to escape. Even frustrated, they decide to retreat and take the report of the failure directly to Reich. Inside the fortress, Count Zarpin loses his head with fury at the betrayal discovered. The leader delivers a violent blow against the traitorous servant, unloading all his anger. The servant spits blood on the floor while the Count rants, saying he trusted him and welcomed him into the castle. Zarpin screams furiously for having been stabbed in the back within his own property. Without a hint of pity, the nobleman orders the man to be decapitated and have his head hung on the gate. While the culprit is dragged away for execution, a soldier approaches to speak with the Count. The guard warns that he brought Johann to the location, as the master of the castle had ordered. Zarpin greets the warrior with a smile and invites him to take a walk alone. The nobleman thanks him warmly, saying that Johann saved his honor by resolving that mess with mastery. During the conversation, the young man asks cautiously who he believes is behind that attack. The Count is left with a serious and grim expression before giving his answer. Zarpin claims to be sure it was Reich's work to eliminate Stephen and not have to pay the ransom. He explains that she would use her brother's death to cancel the indemnities, alleging lack of security in the agreement. Furthermore, the plan probably aimed to frame Johann for the crime to get him out of the way in a tribunal. The warrior is astonished to learn that he became the target of such a dangerous conspiracy. Zarpin comments that after the hard war negotiations, it is natural that the losing side holds a lot of resentment toward him. He reveals that Reich has been cruel and ruthless since she was a child, becoming a difficult opponent even for him. The Count praises Johann, highlighting that his loyalty ensured a position of advantage for the Zarpin house. Johann responds in a modest and respectful way in the face of so much praise from the feudal lord. In his thoughts, he concludes that he needs to be very careful with this dangerous woman named Reich. With that, Zarpin changes the subject and says he has been thinking about a special proposal for him. The nobleman turns directly toward Johann and asks if he would like something very important. He officially offers Johann the honor of receiving the title of knight under his command. Zarpin reinforces the question, looking with pride at the young man, faced with a unique opportunity. The proposal to become a recognized noble knight leaves the atmosphere filled with expectation. Earning the title of knight has always been the great goal aimed at by so many warriors. This official ceremony granted by a lord represents the definitive consecration of his strength. Receiving the title of knight is a very rare honor, granted only to the most extraordinary warriors. This happens because the nobleman who grants the honor assumes total responsibility for the knight's actions. Because it is such a serious commitment, this sacred ritual is reserved for very few chosen ones. Before Zarpin, the young warrior kneels, taken by a feeling of deep reverence. Johann accepts the nomination, radiant with joy, stating that he would never refuse such an honorable offer. At that moment, he begins to remember all the humiliations and sufferings he went through in the past. Since childhood, he had always suffered prejudice and contempt from children of the nobility. Arrogant adults yelled orders and treated him as if he were insignificant trash. Trying to survive, he was forced to bow before cruel people who belittled him. The tragedy got worse when he witnessed his own homeland being consumed by the flames of war. The emperor destroyed his village, and Johann swore to keep the pain of the loss within his heart. Hiding his identity, he survived as a wandering mercenary, facing bloody battles. Now, faced with the chance to change his destiny, he knows he cannot let this opportunity slip away. Count Zarpin then smiles and asks if the young man would be willing to do him one last favor. Curious about the request, Johann raises his gaze, ready to hear what the Lord wishes. The nobleman explains that they need to escort Stephen to the Abner territory to collect the ransom. Zarpin warns that Reich will not sit idly by and will certainly try to kill her own brother on the road. For this reason, he promises trusted guards and demands that Stephen be delivered alive to his destination. The Count guarantees that if Johann fulfills the mission, he will be officially consecrated as a knight. With determination in his eyes, the young man takes on the responsibility and tells the Lord to trust him. He swears firmly that he will take Stefan in total safety to the lands of the enemy family. The doors of the fortress open for the departure of the victorious party led by the warrior. Carrying in his heart the great dream of becoming a knight, Johann begins the dangerous journey. The troop of soldiers and messengers crosses the bridge, leaving the castle of Zarpan behind. Half a day later, the party continues its journey along the road as the sun begins to set on the horizon. Stefan complains, afraid of the nightfall, asking if they intend to sleep in the middle of nowhere. One of the guards reprimands the prisoner, saying it is shameful for a nobleman to be such a coward. Stefan tries to justify himself, remembering the violent attack by bandits they had just suffered. He is horrified that Johann massacred all the enemies without showing any fear. The soldier responds emotionally, saying that the bravery shown by Johann was an inspiring spectacle. Stefan throws a tantrum on his horse, complaining that everyone is fawning over his captor instead of listening to him. Johann calls the prisoner's attention, interrupting the young nobleman's hysterical screaming. The leader agrees with the break and decides that the group will spend the night in a village nearby. Immediately, Stefan goes back to being arrogant and orders the guards to walk faster. Upon arriving before the large wooden gate of the village, Johann observes the location with attention. The warrior feels a strange sensation and comments that village seems quite familiar. The watchman runs to warn the village chief about the arrival of Zarpan's soldiers at the location. The old leader of the village approaches with cautious steps to receive the armed visitors. The moment he raises his face, the chief recognizes the knight and almost has a panic attack. He yells the name of Johann enthusiastically, unable to hide the immense joy of the reunion. Johann tries to remember where he knows him from while the old man tells stories of the village's past. The man recalls the night when assassins attacked the location and were defeated by him. The warrior finally remembers that place is the friendly village of Rutzbeck. The host celebrates the group's stay but asks, curious, who the people beside him are. Stefan begins to offend the place, demanding plentiful food and beautiful women to attend to him. Johann loses his patience, grabs Stefan by the neck, and pulls him off the horse with force. The nobleman, sprawled on the ground, complains furiously, asking why he was thrown in that manner. Johann reprimands the idiot, warning him that announcing his name to the four winds will attract assassins. Then he asks the chief respectfully, just to show them where they can stay. The villagers gather with enthusiasm to applaud the legendary monster slayer. The guards comment, impressed, about how Johann is more liked by the villagers than they are themselves. Johann is grateful for the affection, but worries about the chance of his fame reaching Ulrich's ears. Meanwhile, in the inn, Stefan takes a bath, complaining about the simplicity of that rural village. From inside the tub, the nobleman yells, threatening the guards if any assassin invades the room. The soldier responds from outside, guaranteeing that his security is better than the Count's own. He explains that all entrances are blocked, and Johann's mercenaries make continuous patrols. The guard even reinforces that Johann himself is in the room next door, ready to defend him from any danger. Even so, Stefan remains terrified, knowing that his sister Ulrich is capable of the worst madness to kill him. A strange noise coming from the ceiling catches the young man's attention while he tries to relax in the hot water. Suddenly, a rat falls directly onto his head, leaving the nobleman completely paralyzed. The rodent descends to near Stefan's eye, who widens his vision in pure panic and horror. The young man lets out an ear-piercing scream of despair while jumping out of the tub, taken by fear. Upon hearing the hysterical scream, a violent crash destroys the wall of the room at the same moment. An armored fist goes through the wooden structure, smashing everything in front. Johann appears in the middle of the rebel with a scary look and grabs the animal with an iron hand. The warrior holds the rat and complains, indignant for him to be making such a scandal over nothing. Stefan thinks in shock that Johann's appearance was infinitely more terrifying than the rat itself. From outside, the guards are confused by the giant hole opened in the wall of the inn. Hours later, the early morning falls softly over the village, leaving everything in silence. Johann walks through the deserted streets, checking if there is any threat, and notes that the night is calm. Suddenly, a soldier appears, trembling, warning that there is a visitor wanting to speak with him immediately. John finds the visit strange in the middle of the early morning, but notices the guard, subdued with a rope around his neck. The guard is pulled with force by the red whip that wraps around his throat. Ulrich reveals herself in the darkness and invites him boldly to drink alone in her private tent. The woman set up an isolated camp surrounded by several heavily armed warriors. Inside the luxurious tent, she warns that she sent all her men away to ensure total privacy. Ulrich claims with a provocative smile that no one will ever know what will happen in there. She displays a malicious expression while staring at the young man very closely. The noblewoman suggests creating an exclusive secret between the two, keeping the seductive and mysterious tone. Johann remains impassive, sitting at the table without showing any type of reaction. Straight to the point, the warrior tells her to stop with the small talk and say the true reason for the invitation soon. Ulrich laughs naturally and says that she just wants to negotiate a proposal with him. With a sharp gaze, she proposes that Johann kill Stephen and promises to pay the entire ransom in advance. Johann responds that conversation is ruining the wine and refuses the offer on the spot. Ulrich gets up from the table, saying that she does not accept a refusal before he hears everything properly. She doubles the value of the proposal, offering 400 gold coins to close the deal. Seeing that she increases the price without hesitation, Johann maintains his firm stance and refuses again. The noblewoman takes another sip from her glass, without showing any irritation at the negative response. Then she approaches the young man and leans intimately against Johann's body. Whispering in his ear, she raises the reward to an impressive 1,000 gold coins. Ulrich asks if he has any notion of the absurd value that this fortune represents for a mercenary. She claims that his entire life as a wanderer exists solely for the incessant search for money. The woman promises that accepting the deal can put a definitive end to his entire life of suffering. Johann thinks that with 1,000 coins, he would be capable of buying land and even building his own castle. Ulrich asks what else worries him and questions if the problem would be him having to kill the brother himself. She asks him not to worry, as there are several ways to resolve this without getting his hands dirty. The plan consists only of leaving Stephen alone for a few moments as soon as they enter the county. Her assassins will take care of the job, and Johann will not take the blame for it having happened on enemy soil. Ulrich smiles confidently and claims she can create as many gaps as necessary to protect him. Johann stares at the woman in silence, analyzing the dangerous proposal placed before him. Johann questions why she is going so far and spending so much just to avoid war losses. Ulrich smiles with disdain, saying that he is just a field nobleman and therefore does not understand. She claims that compared to everything Stephen did, 1,000 gold coins are nothing more than child's play. The noblewoman explains that soon she will be the leader and will not let that rat ruin her family's wealth. She reinforces that Stephen needs to die soon, and that is why that fortune is a bargain. Johann observes the brutal sincerity with which she speaks about eliminating her own brother. Without patience for stalling, she slams a document on the table to end the conversation. The woman hands over a promissory note of 1,000 gold coins that can be exchanged immediately. With a confident smile, she asks why Johann simply does not accept the proposal. The warrior stares at the offer in silence, maintaining a totally serious stance. He then opens his mouth to give his definitive answer. Johann refuses the proposal immediately, leaving the woman completely surprised. Ulrich gets up revolted, asking if he is serious, and Johann confirms. Johann decides to explain calmly the true reasons behind his decision. He explains that if Stephen dies, the Countess's fury will inevitably fall upon him. The young man says that human feelings are not resolved with such ease. Ulrich listens to everything silently while maintaining a tense and irritated gaze. Furthermore, he reminds her that she tried to poison her brother yesterday and is not trustworthy. Johann highlights that if the young man had died, the blame would fall perfectly on his shoulders. The noblewoman retorts by asking if he is making serious accusations without any proof. He retorts by questioning what guarantee he would have that he would not be attacked after receiving the gold. Johann ponders that he would have no way to defend himself if he suffered a betrayal from her part. She finds his stance ridiculous, but he retorts, saying that he only makes deals with those he can trust. With a sharp gaze and no patience, the woman asks if he has finished his speech. Johann warns that there is still one very important last detail to be said. The warrior reminds her that he received orders from Zarpen to deliver the prisoner alive. Ulrich loses her patience completely and screams, asking what good honor is where no one is looking. Johann just asks calmly for her to listen to him until the end. He then begins to speak about Stephen's true character. Johann admits that the nobleman is completely useless, but nothing that justifies disobeying his orders. After all, upon concluding this mission, he will become a knight and will not risk his great dream. Ulrich sighs, irritated, saying that she found someone even more frustrating than the brother. Johann gets up quietly from the table and warns that he is leaving there now. The noblewoman clicks her tongue in frustration, complaining about having wasted so much time for nothing. Both then leave the inside of the tent, following separate paths. Ulrich comments to herself that, in the end, his refusal does not matter. She reminds herself with a dark tone that his party will enter her lands tomorrow. The woman warns with a threatening tone that she will prepare an unforgettable reception for him. Johann is left thoughtful, trying to imagine the type of welcome she intends to give. The following day, the party finally reaches the imposing castle of the Abner County. Countess Abner observes the movement in the courtyard, surprised by the warrior's arrival. Several local nobles and knights watch the scene, filled with expectation. Johann holds his training staff in the courtyard, sighing in the face of the promised reception. A colossal and frightening warrior roars before him, ready for the confrontation. Johann tells Stephen on the road that his sister offered 1,000 coins to kill him. Stephen goes into a panic and yells, accusing Johann of trying to sell him to the crazy sister. Johann asks him to calm down and warns that he refused the proposal without hesitation. The nobleman widens his eyes, not believing that someone would refuse 1,000 gold coins. Johann confirms and warns, because of Ulrich's behavior, she will certainly set something up. Stefan tries to boast, saying that as soon as they enter the castle, his mother will protect him. Johann points to the castle ahead and asks if that is their destination. Stephen confirms, all excited, that that is his home in the Abner County castle. Johann thinks, relieved, that he managed to escort the nobleman in safety to the fortress. He comments that only the ransom of the idiot is left to collect, irritating Stefan on the spot. The Zarpen party finally enters the large main hall of the castle. Johann advances firmly under the intimidating and stern gaze of the nobles present. Johann kneels respectfully before the Countess, greeting the leader in Zarpen's name. The Countess clenches her teeth, containing her anger upon seeing the triumphant party in front of her. She sees Stephen crying like a baby and laments the pathetic state of her beloved son. The noblewoman trembles with fury upon remembering the adorable boy he used to be. She recalls her son's childhood, when he was still a beautiful and sweet child. She remembers when he ran through the fields, played happily with the swans. Back then, he was a little angel who lived declaring love for his own mother, but now his entire family honor has been ruined because of Johann Aitz. She notices the imposing body of the warrior who destroyed her family's plans. The woman remembers with hatred the moment she was forced to surrender in the war because of him. Before her vassals, she knows her authority is hanging by a thread after so much humiliation. The Countess decides she needs to do something drastic to break that awkward atmosphere. She widens her eyes and screams furiously, accusing the party of extreme insolence. The matriarch questions, yelling, why the soldiers are armed in her presence. Zarpen's soldier tries to justify himself, saying the Count himself sent permission by letter. Taken by rage, she yells, ordering her guards to disarm the delegation immediately. An Abner knight approaches, demanding that the victorious party hand over their weapons. The Countess thinks that disarming them by force is the only way to recover her lost honor. But Johann extends his armored hand, preventing the weapon from being handed over. He declares firmly that to take his sword, they will have to kill him first. The nobles present are left completely terrified by the warrior's audacity. A suffocating and frightening atmosphere takes over the entire castle hall. The Countess is left in shock, not understanding where such courage comes from in that man. She is astonished by him speaking in such a bold way, even though he is in the middle of enemy territory. The woman's chest is taken by a sudden and intense sensation of excitement. She clutches her chest, scared, upon feeling her own heart race in the face of his bravery. The matriarch's face begins to blush while she observes the young man with different eyes. Johann maintains his penetrating and intimidating gaze fixed directly on the leader. The Countess is visibly charmed and blushing with his imposing posture. The warrior sustains his sharp gaze, without backing away even a millimeter from his position. Completely seduced by his courage, she admits to herself that she adored those eyes. The Countess questions his intentions, and Johann clarifies that he does not hold a grudge against her family. Praising his bravery, the leader makes an exception and allows him to remain armed. While Johann thanks her, the noblewoman concludes to herself that she found that man fascinating. A vassal named Inogon is revolted and demands a duel to restore the house's honor. The Countess tries to reprimand the vassal, saying it is not the moment to create trouble. Inno points furiously to Johann, challenging the legendary troll hunter to a duel. The lady of the castle is indignant at him, challenging a member of the victorious delegation. Stephen whispers, terrified, for Johann not to accept, as that warrior is deadly. Ulrich approaches with firm steps and mocks, telling Johann to flee from the duel. The heiress gives a poisonous smile while the mother stares at her, completely surprised. Ulrich threatens to spread through the entire empire that the troll hunter fled from a fight. She mocks, saying that the reputation of a coward will combine perfectly with his reputation. Johann just tightens his gaze, listening to the woman's poisonous provocations. Ulrich mocks, asking if Zarpen would be proud of him, since he is not even an official knight yet. Johann realizes that that was her plan and decides to accept that there is no other way out. He raises his voice and officially accepts the challenge for the duel right there. Inogon celebrates, laughing, and warns that he will send his son Gerdolf as his substitute. Ulrich smiles, satisfied, thinking that the situation became even more interesting. The Countess clenches her teeth with anger, while the crowd gets excited by the announcement. The matriarch is terrified, knowing the danger that this fight represents. Everyone then gathers in the large training field of the Abner Castle. Johann assumes his combat position, holding the wooden sword and the shield. The announcer calls at everyone's attention to introduce the substitute warrior. The feared Gerdolf emerges roaring, known as the terrible butcher of nobles. The giant advances with maddened fury, promising to take Johann's life. Johann raises his shield firmly and prepares to receive the brute's attack. The judge gives the official signal and authorizes the start of the violent combat. Gerdolf delivers a devastating blow, aiming to crush Johann's head. Johann blocks the brutal attack with the shield, enduring the impact of the force. The wooden shield splits in half, leaving Johann alert with the force of the blow. The giant takes advantage of the gap and advances at high speed against him. Gerdolf hits a violent charge on the young man's body, throwing him to the ground. Stephen and the soldiers go into a panic, screaming for Johann's name. The Countess holds her breath, horrified by the violence of the confrontation. The two trade heavy blows on the ground, rolling in the dust of the arena. Ulrich observes everything with a sadistic smile, rooting for Johann's immediate death. The mother reprimands Ulrich, asking if she does not think about the consequences if he dies. The matriarch warns that Zarpen will use this as an excuse to start a new war. Ulrich responds with disdain, saying she will compensate for the losses by taking resources from Zarpen. The Countess demands to know the truth about the reason for wanting to eliminate Johann. The young heiress mocks, asking if her mother had not yet noticed the obvious. The leader of the county stares at her daughter in a complete state of shock and dread. Ulrich reveals with coldness that Johann is acting as Stephen's bodyguard. The woman is left speechless upon understanding the true plot behind that trap. She concludes that before killing Stefan, her daughter planned to eliminate his protector. Gerdolf goes after him, trying to break Johann's neck on the ground. Taken by despair, the Countess gets up from the chair to intervene. She screams at the top of her lungs, ordering the immediate end of that mortal duel. The crowd cheers, announcing by surprise that the confrontation had already ended. Ulrich widens her eyes, not believing the unbelievable outcome of the fight. The giant Gerdolf lies stretched out on the ground, completely defeated and unconscious. During the fight, Johann realized the opponent's murderous intention and turned the game around. The young man fit an impeccable lock, using the adversary's own strength against him. Gerdolf yelled, desperate, trying to crush the young man with his brutal hands. But Johann applied a brutal twist, immobilizing the brute's arm. He delivered a devastating counter-attack, breaking the rival's resistance. Johann ordered with coldness for him to surrender before he broke his bones. However, there was a crucial detail about Gerdolf that the warrior had not foreseen. Even broken, the man gritted his teeth, refusing any type of surrender. He let out a thunderous roar, preferring to pass out fighting than to surrender. Johann observes the man on the ground, impressed by his unwavering determination. He recognizes the indomitable spirit of the adversary, who fought until he lost his senses. The judge declares the incontestable victory of Johann before the entire Abner County. The Countess is stunned to see that Gerdolf, the strongest warrior of all, was surpassed. The noblewoman takes a deep breath to disguise her astonishment and resume her stance of authority. From the balcony, she praises the beautiful duel and declares before everyone that honor was demonstrated. The nobles applaud awkwardly while Inogon boils with hatred due to his son's defeat. The men comment among themselves that Ino's behavior ruined the castle's atmosphere. They reach the grim conclusion that they need to put a definitive end to Johann. For them, the simple existence of the warrior will be an eternal obstacle for the family. The nobles agree that the young man is too dangerous and needs to be eliminated as soon as possible. The doctor warns Inogon that his son's arm was destroyed forever. Inogon becomes blind with anger and contempt upon seeing the young man in that deplorable state. The father rants furiously, saying he is deeply disappointed with such weakness. He screams with cruelty, claiming it would have been better for him to have died in the combat arena. Gerdolf lowers his head, devastated, upon being called a shame to the house's lineage. In that era, a broken bone ended a knight's career forever. The nobleman complains about all the money spent on training, now that his son became a useless person. Without a hint of compassion, the man orders that he never appear before him again. The door slams with force, leaving the brute alone and abandoned in the darkness. Gerdolf collapses in tears, asking for forgiveness for his inability to win. Johann appears at the door of the infirmary, observing the despair of the wounded man. He had only gone to get bandages, but realizes that he cannot ignore that scene. Johann approaches calmly and offers sincere apologies for having broken his arm. Gerdolf responds, devastated, saying that the fault was solely of his own weakness. The young man disagrees firmly, praising the technique and the great strength he demonstrated. Johann remembers colossal monsters he faced in the past during the wars. He guarantees that Gerdolf was superior, even to the minotaurs he faced in Marseille. As a reward for the great fight, Johann offers a magic potion capable of healing his arm. The giant cries with deep emotion and thanks him with all his heart for the salvation. Johann smiles, thinking that this good deed will ensure that the man does not hold a grudge against him. Meanwhile, Stefan runs in tears to his mother, yelling that the sister wants to kill him. He swears on his knees that Ulrich tried to poison him and even hired Johann for the crime. But Stefan is interrupted suddenly by the cold expression of the matriarch. The Countess just corrects his posture, ordering him to call the sister with the proper respect. The mother stares at the son with coldness and asks if he has any concrete proof of that. The young man admits he has no proof, but insists on the deadly hatred the young woman feels for him. The lady of the castle takes the floor and warns that she will make a definitive proposal for him. She suggests that the son enter an isolated monastery where he will be out of danger. Stephen goes into a panic upon remembering that in that place, the monks cannot even speak. He gets terrified just by thinking of shaving his head and eating only bread for the rest of his life. To make it worse, the young man cries in horror upon remembering that there are only men there. Stephen refuses the idea on the spot, desperate with the chance of never getting married. The Countess says that he is free not to go, but leaves a very serious warning in the air. She claims categorically that that is the last protection opportunity she will give him. Stephen clenches his trembling fist, feeling the weight and the gravity of that decision. Head down, the nobleman asks only for some time to be able to think clearly. The matriarch grants the deadline until the following morning for him to make his final decision. As soon as the son leaves, the woman cannot take it and begins to cry with deep sadness. She collapses in tears at the table, suffering for the difficult choice imposed on her family. In the reception room, the servant presents the chest with the official ransom agreed upon by Stephen. Johann approaches the chest and begins to examine the gleaming shine of the gold delivered. Holding the golden coin, the warrior celebrates finally concluding his mission. Johann reflects on all the events and celebrates the chance to become a knight. He fulfilled the mission of protecting Stefan, overcoming all of Ulrich's traps. Furthermore, he got a grand ransom that compensated for all the effort of the journey. He clenches the gold coin in his hand, feeling the sweet sensation of victory. With a smile on his face, he celebrates the achievement of one more great stage. The official ransom of 200 gold coins was duly delivered by the nobleman. Walking through the castle's corridors, Johann begins to plan his next steps. He decides to leave for Zarpen early in the morning, before the Abner nobles set something against him. The warrior resolves to check the exit routes of the castle as a precaution. Suddenly, Stephen appears in the shadows of the corridor with a grim expression. Johann almost throws a punch, thinking it was an assassin in the dark. The young man stares at him fixedly and warns that he has an important proposal to make. Without even wanting to hear the conversation, Johann refuses the offer on the spot. The warrior warns that he already received the ransom and will do no more favors for him. He confirms with a smile that he is in a hurry to be consecrated as a knight. Stefan warns that if he leaves now, he will never receive the title of knight. Johann stops walking on the spot and turns around with a sharp and surprised look. The warrior demands a clear explanation regarding that absurd claim. Stephen throws a tantrum and threatens to ask the Count uncle never to nominate him as a knight. The two remain in absolute silence, staring at each other in the middle of the dark room. Johann assumes a scary aura, saying the nobleman finally went crazy. Seeing Johann's clenched fist, the young man goes into a panic and begs to be heard. Stephen asks cautiously if he would have any interest in taxation rights. This right allows one to collect all the taxes of a village and profit from them. Stephen claims to possess a village, and Johann mocks him, thinking it is pure hallucination. The nobleman reveals that he won the village in secret, and it yields 20 coins annually. Johann ironizes, saying that now he understands the reason for Ulrich wanting to kill him. He questions why the young man did not sell that territory to flee far away. Stephen makes a face and admits that he simply cannot sell the location. The young man explains that the village of Heinkat possesses mines, but was dominated by goblins. Because of the monster's invasion, the location was ruined and the residents fled. He dreams of reconquering the lands to gain his mother's recognition. Stephen vents that that is the only chance he possesses of not going to the monastery. Johann reflects on how having the right to the taxes would change his financial life. Until that moment, he only managed to get money by risking his life as a mercenary. With the taxation guaranteed, he would finally have a stable and constant income. That meant earning money without effort and silencing the Abner nobility once and for all. Johann then asks how Stephen intends to survive if he hands over all the profit. Awkwardly, the nobleman suggests splitting the village's profits half and half between the two. Johann makes a face, irritated with the blatant cheek of the spoiled young man. Even finding the young man suspicious, Johann admits that half the profits is still tempting. Johann asks if he intends to hire mercenaries to form the attack troop. The warrior immediately cuts the enthusiasm, asking if he has money for the costs. Upon seeing the awkward silence, Johann realizes the freeloader wanted him to pay. Stephen swears he will arrange the money, while Johann still hesitates if he should accept. The young man insists with yells, saying that goblins are nothing for someone so strong. Stephen tries to provoke him, asking if the legendary troll hunter is afraid. Johann remembers the grand fame he conquered after massacring that monster. He recalls the influential people bowing their heads before his feats. Knights and warriors always paid the most absolute respect to his name. Even veteran warriors made a point of meeting the famous troll hunter of Marseille. Wherever he passed, the people in the streets celebrated his bravery, cheering his grand name. Johann remembers that he risked his own life for that title, which will open many doors in the future. But he knows that if he fails against mere goblins, his entire reputation will be questioned. A failure in the expedition would make Zarpen cancel his long-dreamed nomination as a knight. The warrior would be labeled as a fraud, losing the respect of everyone in the county. Everything he built with so much sweat and blood would crumble once and for all. That mission is a true risky bet where he puts his own destiny at stake. But if the expedition is successful, the rewards and the prestige will be incomparable. With a smile on his face, Johann accepts the proposal and asks to see the map of the village of Heinkat. The next day, in the royal hall, the countess, perplexed, asks Stephen to repeat what he just said. Beside Johann, the young man declares with pride that he will lead the reconquest of Heinkat. The news takes the entire nobility by surprise, leaving the court in a complete state of shock. Ulrich observes the scene, furious, thinking that her brother finally lost his mind for good. She approaches with yells, warning that the family will not spend money on his madness. Stephen disdains the sister, claiming that he will fund the expedition entirely out of his own pocket. Ulrich explodes with hatred, reminding him that his entire fortune belongs to the family's assets. The young nobleman mocks the sister while Johann just watches the family discussion, embarrassed. Stephen provokes the sister, asking if she is afraid that he will really reconquer the lands. The countess loses patience with the bickering and screams, demanding absolute silence in the hall. The matriarch takes a deep breath, trying to keep control in the face of that unusual situation. The countess realizes that with Johann's protection, her dear son will be completely safe. She then asks the nobles and knights of the court if anyone wishes to volunteer for the march. To the lady of the castle's disappointment, no noble present is willing to participate in the battle. Suddenly, heavy steps echo, making the main doors of the hall open with force. The giant Gerdolf emerges yelling, announcing to everyone that he will march along in the expedition. The countess is left open-mouthed and questions confused if the warrior was not seriously wounded. Gerdolf clenches his healed fist, thanking Johann for having restored his broken arm. The nobles around whisper, astonished, not believing in the miracle that just happened. Inogon bows before the ruler, asking for authorization to fight beside his son. Gerdolf rants, calling the other nobles cowards for fleeing from duty in combat. The members of the court are revolted by the offense, but do not have the courage to face the brute. Stephen gets emotional, thinking he is loved, while Johann mocks the Lord's real interest. Countess is radiant upon seeing that her son will depart with warriors so strong to protect him. The leader blesses the group and officially orders the start of the noble expedition to Heinkat. Stephen tries to give orders, but Gerdolf warns him straight out that he will only obey Johann's commands. The giant laments his wounded pride at having to depend on a young man old enough to be his own son. With a warmed heart, the matriarch implores in secret for Johann to keep her son alive. Johann maintains his serene and focused posture, prepared for the great responsibility. The young man makes a slight bow to the lady of the castle, demonstrating his total firmness. The messenger guarantees to Johann that he will explain the postponement of the possession to Count Zarpen with clarity. Johann thanks him and wishes a safe journey to the soldiers who return to their territory. He is relieved to have sent the message, ensuring that his title will not be prejudiced. Days later, at the gates of the Abner Castle, the assembled troops organize themselves for the departure. 20 well-trained soldiers of the Gon House join the front line of that party. More than 30 experienced mercenaries and warriors from Ketana reinforce the troops' forces. To Johann's surprise, the merchant Doris also appears, accompanied by his helpers. Doris reveals, all awkward, that he was sent by Lord Zarpin himself to provide support. Johann gives a veiled warning to the merchant, who brings 30 men on the supply team. With the army complete and financed by Stephen, the group begins the march toward Hindcut. Johann warns that one person is still missing, leaving Stephen curious about the latecomer. At that moment, the wise Swedelda approaches, grumbling about the delay and cursing the young man. This is the legendary sage of the Ifel River who finally accepted participating in the march. The old man complains furiously for having been forced to travel in an uncomfortable carriage. In truth, the mystic did not even intend to accept the call but had no other choice. He was forced to come when he realized that the sacred voice of the river almost disappeared without Johann. Suedelga orders everyone to walk soon, saying that goblins can be eliminated in the blink of an eye. Johann assumes absolute command and organizes the march formation with Doris in the middle of the troop. The subjugation army of Hindcut departs in an organized march in the direction of enemy territory. Johann has already fought many battles, but this is the first time in which land rights are at stake. Having the right of taxation is almost being a feudal lord, making his stance more serious than ever. The warrior analyzed the tax documents and concluded the village is a gold mine. Everyone believes that facing goblins will be easy, without imagining the terror hidden in that place. Inside the abandoned village, a thirsting horde of blood wields lethal weapons in the darkness. Terrifying screams echo through the destroyed and somber streets of the old village of Hindcut. A group of sacred warriors tries to hold the line against the relentless massacre of the monsters. One of the priestesses is grabbed by several creatures and screams desperate for help. The young woman is dragged into the darkness while she lets out a piercing scream of pure despair. The commander Valian looks back in panic upon seeing her companion's blood spray into the air. More allies are swallowed by the tide of monsters before the terrified gaze of the leader. The paladin cannot believe that elite warriors are being massacred by goblins. To make the situation worse, the sacred flame of the monastery refuses to light on the sacred swords. Valian assumes the blame for the tragedy and decides to take a desperate attitude to save the rest. The leader orders the survivors to flee, while she herself will act as a live bait. Even with the companions refusing, she screams, demanding that they obey her immediate orders. She warns that the sacrifice will serve to alert the outside world about the failure of the purification. The sisters retreat in tears, praying for divine protection over the noble leader who was left behind. Alone in the middle of the somber arena, Valian takes a deep breath, staring at thousands of red eyes. The warrior raises her sword and challenges the entire horde, promising to purify them until the end. She begins a sacred prayer while delivering brutal blows, beheading the enemies. Surrounded by monsters that long for blood, she calls to the heavens for a saving hand. Without being able to count on the sacred flames, the paladin implores only for strength in her arms. She advances, cutting the attackers with pure fury and unwavering determination in combat. When the enemy blows begin to hit her, she asks at least for determination to resist. Her body is wounded by cutting blades, while she continues fighting bravely. Without strength to continue standing, she raises her gaze in a silent and desperate plea. Valian screams at the top of her lungs, imploring that the heavens grant her a saving miracle. But her body, riddled with blades, falls heavily to the cold floor, surrounded by the creatures. Paralyzed by the wounds, she can barely move while the monsters snarl around her. A threatening shadow is projected over the fallen warrior, about to give the coup de grace. A disgusting creature licks her face, while the young woman wonders if the sisters managed to flee. The goblin raises the dagger to execute her while she cries, wondering where God was. Suddenly, a shot at high speed cuts the air, coming directly from the shadows of the night. The devastating impact crushes the monster's head into pieces, saving the paladin's life. Bathed in the creature's blood, the warrior raises her wakened vision to see the savior. Before her emerges the imposing figure of Johann on horseback before her consciousness fades. The paladin closes her eyes, completely exhausted, relieved to have been rescued in time. At the outpost set up by the army near Heincut, the tents house the rescued wounded. Resting in the tent, Stefan asks, curious, who that mysterious rescued warrior is. Johann explains that it is Valian, leader of an elite sacred order that has already hunted trolls with him. The sage laments that such a strong order of warriors was massacred by mere goblins. Suelga says that not even the sacred waters of the river can restore a severed arm. Valian tells that the order came to the location only to fulfill a noble mission of purification. She trembles with dread upon remembering the terrifying and strange sensations she felt in that village. The memories of the lived horror leave the warrior completely shaken and without reaction. Johann puts his hand on her shoulder, comforting the young woman and guaranteeing that they will take care of everything. Gathered in the tent, Stefan reinforces that the expedition is there precisely to solve the problem. The sage jabs at the young man, reminding him that his mission started solely out of pure greed. Johann maintains his focus on the planning of the battle, ignoring the provocations between the two. Suelga goes back to speaking seriously, finding it strange how an order of sacred warriors was defeated. He explains that goblins are weak creatures that can be defeated even by armed peasants. But after so many failed attempts, the monsters became the absolute owners of Heincut. The old man highlights that the number of monsters multiplied to the point of surpassing a sacred order. Stefan is confused and questions why the monsters continue to emerge even after hiring troops. The sage decides to explain calmly the three main reasons for the failure of the attempts. The first error was hiring bad mercenaries who avoided facing the monsters directly. Instead of fighting, the hired warriors only looted the village's belongings and left. Stefan agrees awkwardly, knowing that mercenaries act with negligence if they are not watched closely. The second reason is the absurd reproduction of the monsters that spread faster than rabbits. As no one cleaned the caves until the end, the creatures returned to populate the entire region. Suelga fires with disdain that all this happens when the commander is completely incompetent. Then, the sage takes a dramatic pause before revealing the third and darkest reason. Johann is intrigued and raises his gaze, anxious to hear the elder's last explanation. But the old man deflects, saying that he prefers to confirm his suspicions before speaking any nonsense. He ends the conversation with yells, ordering the army to eliminate to the last monster by dawn. Johann gets up firmly and calls the attention of all the mercenary captains present. The warrior assumes the leadership and begins to explain the strategic details of the attack plan. He warns that he will form the front line beside the colossal gird-off to open a path with brute force. The remaining troops will advance in a semicircular formation, cornering the creatures outside the village. Johann ends the command speech, warning that the attack will begin exactly at the break of dawn. All the squad leaders salute, ready to follow the commander's orders. The next morning, the mounted troops depart in a firm march under the clear light of the new day. Valian approaches Johann, warning that the order of paladins will fight beside his men. The woman guarantees that even wounded, they will fight with bravery to honor the memory of their fallen sisters. Johann understands the warrior's determination and accepts the help of the paladins on the battlefield. Valian thanks him with respect, praying for divine blessings over the party led by him. The young man spurs his horse and draws his sword, guiding the cavalry with relentless speed. Johann lets out a war cry, giving the official order for the start of the great purification. The warriors advance, raising their spears and swords with maddened fury in the open field. In the shadows of the forest, a sinister and mysterious presence observes all the troops' movement. The hooded man whispers in the shadows, mocking the large quantity of men gathered there. The mysterious figure comments with coldness that the more soldiers come, the more bodies will fall to the ground. The subjugation army advances with unwavering determination, ignoring the threats hidden in the woods. Johann commands the fast charge, ordering all units to attack the village without hesitation. The troop invades the field with yells, making the ground shake with the overwhelming force of its advance. The soldiers surround the village's entrances to prevent any monster from managing to escape alive. The infantry advances firmly with shields raised, pushing the horde without retreating a single step. The sharp swords cut the first creatures that try to resist the overwhelming charge. The beast warrior mocks the monster's weakness, comparing the creatures to mere defenseless rats. While she mocks the old sacred order, Valiant slices the enemies in absolute silence. The furious trotting of the horses echoes across the battlefield, kicking up dust from the ground. Jerdolf advances with maximum brutality, trampling dozens of goblins in his charge. The giant raises his enormous war hammer, screaming at the top of his lungs on the front line. The crushing impact of his weapon hurls the monsters through the air, forcing a path through. Both warriors advance without mercy, leaving a trail of bodies behind in the village. Johann watches his ally with respect, admitting that Jerdolf's strength is truly impressive. Seeing the plan flowing perfectly, Johann calculates that they will reach the center of the village in a few minutes. He orders the giant to stay close so as not to break the squadron's formation. Suddenly, a strange rumble in the middle of the smoke immediately catches the commander's attention. A gigantic monster mounted on a colossal wild boar surges in a charge against the two. Johann gets fired up for the clash and prepares a combined maneuver to attack the monster from both sides. But before they can act, the young man despairs as he sees his companion do something reckless. Jerdolf is hit full on by the violent impact and thrown from his mount. Johann curses his ally for his recklessness as he sees him fall straight into the middle of enemy territory. Seeing their leader fallen, the soldiers of the Gone house advance desperately to rescue him. Johann yells furiously, demanding that the soldiers maintain their formation and not do anything so stupid. He gives an express order to retreat, but the men ignore him and continue running into danger. The troops advance blindly while a new wave of monsters emerges from the shadows, roaring. Johann grinds his teeth, irritated to realize that those soldiers only know how to march with their heads down. At the same time, Squadron Captain Yohan commands his men to advance without stopping. A mercenary runs over, terrified, bringing urgent news that changes the entire course of the march. The soldier warns that the main assault unit ended up splitting into two directions. The captain breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that this unexpected separation was never part of the original plan. Terrifying snarls echo from the shadows, revealing that the mercenaries have been surrounded. The leader grinds his teeth as he notes that the creatures are multiplying like cockroaches in every corner. Further back, the second squadron tries to keep the pace so as not to lose Johann's rearguard. The soldiers pick up their pace, trying to escape the traps that surround the entire village. Sharp sounds trigger from the ground, catching the men off guard in the middle of their path. One of the soldiers falls into a pit filled with stakes, screaming desperately for help. The man is swallowed by the ambush and dies brutally before the horror of his colleagues. The third squadron panics upon realizing that the monsters already predicted every step the troop would take. The commander tries to order a defensive stance and searches for the bugler to sound the alarm. The subordinate warns in a panic that the messenger was killed and that they are completely isolated. Without communication and surrounded by hundreds of red eyes, the climate of chaos takes hold for good. On a distant hill, Swedelga observes the black smoke rising and laments the weakness of his own vision. The sage complains about the annoyance of having agreed to accompany that problematic mission of Johann's. The elder finds the abnormal courage of the goblins strange as they continue fighting even after so many casualties. The young assistant approaches, holding her small pet to give a warning. She warns, worried, that Stephen disobeyed Johann's orders and went off walking alone. Swedelga shrugs, saying he isn't anyone's nanny to be taking care of a spoiled nobleman. The girl comments, scared, that her little magical creature seems totally exhausted and out of energy. Stephen appears at the camp, calling the old sage to show something curious he found. The mystic mocks him to his face, thinking the fool just picked up monster droppings along the way. But from inside the bag emerges a sinister, cursed skull covered in bandages and arcane symbols. Upon staring at the object, the sage widens his eyes, taken by genuine and shocking terror. Swedolga strikes the young man furiously, yelling that is a dangerous cursed totem. The elder destroys the piece by stomping on it, ordering them to break any replicas found along the way. Stephen stammers, scared, pointing to the field filled with dozens of those same totems. The sage breaks into a cold sweat in shock to understand the terrible dimension of the curse that hangs over the place. Terrified, the elder asks how many men are left, discovering that they count only 10 people. Suedolga orders furiously that everyone mobilize immediately to destroy every totem found. In the middle of the carnage, the mercenaries try to catch their breath, surrounded by countless monsters. The eye patch, wearing captain, yells at the top of his lungs, demanding that his men stay focused on the fight. He warns that any slip up will mean being dragged away and executed without mercy by the creatures. The leader begs the troop to hold firm until the triumphant arrival of Commander Johann. The beast warrior advances, cutting down enemies, reminding them that they need to survive to get paid. Suddenly, she is hit full on from behind and falls flat on the village's soil. Fallen and without strength, the young woman despairs as she sees a horde of red eyes advancing upon her. Disgusting claws grab the warrior's ankle, pulling her wounded body across the ground. She lets out an agonizing scream, trying to grab onto the wood while being dragged to the lair. The girl is thrown onto the dusty floor, left completely at the mercy of the bloodthirsty monsters. A colossal and terrifying creature raises its heavy weapon, projecting a deadly shadow over her. Seeing the enemy blade approach, she curses in a panic, feeling that this is her end. The mercenary laments her own weakness for being defeated by mere goblins in open combat. Johann appears on horseback like a lightning bolt, massacring the monsters and saving the young woman in the last second. He grinds his teeth, worried upon noticing that he needs to return soon to save the rest of the troop. An ear-piercing shriek coming from the trees makes the warrior turn his attention to the rear guard. A monster mounted on a monstrous wild boar emerges, furious, charging directly at him. In another part of the village, the Gone House soldiers are torn apart without any chance of defense. The goblin puts on the helmet of a fallen warrior and lets out a victorious and eerie roar. The creature blows the war horn, calling for reinforcements to surround the rest of the invaders. The agonizing screams of the allies echo throughout the region as the men are massacred. Johann hears the clamor of agony from the soldiers and feels the weight of fury burning inside his chest. Without patience for any more stalling, the knight dismounts with firm steps to face the beast. Johann strokes his loyal horse and asks affectionately for the animal to retreat and stay safe. The monster knight laughs in mockery and incites his mount to advance at maximum speed. The colossal beast runs, destroying everything in front, ready to crush the warrior in its path. Johann just steadies his stance and closes his fist with extreme calm and absolute determination. The warrior delivers a devastating punch, stopping the wild boar's impact and hurling the rider far away. With a scary look, Johann warns that the time has come for the monsters to feel true terror. Far from there, Jerdolf's last guards are cornered and wounded with deadly blows. Crawling on the blood-stained earth, a soldier cries desperately, begging for salvation. The man yells for his lord Gerdolf's name, praying for a miracle on the battlefield. In tears, the warrior extends his hand before his breath fades away forever. Upon witnessing the brutal death of his companion, the giant is taken by a maddened fury. Jerdolf lets out an ear-piercing roar of hatred and advances with his hammer, ready to slaughter everything. The brute swears eternal revenge, delivering crushing blows against the beasts nearby. A heavy wild boar charge hits the warrior, throwing his heavy armor into the dust. Coughing up blood, Jerdolf tries to stand, swearing that he will never accept defeat before them. but upon raising his head, he finds himself completely surrounded by 3 gigantic and hungry beasts. The images of his men falling one by one return to his mind, generating an overwhelming guilt. The warrior cries in pure pain upon confirming that his recklessness led his comrades to death. The monsters snarl right before the young man, mocking the weakness of the leader who lost his army. Gathering the rest of his soul, Gerdolf raises his weapon, promising to punish the tormentors of his troop. The giant jumps with an agonizing scream, discharging all his hatred in the final blow. The colossal hammer crushes the monster against the ground in a bloody explosion of pure force. The other beasts advance, thirsty to tear apart the warrior who was left without defenses. Completely exhausted, Gerdolf closes his eyes and offers sincere apologies to Johann for the failure. However, a shining blade appears, spinning through the sky, cutting the air at high speed. The wounded captain curses on his knees, while an armored monster stares at him, ready to kill. The eye-patch-wearing captain warns his companions that those creatures are not common goblins. He alerts them to take special care with the leader, who has a red tattoo on his forehead. The beast warrior asks the wounded priestess to rest, while the others hold the line. Valian refuses to rest, saying she cannot stand idly by while everyone risks their lives. The warrior gets irritated and yells, saying that worrying about her puts everyone's life at risk. The young woman screams in anger for her to die already, leaving the paladin in complete shock. Valian bites her lips and holds back her tears in the face of those harsh words of reprimand. Head down in the middle of the battlefield, the priestess just asks for sincere apologies to everyone. Far from there, Swedlga's group finally finishes collecting all the cursed totems. The elder checks if they collected all the pieces, and the assistant confirms he checked several times. Stephen grumbles, irritated, asking what the point is of making him carry that useless junk. The sage tells the nobleman to shut his mouth and prepares to destroy all the totems with his staff. Swedlga's magical strike shatters the cursed totems, breaking the spell on the monsters. With the curse undone, the goblins lose their frantic control and begin to flee, terrified. The mercenaries are surprised to realize that the creatures are retreating. Taking advantage of the monsters' confusion, the warriors advance to start the counterattack. The group attacks the retreating horde, cutting down the monsters that try to escape the village. Several creatures fall lifeless on the dusty ground, ending the violent battle. The survivors breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing that most of the goblins fled the carnage. The exhausted soldiers try to understand the sudden reason for the flight, without the strength to celebrate. The mercenary leader maintains a serious look and alerts them that the mission has not yet ended completely. He orders that no one lower their guard until they find Johann and reorganize the troops. The squadron continues walking toward the other entrances of the village to look for the commander. The beast warrior spots something strange and questions the presence of a hill outside the map. Everyone is left completely paralyzed and terrified upon approaching that structure. They go into shock upon discovering that such a hill is actually a mountain of corpses. A heavy boot steps firmly onto the top of that frightening pile of slaughtered monsters. Johann appears standing on top of the mound of bodies and greets his allies naturally. The warrior apologizes for the delay, saying he tried to get there as fast as possible. From the top of the gigantic mountain of the dead, Johann asks calmly if everyone is okay. Meanwhile, in a somber temple, hooded figures gather in the middle of the darkness. One of the members arrives at the location and asks the others what the current situation of the village is. The man reports that they lost the village after a single warrior annihilated the entire horde. He explains that the totems were destroyed by a mage and warns that the lair is no longer safe. The cultists lament having trusted goblins. Now that the great ritual was almost ready, a sinister voice echoes from the shadows, ordering them to prepare the absolute power of darkness. The somber leader smiles with sharp teeth, saying that it is enough to just swap the chosen sacrifice. The evil mind decides that Johann himself will be the perfect offering for their somber plans. At the outpost of the Heincut village, a furious scream echoes, calling for Jerdolf. Johann reprimands the giant on his knees, demanding explanations for disobeying his direct orders. Jerdolf lowers his head, ashamed, and offers sincere apologies for his recklessness in the attack. Han questions with severity if he has any notion of the damage he caused by breaking the formation. The leader reminds him that his stupidity broke the line and threw all the soldiers into the purest chaos. Johann highlights that the loss of the butler almost caused the complete extermination of the entire army. The warrior states that nobles or mercenaries are all equal comrades under his command. He asks Jerdolf if a comrade is someone disposable just for him to steal the glory. The warrior widens his eyes, deeply touched and repentant, upon hearing the word comrade. Johann warns that military law punishes breaking orders with lashes and asks if he accepts. Gon intervenes suddenly, assuming total responsibility for his son's attitudes. The father admits that he always taught the young man to attack blindly and asks to be punished in his place. Gon cries and begs to receive the punishment in the son's place so as not to prejudice the march. The man, yelling, asks to be punished and pleads to allow Jerdolf to continue in the fight. Johann observes the scene in silence, analyzing the unexpected attitude of the father before the troop. The young warrior is surprised to see willing to sacrifice himself for his own son's life. He realizes that all that previous arrogance was just an attempt to protect the family. Johann concludes that the veteran cares more about the house's honor than his own well-being. Jerdolf bows until his forehead touches the ground in a gesture of deep respect and repentance. The giant raises his teary-eyed gaze and calls the commander's name with a choked voice. He swears solemnly that he will never again make the mistake of breaking combat orders. With determination in his eyes, the warrior promises that he will never again abandon his comrades. Johann maintains his serene expression while listening to the brute's sincere promise. The commander decides to overlook the infraction, that time in consideration of Inno's sacrifice. Relieved and radiant with joy, the father thanks him with all his heart for the immense mercy. But Johann leaves a serious warning that if this repeats, he will turn the two of them over to the Abner house. The frightening memory of the ruthless Ulrich with her whip makes the veteran tremble with dread. In a panic, Inno throws himself at Johann's feet, begging not to be turned over to the noblewoman's hands. The man cries desperately, preferring to receive Johann's punishment than to have to face the heiress. Gathered in the command tent, Johann warns that they expelled the monsters and won half the fight. The warrior explains that the remaining creatures fled to hide inside the mines. Suedaga puts the skull on the table and warns that he will reveal the third reason for the failures. The sage reveals that someone controls the goblins and that this blocked the paladin's power. The elder explains that fanatics used forbidden dark magic on that sinister artifact. He disdains the cultists who use blood rituals to compensate for their own mediocrity. Valian gets up, indignant, demanding to immediately purify any heretic hidden there. The sage asks for calm, saying they will find the culprits and orders them to focus on the goblin hunt. Johann hits the table and defines that the expedition will begin sweeping the caves in the morning. The plan consists of burning straw at the entrances to suffocate the monsters inside the tunnels. Johann organizes sectors on the map to surround and exterminate the beasts that emerge seeking air. The beast warriors guarantee they will use their keen sense of smell to locate every entrance. Johann thanks them for the help and asks everyone to hold firm a little longer despite the fatigue. The commander warns that victory is near, and all the soldiers respond in unison. Johann tightens his determined gaze, feeling that the subjugation is finally approaching its end. He begins to remember his humble childhood marked by extreme poverty and suffering. The young man remembers the difficult times when he risked his own life just to get coins. The pain of having his house burned by war comes to the surface as a reminder of what he already lost. Johann closes his fist, swearing to conquer the taxation rights to change his destiny. The following day, a dense black smoke begins to rise, covering the mountains of Heincut. Near the mines, Valian wields her sword and attacks the goblins that try to leave the cave. Gasping from the combat, the paladin does not notice the presence of a monster emerging from the darkness. A sneaky creature jumps with a dagger at high speed, aiming for the wounded warrior. Valiant despairs upon noticing that she cannot raise her left arm to defend herself. In a precise strike, Shuka appears in the air and eliminates the goblin before it hits the companion. The beast girl asks with sympathy how the noble paladin is holding up against the confrontation. Valiant says she is fine but laments that the sacred flames still continue without lighting up. The woman is left confused, trying to understand the reason for her sacred power continuing to be blocked. Shuka approaches calmly, touching the warrior's shoulder with a welcoming and loyal look. The girl promises to cover her wounded left side, so she focuses only on frontal attacks. Valiant smiles, relieved, and thanks Shuka for the noble partnership in the middle of that combat. At the entrance of another tunnel, Johann and his soldiers feed the bonfire to suffocate the lair. An ally asks why his blade is bandaged, and Johann disguises, saying it is nothing. In his thoughts, Johann hopes he won't need to resort to the sacred sword he brought as a precaution. Suddenly, Swedelga appears, yelling, calling the young commander a brat in the middle of the woods. The sage approaches with a radiant smile on his face and asks if he can guess what he found. Johann maintains an uninterested posture and asks calmly what the elder's discovery was. The old man grabs the young man with enthusiasm, announcing that he discovered the ruins of an ancient temple. Johann questions the find, and the sage rants, saying that ancient mysteries are worth more than gold. The warrior is happy for the mystic's good humor, who swears he was guided by the sacred voice of the river. Johann then knits his brow, curious, upon being faced with the immense stone structure ahead. Before the group emerges the colossal ancient temple gate erected in the middle of the forest. Suedelgo warns that the door possesses mana and asks to delay the hunt until he manages to open it with magic. Johann refuses the proposal on the spot, stating firmly that they cannot waste another minute. The sage gets revolted, calling the young man greedy for caring only about the land's taxes. Johann rests his hands on the entrance and mocks the difficulty, while the elder says strength is of no use. The young warrior takes a deep breath and begins to concentrate all his physical strength against the structure. The old man closes his eyes, stroking his beard, and repeats with disdain that that is a useless effort. Johann lets out a thunderous roar, pushing the sealed gate with an overwhelming fury. The rumble of the stone moving echoes throughout the location, making the sage widen his eyes in shock. The young man discharges every last drop of his raw power, forcing the heavy ancient entrance. With a monumental impact, the gigantic stone gate opens completely before everyone. Johann turns around with a smile, warning that he opened the path and demanding a favor from the perplexed elder. Swedelgo is left open-mouthed, unable to believe in the young man's discommunal and monstrous strength. Carrying lit torches, the trio advances cautiously through the dark and humid corridor of the temple. The assistant gets excited about magical items but discovers, disappointed, that he only came to carry weight. Suddenly, Suega locks up in the middle of the path, leaving the warrior intrigued by his reaction. Johann calls the master's name, trying to understand the reason why he stopped suddenly. The sage begins to break into a cold sweat and tremble in dread before something disturbing inside the room. Johann gets scared upon seeing the elder's widened eyes and yells for him in an alert tone. Swedelga remains completely paralyzed and in shock, unable to respond to the calls. Johann draws his sword immediately and places himself in a combat position to protect the two. The warrior grinds his teeth tense, wondering if his companion was dominated by mental magic. The old man babbles disconnected words, with trembling lips on the verge of a true collapse. Swedelga lets out an ear-piercing scream, while Johann raises his blade to defend him from danger. However, the old man was just emotional upon seeing the sacred statue of the goddess of the Ifel River again. Johann and the small assistant are left with a look of disappointment, unable to believe in such drama for nothing. The elder praises the beautiful curves of the image and questions how they feel nothing upon seeing it. Johann pretends to agree with irony and asks, only for the old man not to wander away from the group. The young man shakes his head, unconformed upon seeing that grumpy man turn into an out-of-control fan. The sage begins to admire the goddess's sculpture from every angle with shining eyes. Johann approaches and stares at the traits sculpted on the face of the ancient, forgotten divinity. The warrior has a strange sensation, feeling that he has seen that face somewhere in the past. The serene expression of the statue brings distant memories to the depths of his consciousness. Swedelga insists on exploring the rest of the ruins, and Johann accepts to continue the walk. The group descends a long stone staircase, noticing the torches that have been burning for centuries. The three continue advancing through the silent corridors, with extreme attention to every step. The floor collapses suddenly, and Johann reacts quickly, jumping over the hole with the two in his arms. Johann dodges the sharp traps with mastery, preventing the group from falling into the deadly trap. The young warrior lands firmly on the other side and notices something unusual at the end of the corridor. A mysterious and bright light emerges, illuminating the passage at the top of the next staircase. Swedelga approaches the entrance to the chamber cautiously and peeks through the crack in the wall. The sage's eyes widen in pure astonishment at the shocking sight he finds inside there. Inside the chamber, the group flags down black mages performing a grim, profane ritual. Swegel yells for Johann to act fast before the fanatics manage to conjure the spell. Johann calculates 5 targets ahead and shoots at high speed to catch them by surprise. The warrior prepares a single, swift move to behead all the enemies at once. In the blink of an eye, Johann's blade cuts down multiple adversaries in a fatal blow. The last mage widens his eyes in a panic upon seeing his companions fall torn apart. Johann lands firmly on the blood-soaked floor while the only survivor retreats, scared. The warrior clicks his tongue, irritated that one of the targets managed to dodge the blow. He advances to liquidate the man, but a sinister barrier of darkness rises in the room. The mage questions, incredulous, how they managed to open the massive gate of that temple. With a sickly laugh, the fanatic drinks a vial of blood, announcing the completion of the ritual. At the same moment, the bodies of the dead cultists begin to evaporate into a malicious smoke. The flesh of the corpses melts into a disgusting and pulsing goo before their eyes. Johann knits his brow shocked, not understanding the bizarre transformation that happens on the floor. The dark and disgusting mass begins to levitate, merging in the center of the large hall. A demonic and eerie creature takes shape, emanating an overwhelming aura of pure hatred. Johann gives a nervous smile, realizing that the situation just became extremely dangerous. Outside, a dense corrupted fog begins to overflow from the entrance of the caves. The soldiers panic upon seeing somber specters sprouting from the dead goblins. Beams of corrupted energy shoot toward the sky, changing the color of the entire horizon. A suffocating darkness covers the sunlight, making the troop think it is an eclipse. Valiant trembles in dread upon feeling that an ancient and nefarious divine curse was unleashed. The surviving monsters gain fiery eyes and let out animalistic shrieks of pure madness. The horde of goblins enters a murderous frenzy, advancing uncontrollably upon the soldiers. Inside the temple, Johann assumes a protective stance before Swedelga and the young assistant. The sage is horrified by that perverse presence, wondering what was summoned. The monster extends gigantic and pointed claws, bathed in a terrible black aura. Brutal blow from the paw crushes the stone floor, opening a crater in the middle of the chamber. The abomination displays sharp teeth, releasing a foul smoke directly upon Johann. The corrupted giant raises its terrifying silhouette before the brave swordsman. Johann laments, not having eliminated the mage in time upon seeing the size of that horrendous beast. The beast descends a violent attack with its tail, trying to crush the young man against the wall. Johann dodges in the last second and delivers a swift counter blow with his blade. The sword hits the monster's chest but slides without managing to penetrate the dense skin. The warrior is left perplexed upon noticing his blow did not cause any injury to the creature. Johann widens his eyes without feeling the resistance of the cut, as if he hit a void. The creature takes advantage of the gap and spins its colossal arm, delivering a demolishing punch. Johann raises his sword to contain the blow, but the violent impact shakes his body. To his despair, the steel blade does not withstand the pressure and shatters into pieces. The monster's crushing fist hits the warrior full on with devastating brutality. Johann is hurled through the air at high speed, breaking the structures of the ancient temple. The warrior collides with violence against the cold floor, raising a dense cloud of dust. Coughing a large amount of blood, Johann tries to recover from the deadly impact. The demon laughs in pure satisfaction, delighting in the young man's groans of pain. Suedaga yells, warning that only weapons made of silver can wound evil entities. The elder hands a silver sword to Goiden and orders him to take the weapon to Johann. The small assistant trembles from head to toe, in shock upon receiving such a risky mission. The young man swallows hard, trying to gather a drop of courage before that horrible monster. Johann spits the blood from his mouth and props himself up on his knees, ready to continue the battle. Staring at his dented steel glove, the warrior concludes that the enemy is on another level. Johann notices that the creature's tentacles are much harder and sharper than they look. He realizes that his common blades only cut the air without wounding the monster's dense flesh. Goiden runs to the young man, shouting that only swords made of silver can hurt it. The young assistant throws the silver blade through the air to help the warrior in combat. Johann grabs the silver sword firmly, ready to start a new deadly charge. The warrior advances at high speed, leaving a trail of blue light wherever he passes. He delivers a swift blow, hitting the creature's claw with all his determination. Goiden breaks into a wide smile of relief and excitement upon seeing his master's accurate attack. But suddenly, a jet of blood sprays violently from the young assistant's mouth. Suelge enters a complete state of shock upon witnessing that terrifying scene. Johann looks back with widened eyes, paralyzed by the purest feeling of dread. A pointed tentacle of the demon retreats, dripping with blood after piercing the boy through the back. Goiden's silhouette dissolves into a red puddle while the warrior watches. Devastated, Johann's face turns pale in a stunning silence before the devastating loss. The boy's body falls lifeless on the cold floor, staining the temple stones with his blood. The beast laughs with cruelty, mocking the ease with which it crushed the life of a mere insect. Johann remains with his head down, enveloped by a dark and terrifying aura of pure hatred. In the warrior's mind echoes the memory of the loyal boy's gentle and affectionate smile. The pain of the loss tears his chest apart upon recalling all the moments lived beside him. He remembers when the boy told him he became a slave just to help his family. The memory of the sincere conversation about the world's pains and injustices returns with full force. The innocent face marked by the young man's suffering emerges through his thoughts. Johann recalls the instant the young man asked for permission to call him just by his name. He remembers the promise they made to fight together to survive at any cost. The simple meals and the happy moments on the road come to life in the swordsman's memory. The image of Goiden smiling happily while hugging the small pet moves him. The young man celebrating the warrior's achievements resurfaces in his fondest memories. The innocent pranks and the affection of the faithful assistant will never be forgotten by him. The boy's sincere gratitude for having found a home and protection echoes in his heart. Back to reality, Johann raises his head, taken by an uncontrollable murderous fury. The warrior grips the sword handle with such anger that blood runs down his fingers. The abomination throws dozens of sharp tentacles, trying to pierce him all at once. Johann lets out an ear-piercing roar of hatred and advances, cutting through the creature's attacks. With his eyes sparking blue, he delivers a mind-bending sequence of furious blows. In a deadly frenzy, the warrior cuts dozens of the monster's limbs in a fraction of a second. But upon hitting the thicker carcass, the silver blade does not withstand the impact and breaks. The pieces of the silver sword fly through the air, leaving the young man unarmed in the middle of the attack. The demon laughs, mocking the foolishness of thinking that a simple silver sword would kill it. The creature descends a colossal and crushing paw, decreeing Johann's definitive death. In the last instant, the warrior draws the sacred sword wrapped in a powerful purple light. The bandages that sealed the sacred relic break, releasing an overwhelming magical energy. A divine beam cuts the air toward the ceiling, illuminating all the darkness of that temple. The blade of pure energy hits the abomination's head, making it roar in agonizing pain. Johann emerges imposing, wielding the legendary sacred sword bathed in glowing runes. Terrified by the damage suffered, the demon retreats in a panic, not understanding what weapon that is. Johann shoots like a purple lightning bolt, crossing the chamber with superhuman speed. A monumental cut tears the monster's body in half, beheading all its tentacles. The evil being cannot believe that its impenetrable armor was sliced like paper. Upon recognizing the sacred symbols on the blade, the creature is taken by the deepest dread. The demon widens its eyes in absolute shock upon discovering it is the legendary sacred weapon. The monster refuses to believe in the power of that sacred sword while it enters pure despair. Johann advances with absolute coldness, preparing another swift blow with his legendary weapon. The creature curses furious, trying to react to the attack that approaches. The demon yells, terrified, demanding to know how a human obtained that divine sword. Johann just displays a sinister, blood-covered smile, ready for the coup de grace. The warrior delivers a lightning, fast cut without giving any chance of response to the monster. The sacred blade pierces the demon's carcass, splitting the abomination in half. Beast's decapitated head flies through the air, spewing corrupted blood throughout the chamber. Johann lands firmly on the floor, observing the evil entity's body dissolve. The demonic presence is finally destroyed, while the dust settles in the ancient temple. Exhausted and bathed in blood, the swordsman grinds his teeth, trying to catch his breath. The remains of the creature agonize on the cold floor before disappearing for good. The fallen monster realizes in a panic that it was impossible to face that absurd power. Suddenly, a parasite creature escapes from inside the hood, jumping to flee. The being flees, desperate, upon discovering it was Johann who exterminated Karamov in the past. The monster runs in a panic, wanting to alert the Emperor about the existence of that young man. But Johann draws a blade with speed to prevent the creature from managing to escape. A precise shot crushes the small parasite into pieces before it crosses the exit. The creature lets out its last breath, cursing the warrior before turning to ash. In its final moments, the servant cries out for the glory of the sacred empire and disappears. Suddenly, a dense and mysterious fog surrounds Johann, leaving the warrior on alert. The young man is transported to a totally dark and empty space, wielding his blade. A solemn voice echoes through the void, calling Johann by his old warrior name. Johann widens his eyes, surprised upon recognizing the spectral figure of Karamov. The entity observes the young man with regret, commenting that the right time has not yet arrived. The specter warns mysteriously that soon the two will meet again. Johann wakes up scared, spitting blood upon hearing someone screaming desperately for him. He recovers consciousness and finds the sage Suetelga beside him on the temple floor. The old sage complains about the poison released by the monster that almost took both their lives. Johann realizes that he was cured and saved once again by the sacred waters of the Ifil River. Suetelga warns with a serious look that Johann was not the only one to be rescued from death. The young Goiden had his body healed in time and breathes peacefully, even if still unconscious. The sage comments that letting him sleep is much better than losing him forever. Relieved to see the boy alive, Johann kneels and holds the loyal assistant in his arms. With teary eyes, the warrior thanks the sage with all his heart for saving the boy. Outside, Suetelga analyzes a crater in the ground, thoughtful about the marks of the battle. The elder stoops, touching the stones to examine the residues left at the location. The sage recalls, worried, that before dying, the mage called out with fervor for the emperor. The old man concludes, horrified, that the emperor took possession of a forbidden and dangerous power. Next, the elder turns his face with a suspicious and thoughtful expression. He questions if it was Johann who took that demonic sword when killing the emperor's dog. Johann confirms that he brought the weapon as a precaution and thanks him again for having survived. Suetelga swears by the sacred waters that he will keep the existence of the sword an absolute secret. Johann smiles, saying he trusts him without oaths, since both are in the same boat. The elder sighs, resigned for having been dragged back into the intrigues of the world. The group decides to collect what remained and leave that somber temple behind immediately. Carrying the boy, Johann notices the sunset, realizing that the fight lasted longer than he thought. Suetelga suggests walking fast to check how the troop's soldiers are doing in the village. On the top of a branch, a sinister crow with red eyes observes everything attentively. The mysterious bird watches the steps of Johann and the sage while they return to the camp. A violent rumble catches the attention of Johann and the sage Swedelga, making both look up, astonished. Johann is left totally in shock, staring at the sky, unable to understand the immense green light that emerges from nowhere. The sage realizes that the death of the black mage broke the spell, releasing the sacred flames of the paladin's order. Swedelga claims with conviction that under the power of that divine fire, no goblin will manage to leave the mines alive. With the strength of the recovered sacred fire, the dangerous village subjugation mission finally comes to an end successfully. Later, at the military camp, the soldiers and mercenaries gather around the bonfires to hear the announcement. A very excited warrior takes the stage to begin the celebrations for the great victory led by Johann. The entire troop vibrates with joy, screaming the commander's name and thanking him for his tireless effort in combat. A barrel of drink is raised with enthusiasm, starting a great party in the middle of the starry night. Johann raises his beer mug with a smile on his face and warns that all the drinks for the party are on him. The commander yells for everyone to celebrate life, commemorating the survival of every warrior in that bloody battle. The atmosphere is one of pure conquest and union, while the warriors have fun, forgetting the horrors of war for an instant. The smoke from the great bonfire rises peacefully under the clear sky, illuminating the village now free from the terrible threat. Beer mugs clash with force, spreading drink while the mercenaries drink until they can no longer stand on their feet. The soldiers celebrate, laughing and hugging one another, infecting the entire camp with their immense joy. Even the toughest fighters join the dance and have fun, taking full advantage of the well-deserved reward. The drink flows freely among the survivors who celebrate the victory conquered with so much sweat and teamwork. The war veterans yell that it is necessary to drink today because no one knows if they will still be alive tomorrow to tell the story. In the shadows of the trees, some take advantage of the festive climate to exchange discreet caresses far from the group's eyes. The full moon shines at the top of the sky, blessing that night of peace so desired by all the party's combatants. One of the female warriors comments, impressed, about how the sky became totally dark as if an eclipse had happened. She recalls, scared, the exact moment in which the goblins went crazy and attacked with unbelievable savage fury. The young woman confesses that when she saw herself cornered by that uncontrolled horde, she thought her end was inevitable. She tells that she was already accepting death when something surprising happened and changed the destiny of the entire battle. Suddenly, the small demonic parasite that controlled the monsters began to flee, desperate, in the direction of the cave. It was at that instant that Johann's imposing silhouette emerged, hunting the creature without demonstrating a single hint of hesitation. She recalls the warrior drawing his sharp blade with total precision to finish off the dangerous opponent. The fulminating blow cut the air, extinguishing the evil influence that prevented the sacred flames from protecting the troops. Thanks to that courageous action, the magical darkness dissolved on the horizon, making the divine light return triumphantly to the sky. The sage explains that the mage's fall broke the spell, and everything fell perfectly into place to guarantee the group's victory. He remembers that after the end of black magic, the paladins recovered all their sacred energy to sweep away the monsters. The paladin Valiant awakened her divine power, wrapping her sword in extremely destructive emerald flames. The sacred fire ran overwhelmingly through the dark corridors of the mine, destroying everything it encountered on the path. The young warrior admits, astonished, that she never imagined that the paladin's strength could reach such a colossal level. That wild green flame purified the mines, eliminating to the last goblin hidden in the depths of the mountain. The creatures cornered in the shadows cry in dread upon realizing there is no escape against the sacred judgment. A terrible and brilliant emerald explosion consumes the monster's lair, completing the cleaning of the entire village. No creature managed to escape that divine heat, guaranteeing the definitive safety of that ruined region. The brave paladins of the order contemplate the purified field with a feeling of deep honor for the duty fulfilled. The beast warrior watches, everything with eyes shining, admired by the unwavering determination of those women. The great official notice of success in the Hindcut mission emerges, decreeing the liberation of those rich county lands. Her colleague mocks, saying she developed a crush on the paladins, and the young woman blushes, trying to disguise her sincere admiration. She notices the disappearance of Valian and Commander Johann, wondering where the two would be walking at that hour. Far from the party, several sacred swords are driven into the soil, serving as a tomb for the paladins who lost their lives. Johann walks thoughtfully in the middle of the improvised cemetery, lamenting the loss of so many warriors of that noble order. The young man sighs, knowing that besides the paladins, dozens of mercenaries he hired also lost their lives there. He confesses with a heavy heart that he started that entire campaign just to obtain the valuable tax rights. Johann clenches his fist, feeling immense guilt for knowing that so many deaths happened because of his personal ambition. Valian emerges silently in the shadows from behind and thanks him with sincerity, calling Johann by his knight title. The warrior admits with her head down that, without his courageous help, they would never have managed to purify the lands of Hindcut. Valian states that the sacrifice of those warriors prevented the death of many other people. Johann questions in a serious tone if the dead buried there would really agree with that. Goiden emerges suddenly, saying that all of them would certainly think in that very same way. Johann is surprised to see his assistant awake, and the boy admits that he is still recovering. The boy vents, remembering when he was almost dying with his neck wounded in combat. He guarantees that even in the face of his own death, he never felt any resentment toward Johann. Goiden recalls that his only concern was managing to deliver the silver sword to the master. The boy reveals that he only thought about fulfilling his role, feeling relief for having managed to help. The young man explains that in that cruel world, dying at any moment is no surprise. Johann listens to the boy state that dying for something that needs to be done is reason enough. The boy completes that everyone who lives in this world wishes to depart with a true purpose. Goiden breaks into a joyful smile, saying firmly that he speaks like someone who already died once. Johann gives a sincere and moved smile while Valian watches the conversation, emotional. The warrior thanks Goiden for his words, and the boy suggests they return to the village soon. At the camp party, the mercenaries toast and drink in honor of their fallen partners. The drunk soldiers sing excitedly, saying that only cowards do not deserve rest. The celebration continues, agitated throughout the night, with everyone celebrating survival in the village. Swedelga displays with pride an old book of black magic filled with ancestral mysteries. The knights think that is boring and mock, saying that books are things for cowardly people. The old sage complains about the knights, while Johann drinks quietly at the table. Swedelga lists the somber items he managed to recover after the defeat of the evil mage. He presents of a belt that transforms into a dangerous whip when moved. The elder also shows the magical ring capable of releasing a black smoke that blinds enemies. Swedelga praises Johann for using magical tools without fear of any curse. Johann gives an awkward laugh upon hearing the old sage's comments about his weapons. The noble hare arrives completely drunk, celebrating and calling Johann a great hero. He hugs the warrior, thanking him for the victory, but changes the subject suddenly. The nobleman reveals, with laughter, that he does not intend to pass the tax rights to him anymore. The sage and the other companions stare at the scene, surprised by the absurdity they just heard. Johann changes his expression on the spot and asks, irritated, what the young man is insinuating. The nobleman explains that to cede the taxes, he needs the permission of the family matriarch. He compliments that it would also depend on his sister, Ulrich's approval in the succession. The young man recounts, laughing, that Ulrich was captured in the war in Sandar and will probably die. With that, he mocks, saying that there is no possibility of fulfilling the agreement. The nobleman celebrates, relieved for having recovered the village and gotten rid of his own sister. He states, laughing, that it was perfect to put everything together in a single wonderful night. Without thinking twice, Johann lands a punch with everything, knocking the nobleman to the floor. The young man falls hurt and begins to moan in pain, unable to believe the violence of the blow. With his hand on his swollen face, the young man cries, scared, upon realizing that he was struck. The nobleman yells in despair, saying that not even his own mother ever hit him before. Johann explodes with rage, screaming that is exactly why he is so spoiled and irresponsible. Terrified, the nobleman promises to hand over the taxes in case his sister really ends up dying in the war. Johann makes a face, taken by a deep hatred for the boy's disgusting attitude. The swordsman grinds his teeth with contempt upon seeing the young man wishing ill toward his family. Johann holds the nobleman by the collar, demanding to know how he has the courage to wish for his sister's death. The warrior yells furiously, reprimanding the young man for treating his relatives like mere dead weight. The nobleman remains in silence, totally in shock, and in tears in the face of the severe dressing down. Johann turns to Goiden and asks with urgency where the province of Sandar is. The warrior warns that he will depart immediately and orders the rest of the troop to follow him afterward. Johann mounts his black horse and shoots fast through the dark night toward the new destination. Johann laments with rage for having to march to another battlefield shortly after the end of the subjugation. The young man almost cries in frustration, wondering if his wandering life of fights will never have an end. Johann lets out a desperate scream, tearing through the dark road while he rides at high speed.